Redwood. Hey. Yeah. You want to throw out there to see that. Alright, Redwood. You're going excited. Ready? Go. Ready? Watching you from last year. Played against you at Kensington. Told you that you are the best. You're a youngster in the name.
Chest, man. One neck heavy.
Ready? Go. Not here, brother.
No, see one hat.
I feel bad to quit. Who shows that? Our shows that? That's my son. My son is.
Yeah. Welcome to the Arnorsville playing field where we have the first round of the Cricket West Indies Championship for the regional battle. And it's from January 29, 2025 to April 12, 2025, where legends are made. This is Alanson Cruikshank here in the commentary box, and here with me is Osnet Keita. Good morning to you, Osnet.
Good morning to you, Alanson. Good morning to all our viewers around the Caribbean, internationally as well, joining us for this broadcast. A wonderful day here at the Arnorsville playing field, and looking forward to some very good cricket.
Excellent. And we have the two teams here. We'll just start firstly with the Windward Islands team. They won the toss and they have elected to field first, and they're playing 11 today. We have Captain Sunil Ambris, Kenneth Demba, Stefan Pascal, Jeremy Solozano, Kieran Kotoy, and we have Jovin Benjamin, wicketkeeper, Daryl Cyrus, Ryan John, Shadrach Descott, Gillan Tyson, and Darius Martin. What about the team for Jamaica Scorpions, Osnet?
Yes, we have John Campbell, the captain, Daniel Beckford, Jermaine Blackwood, Markina Minley, Javel Glenn, Kirk McKenzie, the vice captain, Tamari Redwood making his debut in this first-class tournament, Odin Smith, Carlos Brown, Jivor Royal, and Brad Barnes.
All right, so we're about to have the first delivery. Ryan John, he will be bowling to Brown. Actually, he'll be bowling to the skipper, Campbell, who was taking first strike. So here he's in now. This one is just outside the off stump. Just leave him slightly. Left alone there by Campbell. Of course, Campbell has recently returned from a hiatus from cricket. We want to make a mark here now and maybe make a case for coming back into the West Indies team, wasn't it?
Yes, definitely. I'm sure he has his sights set on a very good tournament. And knowing the power that he possesses, the timing, he'll definitely be looking to start on a good note here for the Jamaica Scorpions.
There's Ryan John again. This one is a closer delivery to the off stump, but again, there's shadow batting there from John. So far, we have seen a reasonable carry in the pitch. There's much talk about the pitch after those 2020 games here in December. But we anticipate that we'll have a good showing here, and should be a competitive match, a good balance between bat and ball. 3 slips on a gully, waiting. There's a man at fine leg, a square leg, mid off, mid on, and a man at cover point. So when he plays off the back foot to the man at mid off, who comes in quickly, looks like the vice captain Demba. There's no run. Gets it back into the diminutive wicketkeeper there, Benjamin.
Yes, easily recognized given his stature. The shortest man on the field, but that is in no way hindering his attributes as a wicketkeeper, Benjamin. In terms of the decision to bowl for Alanson, what are your thoughts?
We'll get to it after this delivery. This one is a lifting delivery, but turned with that inward movement to the man at square leg. And Campbell and Jamaica, they're off the mark. So that's the first run on the board. So they're one without loss, Jamaica. But it's an interesting one. We have not really had a 4-day game on this pitch since it was relayed prior to the T20 World Cup in June. Since then, we have had the Under-19 Rising Stars competition, which for the longer games is only 2 days. So we have not had a game of this type of duration on the pitch just yet. So it's left to be seen how it will react. And I think it's a bit of an unknown quantity so far. So both teams really probably just hedging their bets.
I'm totally in agreement with you, Alanson.
This one is whipped off the pads. Should be able to have 2 runs there quite comfortably. So said, so done. So both batsmen are now off the mark. So Brown, he now moves to 2. Opened the batting last year, quite a stodgy batsman. Loves to come on to the front foot to defend. He'll be hoping to give his captain good support here at the top of the order. Well, Ryan John will be looking for that early breakthrough as he comes in again. This one is outside the off. That's a lovely delivery. Leaving him off the pitch. That one pitched and straightened. Brings you over to an end. At the end of the first over, it's 3 without loss. The Jamaica Scorpions.
It's a very good over there from Ryan John. That last delivery. A bit of lift, a bit of carry. 2 wicket-keeper Benjamin beating Carlos Brownlee. All ends up. So very good start from him, Ryan John. And they'll be hoping that they can get more deliveries in that sort of region, given the fact that they won the toss this morning and elected to bowl first.
Yeah, you could see that he's getting some generous movement there, John. So maybe he should be just adjusting his length, getting a bit closer to the batsman. Maybe we'll see that from him in the second over as Gillan Tyson, a big Dominican. He'll be bowling from the backward end. Be bowling to the captain, Campbell. Similar field, but only 2 slips this time. There's a man at fine leg as well. There's a gully. There's a further reinforcement in the covers with an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a man at square leg. And a cover point as well. So it's a short delivery, very, very short, that one, and very high. Called wide by umpire Butler at square leg, and signal also made by the standing umpire there, Tuckett. So, seemed to have lost his radar on that occasion, Tyson. Maybe looking to test the middle of the pitch to see what is in it.
Not the best of starts there from Tyson. As you mentioned, that one just looping over the batsman's head and being signaled wide. Perhaps still a bit stiff.
This one is short and it's pulled away, dispatched. That would be 4 runs. Really no pace in that delivery, and Campbell had all the time in the world to rock on the back foot, pull it forward of square to the mid-wicket region for 4.
That's a very good shot there from John Campbell. Not the tallest man. That delivery dogged in shot. Just went back and pulled it in front of square. The fact that he pulled it in front of square told me that he picked up the length quite quickly. Not the quickest of deliveries there from Tyson. Still getting into his spell. But a very good boundary for Jamaican Scorpions.
This one is short again, looking to pull, but mistimes it off the bottom half of the bat. Fielded there at mid-on by Martin. So he looks a bit short of a gallop. Tyson so far in his first few deliveries, maybe just a little bit stiff, trying to get warmed up in this game, but probably might argue that he probably should have been warm before the game started.
Agreed. All 3 deliveries so far, testing the middle of the wicket. Not getting the response perhaps he's looking for.
Good delivery on that occasion, coming back in better length. Campbell's forward, played it out to the man at gully. There was no run.
Yes, a much better length on that occasion. Just back of a length, angling across John Campbell. I think that's a better length and line for him.
Yeah, he'll be looking to get that ball to come back in to threaten the pads. Campbell will be aware of that and will be looking to come onto the front foot as often as he can. Try to negate that inward movement. Very important that he keeps bat and pad close together. There's a slight delay here as some movement is taking place behind the bowler in front of the side screen. This one is a fuller delivery. Work to square leg. where there's a slight misfield there from Descartes, allows the extra run. So the bowler would not be pleased with that. 2 runs there to Campbell. And it's a positive start so far from the Jamaica Scorpions team here at Arnesville.
It's not the type of consistency the captain is looking for from his opening bowler here, Tyson. Still struggling to get that line and length spot on that occasion. Just angling into the pads there of Campbell. Worked it quite comfortably. Backward of square for 2 runs.
This one came in sharply and rushed him. So seemed to be walking now in for Tyson, just getting his pace and his line and length a bit more accurate on that occasion. And that one really rushed Campbell as it jacked back into him.
Yes, the wind direction also will assist him in terms of getting the ball back into the left-hander. Just a matter of finding that right line and that right length to pose some sort of problem for both of these openers.
This one is outside the off stump, left alone by Campbell as he took an exploratory step down the pitch. And that's the end of 2 overs here.
Yes, a mixed bag there from Tyson in that particular over. Started out being quite short and was punished on one occasion by John Campbell through the mid-wicket region for Bongri. And bowled a couple of good deliveries, getting the ball to come back into the left-hander. I just think that he needs to find a sort of consistency if he's to really cause any sort of problems for both of these openers.
So 10 without loss after 2. John continues down the leg side. Stifled appeal there by the wicket-keeper and those behind the stumps, but no excitement there from the bowler, which is usually a telltale signal. As Brown was looking to walk that one fine. The leg glance. Didn't make contact. Field remains the same as it was from the first over with 3 slips a gully. Cover point. There is a man at mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg, and a fine leg in place. John comes in to Brown. This one is outside the off stump, left alone. Getting his length a little bit full on that occasion, but I think he can still, with the movement that he's getting, be a yard or 2 fuller.
Well, the last delivery of his previous over, he beat Brown. All ends up, good delivery, passing the outside edge. I think that he should use that as a template in terms of the line. As you mentioned, the length can be a bit fuller in order to get the batsman onto the front foot. The free slips on a gully, waiting for any outside edge. He's definitely getting some movement away from the right-hander here this morning at the Arnesville Sporting Complex.
Again, that one leaving him, but just a bit short, and Brown had all the time in the world just to watch it go by outside the off stump. So left alone there by him. So 10 without loss, Jamaica Scorpions here in the 3rd over of the first round of the West Indies for the championship. Several matches being played in this round as well, all over the Caribbean. And we get to that at the end of the over with some of the other games and what those fixtures are. This one looking for that greedy delivery, maybe just pitching it around middle and leg, looking to bowl at Jaffa. But it was just too straight. It was turned by Brown, but straight to the man at square leg, who did the feeling, and the run was possible.
Yes, the length on that occasion was spot on, but as you mentioned, looking for that magic delivery, really, starting it just around the leg stump. And on this occasion, Brown just playing it comfortably out to the man at square leg. So both bowlers really still trying to find that consistency in terms of line and length this morning.
That's a better delivery, just a bit fuller and a better line. Maybe he can even venture a half yard fuller than that one. See if he could get Brown to drive, who likes to play on the front foot, so there's a chance that he would attempt that shot. I think Jamaica would be looking to have a very solid start here and to see the platform that they can build to get a very good first inning score.
As Carlos Brown, you mentioned his exploits last year, amassing over 300 runs, a score of 80. So you'll be looking to perhaps better that this time around.
This one comes forward, plays it nicely back past the bowler. There's no run. So at the end of that over, it's a maiden over by Ryan John. Jamaica Scorpions, they're 10 without loss after 3 overs.
Yes, Ryan John continued to plug away here at the Arnesville playing field, looking for that early breakthrough for his captain. I'm sure Captain Sonny Lambris would be reasonably pleased with what you have seen so far, but he would definitely love to see something in that 4th column for each of his opening bowlers, having won the toss this morning and elected to bowl first. Jamaica, on the other hand, they'll be looking for a steady start. It's always good to have a good start as a batting team. It lays the foundation for what the other players can do in terms of building on that start and putting up a positive and a reasonable total for the Jamaican team.
So Tyson to continue to Campbell. Slight change in the field. A mid-wicket comes in from extra cover as he comes now. This one is a fuller delivery. Slight appeal there as he had some inward movement on that delivery. So both bowlers getting the ball to move in the same direction, but to the left-hander it's coming in and to the right-hander leaving him. But that one moved quite sharply in from a foolish length there from Tyson.
I think his action as well lends itself to getting that delivery coming back into the left-hander. John Campbell definitely have to be watchful in terms of what he does against those sort of deliveries.
Oh, and that's beaten outside the off stump. That's a lovely delivery. Now, you could see there on that occasion some tentativeness from Campbell as he was not too sure whether to play back or forward.
I think on that occasion that one actually went across the left-hander. So very good bowling here from Tyson. We mentioned that so far we have seen him predominantly get the ball to come back into the left-hander. But on that occasion, that delivery just leaving John Campbell and he was caught in no man's land. Thankfully for him, it missed the outside edge.
So Tyson getting into Campbell. Short, pulled, but not timed. Again, that inward movement causing just a bit of bother. Seemed to catch him quite high up on the bat. And went straight to the man at mid-on. So there's no run on that occasion. Just to let you know what the other fixtures are. Guyana Happy Eagles, they are taking on the Barbados Pride. West Indies Academy, they are taking on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are taking on the combined campuses and colleges. So 3 other games being played today in the championship. 7 rounds in this year's championship. As Tyson comes in again to Campbell. So it's a full delivery, very wide. Excellent take there by the nimble wicket keeper Benjamin, but called wide by umpire Tucky. That one was very wide.
Yes, that delivery outside the off stump. John Campbell trying to reach it. Not being successful on that occasion. But the inconsistencies once again creeping in here for Tyson. We saw a very good delivery, the second delivery of this over, that left John Campbell. But he has really struggled to really pull a set of deliveries together that will put some pressure on the openers.
It's a quick single and successfully taken. That was well played by Campbell. Played it with soft hands. And he was able to get the single as the man at mid-off did the fielding. So that's good cricket there all around.
Yes, very good cricket there from John Campbell. A bit of positivity there in terms of the running between the wickets. So far, both batsmen, they've been reasonably kept reasonably quiet by the opening bowlers. I don't think Carlos Brown, he has actually faced the delivery from Tyson as yet. So just walking the strike over can really be beneficial for the Jamaican team as they look to put up a very good start here this morning.
So Brown batting on 4 slips in place. Well, maybe 3 slips and a fine gully. As Tyson now comes in. So it is down the leg side. Didn't make that adjustment from the left-hander in the previous delivery. So needs to get his line adjusted for the right-hander here.
Yes, that would have been a very good delivery to the left-hander. As you mentioned, left-hand, right-hand combination always pose a challenge for bowlers. On this occasion, that one just angling down the leg side. There by Tyson. Darius Martin there at mid-off. Perhaps thinking about his spell at some point this morning.
It's a fuller delivery. Better line, but well left there by Brown. And that's the end of over number 4. The Jamaica Scorpions, they're 12 without loss here at Ardersville.
Yes, another quiet over there from Jamaican perspective. A couple of runs. From the perspective of the Windward Islands, Tyson still trying to find that level of consistency as it relates to his bowling. A couple of occasions, strain on down the leg side. So he'll definitely have a lot to think about as it relates to the direction that his spell is going.
Ryan Jordan, who had a very good tournament last year and also the previous tournament for the Windward Islands. Both himself and Springer doing well as all-rounders as he comes in again now to Skipper Campbell. He's driving through extra cover. There's time for 1, there's time for 2. It's well timed, it will get to the boundary, that's 4 runs. That was a lovely shot there by Campbell. Not much effort, but just gracefully coming forward and just punching it in the gap and away for 4.
Yes, Campbell looking a bit more assured now, having assessed the wicket into over number 5. That delivery outside the off stump, quite full. Came onto the front foot and gracefully caressed that one through the extra cover region for a welcome boundary for himself and the Jamaican Scorpions.
One is a shadow shot played outside the off stump. No run as it goes through to keeper Benjamin. Pulls his length back on that occasion after being just a little too full on the previous delivery. It's an area that he can explore because we think that Campbell, he will play the drive. That one was just a little bit too full, the one that he punched for 4. And maybe just bringing that back maybe a half a yard or so with the movement that he's getting can.
As he makes some adjustment here, Ryan John, to his gear. You know, joining us, the Windward Island Volcanoes. They won the toss this morning, elected to bowl first. Jamaica Scorpions, they are on 16 without loss. Very good day for cricket here at the Ardersville playing field. The outfield looking quite lush. It was tested previously, and we have seen seem to be quite quick as well.
John into Campbell. That's a better length, but just a little bit too straight. He tucks it away for 1. Just forward a square on the onside.
Once again, the rotation of strike is impressive there from the Jamaican top order. More so John Campbell. We've seen on a couple of occasions now, just playing these balls with soft hands into the gaps. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Both opening bowlers here for the Windward Islands, they will really have to get used to the right and left hand combination. So far, they've struggled to some extent.
John again into Brown, just outside the off stump, and as has been customary from Brown, just leaves it to go by outside the off stump. So if he wants to get him to play at those, has to be just a bit straighter, maybe threatening that top of off stump area.
So far, Alan, so it seemed to be an easy pace wicket. You know, we had a discussion all in terms of the decision to bowl first. You were saying that bat first perhaps was the way to go. So far, nothing threatening really as it relates to the pitch itself. Both batsmen seem to be reasonably comfortable with what is being placed before them.
Again outside the off stump and left alone by Brown. Almost an action replay of the furious delivery. There's John again into Brown. This one, he covers up, quick single. Well judged. Easy single in the end. So that's now the end of over number 5. And it's now 19 without loss. 18 without loss, Jamaica. At the Adamsville playing field.
Yes, both openers just still trying to get used to the conditions here. I mentioned, seem to be an easy pace wicket here. Not a lot of demons in it so far, at least. A couple of deliveries going past the outside edge. But by and large, both batters look reasonably comfortable. John Campbell, a couple of boundaries to his name. So he'll be pleased with his start so far as we see Tyson again from this Libekwe end.
This one is wide down the leg side, but well, I should say going down the leg side. In the limited overs version, it would be called wide, but not in a 4-day game. Yes, you mentioned the pace of the wicket. Seems quite easy pace, as you said before. And given the brief history of this pitch that was relayed before the World Cup, I was wondering if there was a case probably for the Windward Islands to include maybe another spinner in their attack instead of the 3 pacers.
Good point. Guess we'll see the response from the wicket as the spinners are introduced at some point this morning.
This one is another quick single off the inside edge there by Brown onto the pad. But safe single in the end as discard does the feeling.
I think what these
go up to 19 without loss.
Apologies. I think what these singles will do as well to the fielding team, it really frustrates them. The bowlers, we mentioned the right and left hand combination. So the constant rotation of strike would really mean that they have to assess and readjust their bowling plans as it relates to each of these batters.
Yeah, you have a very good point there. And that's the benefit of having the strike being rotated, especially with the right and left hander. Even sometimes when you have 2 right handers or 2 left handers, the techniques may be a little bit different. So the length maybe have to be adjusted, or even sometimes the height of the batsman, little things like these. So it's very important to keep the strike rotating, not just from the perspective of adding to your score, but also thwarting the plans of the opposition team. As Ambrose comes to have a little word with his opening bowler, Tyson.
Interestingly, on that last delivery, Alanson, we saw John Campbell advancing down the wicket as well. So it just shows me that he's reasonably comfortable with what is being served to him at this point.
Yes, it's the second time that we have seen him do that to Tyson. This one is looking to drive, beaten outside the off stump. Delayed appeal there from the bowler. Not much support from behind the wicket. But looking for that drive again, one of his favorite shots, Campbell. Beaten there outside the off stump. good delivery from Tyson.
A very good delivery, and I don't think John Campbell actually gets a stride far forward as whenever he's going to play that drive. He's still quite stuck on the crease, so that delivery just slightly moving away from him would definitely cause him problems. Just need to get that right leg a bit more to the pitch of the deliveries if he's going to drive through the extra cover region.
This one is cramping him for room again, that inward movement. And I think that may have defeated him on that last delivery where he was looking for it to come back in slightly, because we have seen from Tyson that inward movement so far in his spell. The one before actually kept its line outside the off stump. And I think that may have contributed to him being beaten while he's saying that drive.
I think I've seen quite a bit of pull shots as well from John Campbell. He's definitely not afraid to play shots here this morning. Apart from that one that he timed earlier on in his batting innings, he has really mistimed quite a few of those pull shots so far.
It's a good delivery, nice length, well played by Campbell. Brings the over to an end. So at the end of over number 6, Jamaica Scorpions, they are 19 without loss here at Harrisville.
A steady start from the Jamaican openers. Both openers looking reasonably comfortable against the opening bowlers of the Windward Islands Volcano team. Just trying to set the pace for the innings. A couple of lovely shots from John Campbell so far, but as we mentioned, he's also struggled to find his timing on a couple of these occasions. The Windward Island opening bowlers going past the outside edge on a couple of occasions as well. So both teams still trying to feel out each other and just trying to get a bit of consistency going.
So John, you'll continue now to Carlos Brown. On that pad again. Just losing his line there. Leg by conceded. Signal comes there from umpire Dana Butler. Recently had his international debut during that Bangladesh series. So moving up the ranks is Vince umpire Dayton Butler, former West Indies left-arm pacer.
I'm sure all of Vincentians are quite pleased with his progress. Dayton Butler, very consistent, very efficient in his operations.
So there's a lifting delivery. He may have gloved it, but it eludes the keeper, Benjamin. They have time for 2. Let's wait on the signal from the umpire. Leg by, actually, so didn't come off the glove. They have come off the body. Lifting delivery down the leg side.
Yes, Ryan John once again struggling to find his line against these two opening batsmen. Previously, we saw delivery on the line of the leg stump on the first ball of this over that was walked away for a single. And here again, we are seeing another delivery misdirected, this time to John Campbell, the left-hander. So it tells me that he's really struggling to adjust to the right and left-hand combination of the Jamaican openers. Now coming around the wicket.
So it is a good delivery, well played by Campbell, who again is advancing down the wicket. So the pace of the bowlers, and you can also see the pace of the pitch, not troubling him. So he's not afraid to make those few exploratory steps down the wicket, trying to negate some of the movement that both opening bowlers are extracting. So it's not a bad ploy on his behalf.
Yes, Ryan John, not express pace. Bowling in the low 80s. John Campbell just trying to get closer to him to negate whatever movement we've seen so far from him this morning.
This one is down the pitch, hits it one, flogs it really, over the man at mid-on. It goes all the way for 4, but more of a 20-20 shot. You know, he was down the wicket, saw the length just back of a short length there, back of a length, and he was hitting that one with a flat bat over the man at mid-on. And 4 runs there to Campbell. Interesting shot. Effective.
Interesting indeed. But he has threatened to do that on a couple of occasions. You mentioned that he's an aggressive batsman by nature, and that has just been manifested in that shot. Perhaps not timing it as well as he would have liked, but just cut enough to evade the man there at mid-on, and it raced to the long-on boundary for a welcome boundary for the Jamaican Scorpions.
He's beaten outside the off stump, looking again to drive. So you could say it's a chaotic innings, a bit schizophrenic. A good shot here and there, but a naughty one here and there as well from skipper Campbell.
He's been prepared to play shots. What we've seen is just the inconsistencies of the Windward Island opening bowlers so far, at least. That has really presented a few scoring opportunities for him, which he has taken advantage of. But just on a couple of occasions, whenever they've gotten in length right, they've definitely posed some problems for John Campbell.
Driving again and beaten outside the off stump. And that's the end of the over. So at the end of 7 overs, the Jamaica Scorpions, they are now 26 without loss. So a good start from them. And after some words here from my co-commentator Osnet Cato, we'll have a replacement in the commentary box where we'll have Stacey and Adams and Keswick Williams.
Yes, a steady start there from the Jamaican Scorpions. Both openers so far looking reasonably comfortable. We mentioned that John Campbell can be a bit frenetic at times with his stroke play. But the Jamaican Scorpions, they will be reasonably pleased with their progress so far. In terms of the Windward Island Volcanoes, they'll be looking for an early breakthrough. Captain Sonny Lambris, I'm sure he'll be looking to his bowlers to get a breakthrough for him here this morning to justify his decision to bowl first.
Thank you, Mr. Cato. It's a welcome for me as well. Love what I'm seeing here at the Arnisville playing field. As Mr. Martin runs in from the beach end. As I mentioned, the Windward Island team have been improving over the years in terms of first-class cricket. New captain this year in Sunil Lambris. Captain before, but not having the main captain here in Alec Atenes, who is with the West Indies team, who just won their last game in Pakistan. It's a good look for the Windward Islands. Here to continue this stint with me is Stacey and Adams. How are you doing?
Yeah, thanks for that greeting there, Keswick. So a change in the commentary box and a change in the bowling attack as well. Darius Martin with ball in hand. So it's been a good showing so far from the Jamaican batters. They've been proactive in their running and their foot movement down the wicket, particularly Captain John Campbell. The Windward Islands, they have struggled to find the consistency in the line and length very early to these two Jamaican openers.
You mentioned John Campbell, and it's really good to see him back in the cricket. He's been out for some years, and lifting delivery from Martin. You know when he bowl a good delivery because his knees always get higher after the delivery. You know when he's hype, you know when he's in good stride. Have his injuries over the years, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from him this year. In the nets with the Windwards, obviously the Windwards team is here on camp. So definitely like what I'm seeing from him. Whenever he bowls a good delivery, his knees always get higher with his follow-through. But as I was mentioning with John, I like the fact that he's back in the Jamaica team and immediately given skipper of the team. Shows a lot of respect and confidence from JCA. I want to ask Stacey a question about John Campbell. Seeing that he's back in the team and giving skipper, what do you think about that?
Well, he did captain the team, I believe, in the 50 overs tournament. It shows the type of faith that they have in him, John Campbell. And he's looking good with the bat so far. Seems to be somebody who, when given the responsibility, he stands up as well. Not just with captain, but also with the bat in hand. And he's looking quite decent for the Jamaicans this morning.
Definitely. And I saw him in the Super 50. And I'll tell you what, he looks like he wants to get back into the team. his awareness, not as a skipper, but as a batter at the crease, how he scores, his position when he hits the ball, everything looks a lot better with John Campbell with this comeback. Which means he was playing cricket while he was over there in the United States. So it shows that he's actually ready to get back into the West Indies team. Did pretty well for them as skipper as well in the 50 over tournament. Took them to the finals. The year before that, they came last in the Super 50 tournament, but I think they shared a title last year with Barbados. In the finals, there was a bit of up and down, Stacey, but that's something that we have to think about another time. But it's the end of Darius Martin over his 26 without loss.
Yes, 8 overs bowl, a really good over from Darius Martin to start. It had a lot of consistency, particularly in his line of attack to the right-handed batter. A 26 without loss after 8 overs. Yeah, so far, Kesrick, it doesn't appear to be a lot of pace in this surface. Not a lot really rushing the batters. So far, that is. We saw John Campbell, he was prepared to come down the track to the fast bowlers as well. That really is a telling sign of the lack of pace in the surface.
It is something that I've mentioned to the skipper. We had a conversation before this tournament. John Campbell then coming down again, but when you really look at the Windward Islands pace attack, Darius Martin, who we just saw, also Gillen Tyson, probably 2 fastest of the lot, and then Ryan John, who's not really express pace, but had a really good season 2 years ago when they first came second after a long period being at the bottom of the table, picked up about over 16 wickets or so. Ever since then, he has been using the new ball for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Has been doing a fairly good job with it. Still would like to see him get a bit more pace. That one just coming into John just working it onto the onside.
And again, the quick running and show from the Jamaicans, not allowing any single out there. But back to Ryan John. Last year, he had a very good season, picked up 25 wickets, particularly like this opposition, picked up 5 for 43 against them, had a play of the match performance against them with bat and ball, also scored 57 runs in that match, 6 wickets in total against this opposition.
Usually do well against Jamaica, Ryan John. Had a conversation with him. He usually say when he's playing against Jamaica, you can put his memory chip in. And it's just runs and wicket he thinks about. Looks good so far. That one just punched down the ground. A little bit of ease. Really want to get to the boundary. Good chase by Kenneth Demba, who is now the vice captain of the Volcanoes.
Yes, it was played a bit uppishly by Brown. Couldn't really get to it there, Ryan John, to try to take any catch in his follow through. Didn't really get up, but he saw that was a bit uncomfortable by the batter. That full pitch delivery straighter. Wasn't really sure whether to go back or come forward on that occasion. So it's a good delivery, a good sign there from Ryan John to the right-handed batter. Campbell now on strike.
And it's a bit of, when you look at John and the way he leave alone, it's sort of funny, but it's just his way of leaving the ball. His bat is far away from the ball, so it's okay. He's comfortable doing it.
It's pretty similar to that of Steve Smith of Australia. Has a very expressive way of leaving the deliveries.
A comedic leave, you would say. Good to see Kieran Kotoy back into the squad for the Volcanoes. I haven't seen him in a while, but it's good to see that he's back. Also Pascal, who played in the under-19 tournament last year here at the Arnesville playing field. Also to Tamari Redwood of Jamaica. So it's good to see the young talent making strides. But that one just played uppishly. out to the Gillen Tyson, who's on the sweet boundary pretty early. It's the end of the over, end of another Ryan John over. Score is 28 without loss. 29, sorry.
Yes, they put a sweeper out for John Campbell, but and actually the over isn't finished as yet. There's another delivery, but they put that sweeper back for John Campbell, recognizing that he's willing to go after the fuller pitch deliveries. But so far in the over, I haven't seen any really pitched up to him. It's just been short of a length or on a good length. So I think the Windward Island should be looking to get that ball up some more. Fuller length to John Campbell, as he's been willing to take it on. Missed a few as well. So last delivery coming up now from Ryan John to Brong.
Looking at the stats here, it's been a while since the Volcanoes have won this tournament. Jamaica, on the other hand, they have been slipping in terms of performance over the last 4 years or so. Windwards have been improving the last 2 years. Finished second. I think the last tournament that they played, it started pretty well. The first, second, and third round. Somewhere along the line, they lose some momentum. And then Guyana picked up momentum and never looked back.
Yeah, that's how it's actually been in the last 2 4-day tournaments. Guyana being champions on those 2 occasions, and the Windward Islands having to settle for second place. So they'll be certainly looking to take it one step further this year. Jamaica, on the other hand, lingered at the bottom of the table, 7th position for them last year. In fact, when these two met last year in Jamaica, Windward Islands victorious against Jamaica. And so Jamaica certainly will have a point to prove against Windward Islands, defeating them, I believe, in the last 2 for the championship.
The last 3 years, the Jamaica 7th, 6th, and 5th. So they're always lingering at the bottom. It's a good sharp one there from Darius Martin. Windward's, on the other hand, 5th, 2nd, 2nd. Good sharp one there from Darius Martin. Usually put a lot more effort into his bumpers, I would say. You want him to bowl those same line and length, same energy, same effort, hitting that top of off stump length.
Yeah, seems to be a bit of a plan as well to John Campbell. We saw Gillen Tyson very early, started with a short pitch delivery, a very wayward short pitch delivery, but it seemed to be a bit of a plan. 2 men back for that pull shot. Uses his feet on that occasion, stifled appeal from the bowler. And again, he's actually been prepared to come down the track to the Pacers. Leg by signal by umpire Tuckett.
Seen a lot of that in the Super 50 tournament. So he usually do it to disrupt the line of the bowler. And that's just how he plays, and that's how he gains confidence.
Well, it's the plan that's working for him. I don't think that he should change it. For the Windward Islands, though, I do believe that pitching it up outside the off stump might be the way to get his wicket here today. We've seen him flashing outside the off stump and missing to a few of the deliveries. The Windward Islands should look to be more consistent in that area to him.
Really well played. It's a little bit of sluggish outfield. Wouldn't get to the boundary. Chased by skipper Ambrose. Good looking shot by Brong. Heard a lot about Brong last year when I was in Jamaica doing the first leg. Really well rated by Chadwick Walton, who is not with Jamaica anymore. And the conversation I had with him, he said that Carlos Brong is the future of Jamaica cricket.
Yes, he had 315 runs last year to his name, 80 being his highest score. That one, he just whipped it into the onside, not timed quite well. Good running by the pair in the wicket, picking up 3.
Scored 100 last year in the Super 50 tournament as well. So shot again. No damage done, but I had the conversation with John Campbell in Super 50 last year, and I asked the reason why he's walking down the pitch or even moving towards fast bowler. He said he disrupts their line and length. So what happened when he comes down the pitch, he gets to the ball fuller, and then bowlers tend to bowl a bit shorter, and then he stay back in his crease, and then he plays his cut and pull shots. So he disrupt the length of the bowlers. I haven't seen him play like that in a while, because before him being out of cricket, the couple of years that he was out, he wasn't moving that much. But now we're seeing a different John Campbell, and it's really working for him on the back foot, punched out to cover. Gillen better protect himself there, Stacey.
Yeah, that was really timed off the bat of Brong. Just couldn't quite find the gap. Both of these batters seem to be in really good nick. And back to John Campbell, I mean, his plan is working quite well. The Windward Islands are playing right into his hands. If you look at the field setting that they have for him and the line of attack that they have chosen to bowl against John Campbell, going short to him in the previous deliveries bowled to him by Martin.
Good defense by Brown. But it's the end of the over, end of another over. The score is 34 without loss.
So a really good start here by the Jamaicans. Windward Islands winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. I'm pretty sure they would have been expecting at least a wicket in that column this morning. But both of these batters, they have shown their wares as openers. Proactive between the wickets as well. The running has been exceptional between these two. Looking to pounce on anything that's wayward, put it away to the boundary. There's a change of ends for Gill and Tyson. I like to see the Windward Islands bowlers a lot more consistent in terms of their line and length to these openers. I think they've been a bit too sporadic in terms of their, as Tyson runs into Campbell. Short of a length.
Gill and Tyson really the fastest out of the lot. What I like about this pitch so far is the consistency in terms of bounce.
As Tyson last year came in as a injury replacement player, he played 3 games, picked up 16 wickets. Such an impact he had in the back end of that tournament there for the Windward Islands. Such an impact he made coming into that side. So far, he's a lot of consistency this morning. He's hoping he'll find it from this end here to Campbell.
That impacts Stacey. He's now on contract with the Volcanoes. And that should boost his confidence even more. Cricket West Indies is looking for fast bowlers. But we were having a conversation about John Campbell, the over before, and I don't really want it to be about John Campbell, but looking at him probably scoring runs to get back into the West Indies setup. The question for you, Stacey, and I'll be asking Stacey some questions throughout the day, and some ticklish questions as well, and some quiz.
Wow, I didn't realize we were going to school here in the commentary box. Well,
Definitely.
bring it on, Kesrick.
Definitely, Stacey. But my question to you is, how do you see a John Campbell scoring runs in this tournament, getting back into the West Indies team, and how can he fit in to a West Indies setup, whether it be the one day or the test team?
Well, first of all, this is the first game of the 4-day championship. Still a long way to go before we start answering questions of whether John Campbell can force his way back into a West Indies squad. He's just 20 of 36. Maybe we can have that conversation somewhere in the middle of the innings or close to the end of the tournament when we see the scores and the way he goes about getting his runs. I'm
not going to forget you, Stacey. I'm going to come back. Remember, I'll be doing a lot of pop quiz during this game. See a few that I'll ask, but I'll spread them out a bit.
Certainly scoring runs help. So Michael Louis, opener for West Indies right now, amassed a total of 682 runs last year in the 4-day championship. So that's the best way to get into a West Indies team. Obviously, scoring runs help. It's a nice
Good lifting delivery from Tyson.
Not just lifting, but leaving the batter as well. So good signs from Tyson from this end so far in this new spell from him.
Did mention he's the quickest of the lot. The pitch has good bounce. Shout out to the ground staff here at the Arnisville Cricket Field, or the Cricket Stadium, I should say. Good pitch.
Kenneth Demba with the switch of the Bills. We saw that from Stuart Broad against Manus Labuschagne in the Ashes. Picked up a wicket the very next ball. So Kenneth Demba hoping for some sort of luck as Tyson runs into Carlos Brown.
Oh, needs to stop it. Doesn't think that work. I really don't think it do, but it's the end of the over. End of another over from Tyson. Score is 35 without loss.
So a much better over there from Tyson in terms of the line and length to the right-handed batter. Just a leg by in that over. 35 without loss after 11. Darius Martin to continue. We still see two men out on the hook, on the pull. Shadrach Descart at deep square leg and a man at deep fine. As Martin runs into Campbell. Pulling this time aerially, but landing just short of that fielder. A run-out chance as well. So almost playing into the hands there of that short pitch delivery ploy there, John Campbell from the Windward Islands team.
I think that's his plan, and that's Windward's plan as well. Good bounce in the surface, and he's known for bowling his short balls.
Hey,
a few guys a couple of years ago going off the field concussion protocol.
Yeah, you mentioned that John Campbell's plan is to get the bowlers to bowl short to him. On that occasion, he wasn't quite ready for that short pitch delivery. Brung now on strike. Getting a bit of an edge there to that third slip.
Just 20 first-class wicket for Darius Martin. Just 7 games, 13 innings. Really can't say much about his batting though. Don't want to say it on air. I'm doing better than him. And if I'm doing better than him, well. Martin need to work on his batting, Stacey.
Well, he's bowling quite well so far here this morning, and I think that's what he's being paid for. If it comes down to him, we hope that if it comes down to him and they need 1 off 1, he'll be able to score that. Don't you think he'll be able to do that, Kesrick?
I don't want to say it on air, Stacey. I want to keep the young man confidence up.
His confidence seems to be quite up with his bowling so far this morning, hitting the right areas so far to Carlos Brown.
Definitely like what I'm seeing from him this year. Another lifting delivery, good errors. And I tell you, whenever he bowls a good delivery, you can see the knees go a bit higher whenever he's following through. And that's what you want. Your bowlers hitting good areas, good carry to the keeper. And looking at the keeper, I'm thinking that knowing the assistant coach for Windwards, I'm I'm thinking he's doing a lot of work with him because both are the shortest keeper ever to play first class cricket in the Caribbean. Carlton Ball. Shout out to Carlton Ball. That's one, just a little clip. Not sure if it's off the pads or off the bat. It's a leg by. So that one's just off the tie pad.
Just meeting his line there on that occasion. Darius Martin. Benjamin tried his best to get there, but just evading him and going all the way to the boundary for 4 leg buys was the signal.
Definitely leg buys. I mean, if he was a little bit taller, probably would have gotten to that. But he's a fine keeper, good glove work.
Yeah, I think if you looked at the replay, it actually went under his glove. So he did try his best to get there. Put in quite a stretch there, the young man Benjamin. Unfortunately for him, it just rolled under his glove.
Definitely the shortest keeper ever to play first class cricket, though, Stacey.
It's a better line there from Darius Martin to back things up. Making the ball talk here in this first session, Darius Martin. They're 40 without loss after 12 overs. And it'll be the first break of this 4-day championship, a drinks break here. Match between Windward Islands and Jamaica.
Definitely a good first hour from Volcanoes. Bowlers hitting some good areas. They just need to continue from there. Really good start from them. Really good pitch. Yes, we're back here at the Annisville Cricket Stadium. First hour done and dusted. Sun is still out. No sight of rain. So this is something good. Breeze blowing across the ground. Really nice. So good breeze, good pitch. Players looking full energy. But I get someone who just walk into the come box here with me. And I want to say good morning to you. Mr. Kato. I don't like to say Usnat. I like to say Mr. Kato because it sounds nice. Good day, Mr. Kato.
Good morning to you, Kesrick. Good morning to you, Mr. Williams. Whatever is relevant in this case. A steady start from the Jamaica Scorpions this morning, having been inserted by the Windward Island Volcanoes. They'll be quite pleased with the start so far, as this one is cut uppishly all the way for 6. So we were just mentioning it's a steady start, but John Campbell on that occasion going a bit more than steady with that uppercut over Tordman for 6, the first of the innings, as the Jamaica Scorpion moves on to 46 without loss.
Not a good start from Gillen. He has been bowling short all morning. He needs to change that. They had a good start already. I think both teams half and half in terms of how they have played. John Campbell looking good at the crease. Also Brown. Darius Martin with the ball for Windward and Ryan John. Just Gillen Tyson for me. It's probably a bit too short here, Kato. And a good shot by John Campbell. And we'll expect that from him. As long as you're a bit loose, he would play shots.
But I think what has happened, we've seen quite a couple of deliveries actually. A couple of lifting deliveries. We'll get back to that after this delivery.
Down the pitch again. It's a shout. Not sure what's happening. The celebrations were looking good. John Campbell on move. Also, umpire Butler. A little bit of excitement for nothing. Walking down the pitch again, John Campbell. Passing in between the pad and pad. On move, umpire Butler. John Campbell looking unbothered.
Yes, the wicketkeeper and the slip cordon were quite confident in that appeal. Just looking at the replay, a bit inconclusive from our end. We don't have the benefit of snickle or hotspot. But that delivery just angling back into the left-hander. We've seen that movement all morning. And John Campbell on that occasion will be quite pleased that that delivery, in the eyes of umpire Butler, missed his inside edge and also missed the stumps.
Really good move from skipper Sunil Lambris. I like the feel that he's set into John Campbell as well. They just need to hit that line and length more consistently. Obviously, Sunil Lambris will know a lot of John Campbell. They played on the 19 World Cup together. Both of them skipper of this of both teams, Jamaica and the Windward Island. Both play for West Indies as well.
Yes, you mentioned the field position, that man at deepish point. Kesrick, that's an interesting position.
There we see that leave alone again from John Campbell.
Yes, it's an interesting position. I think he's there for a delivery outside the off stump, and John Campbell perhaps throwing the kitchen sink at it. And the field out there, Descartes, I think. Yes, just hovering around that deep extra cover, not all the way back, but hoping that they can forge some sort of dismissal in that manner.
John Campbell is usually a guy that definitely plays his shot, doesn't it? That feeler is set there for that short delivery and that one that goes away, and he likes to cut the ball. And he cuts the ball in the air. See that comedic leave again?
I think from a Windward's perspective, we just need to group a couple of deliveries together. We have not seen that consistency as it relates to line and length. I think especially against John Campbell, he's the more aggressive of the two openers so far, 27 from 42 deliveries. I think they just need to get a group of deliveries, a sequence of deliveries in and about that off-stump line on a good length, and just see what would be his response.
When you have a fast bowler like a Gillen Tyson in your lineup, who's the fastest, he needs to be consistent. Try to present that opportunity of picking up a wicket for his skipper. He did get a shout in the last over. Umpire Butler on move, but it's the end of another over. Another Gillen Tyson over. Score is 47 without loss.
Yes, an interesting battle here brewing here at the Annisville playing field, especially with the likes of John Campbell at the wicket. Always seem to be some sort of activity against all the seamers so far. He has been prepared to play his shots. A couple of occasions he has been quite fortuitous. None more so than the last over where there was a loud appeal from the wicketkeeper and the slip cordon. Umpire Butler on that occasion judging it to be not out. So John Campbell riding his luck to some extent. We've seen a couple of plays and misses. We've seen some very good shots as well. As Darius Martin from this the Beckwith end continues. Bit of sloppy cricket there on that occasion, and it's going to basically gift the Jamaican Scorpions a couple of extra runs. Monday at backward point. Just trying to effect a run out and basically missed the stump and not good backing up there by Descartes. See him shaking his head. So 2 more runs to the Jamaica Scorpions. They move up to 49 without loss here at the Annisville Sporting Complex.
Want to commend the ground staff here at Annisville Cricket Stadium as well. Mr. Cato, they've been doing a lot of work leading up to the World Cup, after the World Cup, into the T20 series. Another short delivery by Martin. And then they walk straight into the Regional 40 tournament. So a lot of work here at the Annisville Cricket Stadium done by the ground staff. And I like to see the square still green. The first day, good grass, good bounce, good consistency. Want to shout out the head creator here, Bill Edwards. Also the ground staff here at the Annisville Cricket Stadium. They have been doing some good work. And I'm very happy that they're continuing to do that good work going into a lot of cricket that we have coming up here at the Annisville Cricket Stadium this year. What I would like to ask Osnet though, just a single by Brown. T20s was played here in December, and I'm pretty sure that he was here because he's in love with cricket. What did you like about those T20s here at Annisville?
Well, I think the interesting thing about those games was that they were assistants for both the seamers and the spinners. I think before those games, we would have had in our thoughts the spinners would have a field day, having seen what took place in the World Cup prior to that. A bit of assistance is always there for the spinners on this wicket. But I think what we saw also, the Bangladeshi seamers, the likes of Taskin, they really bowled well, got the ball to move around. And it tells me that as long as you're bowling on this wicket and you're willing to bend your back and utilize your skills, there's definitely some assistance there for you. As we see, a very good save there from Kotoy, very athletic, one of the better fielders in this outfit, as that one was punched down the ground by John Campbell again, showing his full repertoire of shots here at the Annisville playing field.
And while we show congratulate or show accolades to the ground staff, there's always something that they can improve on. I would start by saying the outfield is a little bit sluggish, and even some good shots that have been played that we saw this morning, fielders are still retrieving the ball, even though it's really played with some good power in the outfield. Still a little bit more work to be done in the outfield in terms of the pace when ball has been hit into the outfield. There's always improvement that you can make, and that's the only how you're gonna get better. You see things and you try to get better. We certainly see the pitches here at Annisville Cricket Stadium is getting better ever since the VPL tournament that was last played here. And I heard a little bit of laughter in the background because guess what? A lot of runs were scored here in VPL. Good pitch, really good cricket.
This delivery is just dragging back a bit. Darius Martin here in the middle of a very good spell. I think he's been the most consistent of the three seamers we've seen so far in terms of getting a bit of assistance, a bit of bite, a bit of a lift from the wicket. He's a relatively tall man as well. As another over comes to an end, at the end of it, 14 overs completed. Jamaica Scorpions, after being insulted this morning by the Windward Island Volcanoes, they're 54 without loss.
Sitting in this com box, such a pleasure to be here, because from where we're at, we're not really seeing the beach because it's behind us, but we're seeing the mountains, the lush green mountains here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're getting a good view of the old airport as well. No plane landing today. And no plane won't be landing anytime soon, Mr. Cato. But definitely this view is a really good view. But I'm thinking Cato would like to see the beach end, because looking from the other side, which is the airport end, he would see his hometown in Beckway. Pretty sure that he would like that end, because he will be looking and seeing Beckway behind where we're sitting here now, wasn't it?
Well, you spoke about landing. That last shot there from John Campbell, I think he was trying to land one of those deliveries in the vicinity of that airport you just mentioned. Quite a loose shot from him. Using his feet once again. We've seen that on a couple of occasions. In fact, we've seen it on 3 or 4 occasions from John Campbell this morning. A couple of times successfully, and on that occasion, missing it completely. You mentioned Beckway, for those persons not familiar with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's one of our Grenadine Islands, our lovely Grenadine Islands, I must say to you. If you're in St. Vincent anytime soon, Beckway is definitely somewhere that you'll want to visit. But for now, you're looking at Tyson running into Campbell, and this one is short and pulled ferociously backward of square, and another boundary there for John Campbell.
Denver looking a little bit surprised. Didn't have a chance, Kenneth Denver. Too short again from Gillen Tyson. Pulled with a lot of power. John Campbell getting into strides here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium. Looking pretty well.
Well, I think you were spot on, Kesrick, in terms of, you mentioned the thought process of John Campbell, in terms of using his feet and then just camping on his back foot, waiting for that short of a length. And we've seen that perfectly manifested in this over. First delivery using his feet, although not successfully. But on that occasion, a previous delivery, he was served up with, I would say, a juicy short ball, and really deposited it easily backward of point on the leg side for a boundary.
And that's his plan, and I've seen it throughout the 50 over tournament. John Campbell usually use his feet to paces and then disrupt the length, and then they go short. And he likes the sharp pitch deliveries. So it's a plan that's been working pretty well, but that one was a bit sharper. Tried to get out the way. And it's something that Windies has been using over the last 2 years or so with their fast bowlers. Darius Martin on fine leg, Kenneth Denver on the deep square leg boundaries, using their short pitch deliveries. Their fast bowlers, I think, put a lot more effort into their short deliveries, so they're more quicker. Saw Darius Martin a couple of years ago give a few batters concussion. They had to go off the field. Shows the effort that these guys put into their shorter deliveries. Again, using his feet, John Campbell. Not successful on that occasion, but it's something that he has been using in this game a lot. A dot to finish though. The score is 58 without loss.
It's another interesting over there. John Campbell being his usual self. Trying to attack whenever he's offered the opportunity. And that occasion, trying to use his feet again. Tyson just putting a bit more effort, a bit more steam into that delivery. And landing a blow onto his right elbow. The physio coming onto the field, not wearing a Any sort of protection in that area, John Campbell? So the Jamaican physio onto the field, just to give some attention to the number 32. I think this will be an opportunity for Sonel Ambrose, the captain, to just pull his team together, try and devise any sort of plans that they have, re-emphasize plans prior to the match against these batters, because they definitely need some sort of breakthrough. It's been a comfortable start from the Jamaican Scorpions so far. John Campbell there, 38 from 50. Carlos Brown playing a very supportive role, 9 from 37. Run rate just below 4 runs per over, so it's been a reasonable progress by these two.
Usually a slow starter, Carlos Brown. But as I mentioned earlier, had a conversation while I was in Jamaica last year, and I was told that he's the future of Jamaica cricket. Good player, jives the ball well, pulls the ball well. But usually a slow starter. Takes a while to get into stride. Very well fitted for 4-day cricket. That's exactly what you want. Also, I'd like to make mention of Blackwood, who is in this squad as well. A senior talisman here. Just 2 runs away from getting to that 8,000 first-class runs in Jermaine Blackwood. Good to see him here as well. Also, Redwood, who we saw here last year in the under-19 tournament, is now here in Jamaica set up. And this is what you want to see. These young players graduating to the next level. Fuller delivery by Martin. No damage done, just one. But definitely something that we like. We saw the inclusion of the CCC back into 4-day cricket. Also, the West Indies Academy. And what I want to ask us next, I said I would be asking a lot of questions going forward today, is what do you like about the inclusion of CCC and also the West Indies Academy in the 4-day cricket?
Well, I think the plan is to actually have a pool of players around the Caribbean where we can choose from. And I think it's important that there's talent identification. And not all of these players are able to get into their home teams. So it's good to have a CCC, it's good to have a West Indies Academy where we could have some of the more talented youngsters around the Caribbean, those under-19 stars you mentioned, who we have seen over the past couple of years, and playing together, getting used to this level of cricket, because it must be said it's a step up from the under-19 level to first-class cricket, and we're hoping that at some point in time, our first-class cricket can actually rival some of those other first-class tournaments around the world.
I'll tell you something. I had a conversation with a young man about CCC. Well, it was more about the West Indies Academy, and he asked me, why are they playing 4-day cricket? Why are they in this tournament? Another short pitch delivery from Martin. And I mentioned to that young man, I said, I like that they're in the tournament. Because they're developing players. When they are developing players, you would always find some sort of failure in them. They won't come and master the tournament. They won't come and win a tournament like that. If these West Indies Academy is winning these 4-day tournament or these list A tournaments that we're having in the Caribbean, we definitely have a problem. But it's about building players for the future. These players should be in the academy team for a couple of years and then make that transition into their first-class team. If you have a player in the West Indies Academy for 4 years, then you know there's an issue. He's not developing. But you want these players in the West Indies Academy after a year, 2 years, 3 years or so to be making that transition into their first-class team. And they're basically building that bridge or bridging that gap where you always find the under-19 players losing out between the age of 19 and 22. Another short pitch delivery pulled behind square. Just a single. So what West Indies cricket did was bring in that West Indies Academy team so that they can bridge that gap, because you always find the under-19 players, for some reason, they got lost for a couple of years because they cannot get into their 4-day team. So that is just bridging the gap. to make that transition into your 40 team a little bit easier. So yes, it's a good move by Cricket West Indies to bring in the West Indies Academy into this tournament, because they're developing players, and wherever there's development, you will find a bit of failure. They are not here to master 40, but to develop to get to the next level.
This one is whipped nicely out to a long leg region. Should be able to get two quite comfortably, and they do. I think that's been a feature of the partnership as well, the running between the wickets.
Definitely like that. Good calling. Both players are really good friends, so they would understand each other. But good calling between the wickets.
Just to add to your point, Kesrick, you mentioned transitioning. I think that's a key term there. That has been a challenge in the past in terms of getting these players through the ranks and really preparing them for international cricket. I think we've been quite fortunate as well to see a lot of these youngsters, these under-19 players. I think the last 3 or so tournaments, West Indies under-19 tournaments, were played actually right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So we know some of these players quite well. And we see the likes of Stefan Pascal today in the Windward Island setup. And as you mentioned, Tamari Redwood in the Jamaican setup as well. And I'm sure all of the other teams are littered with these players. See the like of Auguste as well. All of these players are players we would have seen in the under-19 tournament. So as you mentioned, it's an opportunity for them to not only showcase their talent, but also learn from some of the senior players that we have around. And cricket is always a learning game.
Definitely, Kato, and I like the fact that West Indies is trying to bridge that gap so that we don't really lose players or lose out on players, but it's the dot to finish. Another Darius Martin over. Score is 62 without loss.
Yes, he continues to plug away here, Darius Martin, bowling quite a bit of pace. I think he's been a bit more consistent than the other seamers on show. A couple of deliveries going past the outside edge. And 5 overs, none for 16. As I mentioned before, Captain Ambrose will be looking forward to something in that 4th column. Jamaica Scorpions, on the other hand, they'll be quite pleased with this start, having been inserted this morning by the Windward Island Volcanoes. They're 62 without loss. Just a little bit under 4 runs per over, 3.88. Reasonable, steady progress by the Jamaicans this morning.
Something that I would like to see the Windward Island bowler improve on in this game is their line and length, both. I don't think they have been working that line or length pretty well. That line of uncertainty as well. You were not seeing it. They have been predominantly short throughout the first hour and now the second hour. Still need to see them getting John to play a little bit more in front of him. Most of the shots that John have been playing is pull shots or that cut shot. Haven't really been driving the ball. So you want to see more of that, because him driving the ball would definitely mean that he's opening up his edge or creating that opportunity to take the edge. Not really seeing that from Tyson. That one outside the line of your off stump. Not a bad delivery, but John is very comfortable. He understands where his off stump is.
Okay, just to flip the script a bit, you mentioned you have a series of trivia questions for us today. Just going to ask you, in your capacity as a former fast bowler, how easy it is to really get carried away by 1 or 2 deliveries really taking off or lifting off. I think we've seen that today. A couple of deliveries, both from Tyson and Martin, really lifting and causing a bit of discomfort for these 2 batters. How easy it is as a fast bowler really to get carried away, because I think that has influenced their backup deliveries in terms of going short again, hoping that they get the same sort of assistance.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how I'll answer that. There's something called amateur bowlers. And there are guys who you call, I don't want to put it in a bad way, but guys who understand what they need to do. So for me, playing first class cricket, when I played first class cricket for CCC, what made me get carried away was the carry. As a fast bowler, you like to see the carry. You like to see keepers taking it at chest height. You like to see keepers jump and take it above their head. And that in itself, for a fast bowler, like that, that's it. So Tyson will like to see that. But that may not work. So what he needs to do is pitch it up a little bit more to try to get the edge of probably Carlos Brown or John Campbell. But I tell you what, fast bowlers like to see the carry. I myself like to see a little bit of carry. That encourages you as a fast bowler. And then you get carried away with bowling the short pitch delivery. And he needs to remember that he has the shortest keeper ever in first class cricket.
Well, that was an excellent take, though,
Definitely.
by Benjamin.
Full stretch. He had to turn to a 6-feet guy there. That's the line that he needs to bowl. Definitely good catch by Kieran Katoy. Carlos Brown is unmoved. I'm looking at the umpire Butler. Carlos Brown is still there. The celebration is going wild. A discussion by both umpires now, Tuckett and Butler. What would it be? But it's a very good catch by Kieran Katoy. We have to take a look at the replay here. Carlos Brown is walking. Dyson Butler with the jetted finger. First wicket. And that's what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I am talking about here, Kato. Hit those line and lengths. Take that edge. And Kieran Katoy is one of the best fielders in the Windward's team. Not the one that you wanted to go to. Really, really good catch. First wicket down. Carlos Brown is gone for 12. Windwards with the celebrations.
Yes, that delivery, just in that corridor of uncertainty, something that you were just alluding to, Kesrick. He mentioned that the fact that they've actually had a couple of deliveries, like the one we saw 2 deliveries ago, really taking off. But that delivery was just in that line and length where Brown had to play at it, got the outside edge, and as you mentioned, a brilliant catch there from Katoy in the slip cord and really showing his credentials as one of the better fielders in this Windward Island outfit.
A long, long walk back for Carlos Brown. Not one of the walks that you would want to make when you're a cricketer. Walking back to the pavilion with your heads down. But this will only bring the West Indies number 3 batter. Haven't been in the West Indies team for a while now. Kirk McKenzie. Walk to the crease. Didn't really make a good showing for Jamaica last year after coming back from Australia when West Indies made that historic win. I just find that he's a little bit loose outside the line of off stump. Usually get nicks off pretty easily. Something that he needs to change. Sunil Ambrose realizing that. Open up the offside and putting himself at first slip. Gillen Tyson, first ball, a bumper again. I think after this, the physio have to check out Mr. Benjamin. I hope he don't get a side strain with all those stretches. But it's the end of the over. Dot to finish. A good over by Tyson. Tyson picking up the first wicket here for the Windward Islands. The score is 63 for 1.
Yes, a successful over there from Tyson on the Windward Island. His captain will be quite pleased with that. And once again, just striving for a bit of extra effort, a bit of extra pace there. That forced delivery to Mackenzie. Jamaica Scorpions 63 for 1. John Campbell still there. It's been quite positive, 40 from 58 deliveries. So I'm sure Captain Ambrose will be quite eager to see the back of him pretty soon as I welcome back Mr. Alonso Cruikshank into the commentary box.
Yes, thank you very much, Ozzy. Good morning again to our viewers. Good day for those in different parts of the world, different time zones. A very important wicket there by the Scorpions, the Volcanoes, to remove this Carlos Brown. Single taken there off the pads. Leg by signal by umpire Carl Tuckett. We have been having some off-air discussion, Osnet, about the lengths that the Windward Islands bowlers have utilized. And we were saying that they have been getting some pretty just movement, especially for the first 10 overs or so this morning. And we didn't see a lot of deliveries that were pitched in that, that area where it would cause the batsman to come forward. We usually call that around the top of our stump. Full to encourage the drive, but not full enough where it's a half volley. We saw the movement from both Tyson and John, but a lot of short deliveries and back of the length deliveries. Probably that's something that they'll look back on at the end of today as Martin comes in now to Mackenzie. Plays it down comfortably in front of him. There's no run. They added to the total. Mackenzie, one who was in the West Indies team, seems to be a very talented player. Looks like he has a lot of time, but for some reason has not produced the type of goods that we were expecting from him, the promise that he showed a couple of seasons ago. But of course, he's still a young man, so he has the opportunity to rectify that during this tournament.
Yes, a big tournament for him, Mackenzie. You mentioned his exploits in his previous encounter on a test scene, and he really set the world alight. I think the disappointing thing from his perspective would be the manner in which he really got out. In Australia, we saw on a couple of occasions driving the ball in the air, getting caught in the extra cover region. So I think that's a very good position there for Captain Ambrose to employ, especially to Mackenzie earlier on in his innings. But then again, you mentioned the lengths that they have been bowling. They will definitely need to adjust their lengths if they have to make that position a threatening position to Mackenzie.
That's a good length there from Martin. I think that's where he'd want to be. That's the length that we have been asking for. With 3 slips and a fine gully in place. That's where you need to be. You've seen that one catch has been taken at the second slip position already this morning. So while there's movement in this ball, it's only in its 18th over. You want to maximize that, especially since you're playing 3 pacers.
I think Captain Ambrose would have been looking for a bit more from Ryan John. I think he got a bit more movement than the other 2 bowlers we've seen in the attack so far. Got the ball to move away from the right-handers. Darius Martin, he perhaps hit the deck a bit more. Not really a swing bowler as such. Might be looking for some movement off the seam.
Martin again to Mackenzie. Plays this one out to the man at point. There's no run. In that languid style. Almost seemed to be batting without a care in the wall. That's how he looks to those who are looking at the game, Mackenzie.
Is it safe to say that that's a normal trait for some Jamaicans, the likes of Marlon Samuels in the past?
Well, I think it's not Jamaicans alone. I think we have had quite a few batsmen who seem to make batting look easy in the Caribbean over the years, over the decades. Lawrence Rowe. As Martin. Oh, that's what a lovely delivery. That one left him off the pitch. Beating all ends up as he covered up on off stump. That was a lovely delivery there from Martin as it just left him off the pitch. You would want to repeat that one quite often this morning. That's where he wants to be to both of these left-handed batsmen, Campbell and Mackenzie. At the end of 18 overs, the score here, Jamaica Scorpions, they're 64 for 1.
Yes, Martin continues to impress. We mentioned that of the 3 seamers, he seemed to have been the most consistent so far, that is. Tyson would have gotten a wicket in the previous over, but Martin has gone past the outside edge on quite a few occasions this morning, and I'm sure he'll be hoping that his luck turn for the better at some point in the time.
Tyson in again. This one is dropped. Dropped there by Pascal. That was a lifting delivery outside the off stump. There was John Campbell fending at it. And it was dropped there by Pascal, who dived to his right but couldn't hold on to that catch. How much will that turn out to the Windward Islands a little bit later on today? Wasn't it?
Well, it was a difficult chance, it must be said, but diving to his right, his stronger side, Stefan Pascal. I'm sure he's actually replaying his head now what perhaps he could have done differently. But as you mentioned, a lifting delivery outside the off stump. I think the difference between that delivery and previous deliveries was that one was outside the off stump and actually lifting. So John Campbell was not really in a position where he could have pulled that one. Just played at it and got the outside edge. And as you mentioned, a disappointing effort there from Stefan Pascal.
Quick single. Oh, and the captain there, Ambrose. I think if you had taken out that one clearly, that would have been a danger again there for Campbell. I think Campbell was basically saying with that run, I don't want to be on strike to this man. No.
Yes, offering 2 opportunities there to the Windward Islands, not taken. Captain Ambrose there, going to his left. I think that's the only thing we can say really worked against him on that occasion. A clean pickup and a throw at the stumps would have really caused some problems there for John Campbell. But he lives to fight another day. Riding his luck here this morning. He's played and missed on a couple of occasions, and then we saw that drop catch about 2 deliveries ago from Stefan Pascal. A missed run out opportunity, so definitely his day so far, John Campbell. 41 from 61 deliveries.
Mackenzie on strike. This one he put just out of the reach of Tyson there and was able to complete the single. Just tucked it off his pad. That's an interesting over here from Tyson. Remember when he started off this morning, he was saying that he looked a bit short of a gallop. But now he's really warmed to the occasion. He's bowling quickly. He's looking threatening. And you'll be disappointed that he didn't add to his tally earlier in this over. As we have the drizzle joining us here at the Arnesville playing field. Light drizzle for the time being. No immediate threat of stop to the play.
I think this switch of ends has actually worked in his favor as well. Just seem to get a bit more zest, a bit more assistance from the wicket from that end, that old airport end. Actually got the wicket bowling from that end, and I think the players are going off. Umpire Butler, with his local knowledge, just signaling to the ground staff to make their way out. Interestingly, there's actually a halt to the movement again. So a bit of uncertainty there on the part of both umpires as they look to judge whether or not to leave the field at this time.
At the moment, I think it's still playable. Whether or not it will change in a few minutes, left to be seen. But at the moment, the drizzle is quite light, nothing overly threatening. It's gotten a bit darker because of the cloud cover, but by no means dark enough to cause a threat in terms of the light available to the players. As Tyson comes in again to Campbell. So on a lifting delivery outside the off stump.
Tyson once again favoring that particular length. That's short of a length. And it's a question I posed to Kesrick earlier, Alance, in terms of whether or not some of these pacers would have gotten carried away with those couple deliveries we saw lifting. We saw one of them earlier on in this over where the chance was created. But by and large, we've seen quite a few of these short deliveries being bowled.
Yeah, I'll get back to that after this delivery. It's Tyson again into Campbell. It's too short on that occasion, well over the batsman's head. I think the delivery that he got him to glove to, just outside the off stump, it was not necessarily an out-and-out short ball. It was just a back of a delivery that lifted on him. So that's an area that would cause some problem for the batsman. But when it's that short, I mean, he has enough time to get under it and make that decision not to play, as we have seen from Campbell on that last occasion. So at the end of 19 overs, it's 66 for 1, Jamaica Scorpions. John Campbell is on 41 off 64, the Jamaica captain. He has been joined by his vice captain, Kirk McKenzie, who is now 1 off 7. Gillan Tyson, the sole wicket taker thus far, 1 for 24 off 8 overs. In the other 2 games that are being played right now, Guyana against the Barbados Pride. They are 45 for 2, the Guyana team. And the Leeward Islands, they are 80 for 1 against the West Indies Academy. The Trinidad and Tobago game is a day-night game, so that will start at 1 p.m., I think. So we'll give you some updates on that as we get them. We're going to see the introduction of spin for the first time. Vice Captain Demba, he's going to be bowling now. He has had a very good start to his first-class career, wasn't it?
Indeed so, has been a consistent performer for the Windward Island Volcanoes. A right arm off spinner. Kenneth Demba, as you mentioned, has been shouldered with more responsibility this time around, given the role of vice captain. So he'll be looking to put his hand up and lead from the front. Last year, played 3 games, 9 wickets. So he'll be looking to build on that. Yes, was injured at some point as well, which really limited his participation. We're hoping for a fit season, a fit and successful season for the Windward Islands.
Someone is driving Mackenzie, but straight to the man at cover. There is a man at slip. There's a man at backward point, a cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, short leg, and the man at deep backward square leg as Demba comes in now to Mackenzie. This one's close to the off stump. Seems to have been the arm delivery. Has a very traditional action, Demba. Hopper, skip, and a jump.
It will be very interesting to see how spin goes. We've seen from the pacer so far a bit of assistance by way of movement. Although we cannot both agree that the conditions were not totally exploited by the Windward Island opening bowlers. As we mentioned, the recent history of this wicket has provided assistance for both the spinners and the seamers. So I'm sure Demba will be drawing from that and trying to utilize his skills to the best of his abilities here this morning.
This one is a loud appeal by the keeper, and he's out. Mackenzie was looking to cut that one outside the off stump, and a very early success here for Demba in his first over, removing the Jamaica Scorpions vice captain, and that's a massive wicket there for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yes, a very good breakthrough there. We just mentioned a while ago it will be interesting to see how spin goes, and spin goes well in the eyes of Kenneth Demba as he is able to remove Court Mackenzie. His torrid run continues as he's dismissed for 1, and Jamaica they lose their second wicket. So Windward Island just creeping back into this contest here at the Annesville Sporting Complex.
Yes, it's a massive wicket, I would say. And as you mentioned, he has been going through a bit of a rough trot. Maybe not just in the last few first-class games, but even in terms of his test run. Had a bad time in England last summer as well. So it's something that he needs to get out of. Needs to look at where he's been dismissed, tighten up his game maybe, just to at least get some starts. Because you mentioned that he has had a bad run, and that bad run has really, in terms of the 4-day game or the test game, it has resulted in a lot of very low scores, single-digit scores. It means that he's not even getting starts. So that's something that he has to really work on, as he's replaced by Jermaine Blackwood, former West Indies vice captain. So now these are the 2 senior batting pros on the Jamaica team at the wicket.
Yes, Jermaine Blackwood, I'm sure most of our viewers are quite familiar with that name. Blackwood, a seasoned campaigner, one of the senior players in this Jamaican outfit. We'll be hoping to draw from that experience. Looking at the Jamaica squad, it's a squad littered with quite a few youngsters. A couple of them making their debut in this particular game. So I'm sure they'll be looking up to the likes of Jermaine Blackwood. And as you mentioned, Court Mackenzie, he has test match experience. And of course, John Campbell, the captain himself.
So then, but to the new batsman, Blackwood. Flighted on the leg stump, turn to mid-wicket, there's no run. And that's the end of Demba's first over. He has figures of 1 over, 1 maiden, none for 1. 66 for 2 are the Jamaican Scorpions.
Yes, 66 for 2. Windward Islands trying to claw their way back into this contest. Kenneth Demba there, a very good over. and getting the wicket there of Court Mackenzie. Just to make a slight correction, I know we mentioned that he has been going through a torrid run. He was actually the highest run scorer for Jamaica last year, 323 runs, average of 24. But such is the high standards that we want to keep these players at, given his experience at the highest level, being a test player as well. I just expect a bit more from these youngsters whenever they come back into a first-class tournament.
Yeah, I think he'll be the first to admit that an average of 24 in the first-class tournament for a West Indies player. At that time, he was still the incumbent number 3. So he'll be the first to say that return was not acceptable by his standards. As Ryan John comes into the attack now, bowling to Campbell. This one is straight. It's tucked on the onside for a single. Just wait to see the signal from the umpire. No signal, so it's a run off the bat. Campbell takes his score up to 42. And the Jamaican Scorpions, they now move up to 67 for 2 in the 21st over.
Just to add to the point we were making, 6 test matches for Court Mackenzie, 203 runs, an average of 16.9. Not a lot to write home about in terms of those figures. Played a couple of test matches in Australia. And also played here as well against England. India, sorry.
Yeah, you would say that he probably played against what is known as a big 3. So not the easiest opposition, but I mean, I think he will want to have done better than that. As this one is down the leg side by Campbell, by John, sorry, bowling to Blackwood.
I think the disappointment would be the manner in which he gets himself out, Alan. So once again, that delivery just short outside the off stump, perhaps not in a position to play that cut shot, just rushed through a bit and taking the outside edge. Not really a glory delivery, really getting him out. Yeah. So I think that would be the disappointing aspect of his dismissals so far, or at least in the recent times.
I agree with you. This one is edge, but not carrying to the man there at third slip. Good stop by Cyrus, taking it on the half volley. Yeah, I would agree with you. I think especially since he was only on 1 run, very early in your innings, looking to play that horizontal bad shot in the first over 2 of the spinner. Could have taken a look for maybe another over to see what's happening and try to reduce his risk so early in his innings as John comes in again to Blackwood. So one shortish delivery, plays it out to mid-wicket. The sun is back out again in all its glory, so as we thought, there would be no immediate threat from those very light showers that we had before in terms of curtailing any action here at Arnesville. It's a wonderful day, I must say, in terms of the conditions for cricket. Beautiful sunshine, green outfield, grassy pitch. So fuller delivery again, well played by Blackwood down the pitch, no run.
It's Jimmy in Blackwood. 5 matches last year, 88 runs, a high score of 27, so not really a lot to write home once again, and that's definitely the case with most of these Jamaican players, which really reflects in their position in the last year's tournament.
Yeah, I think their batting in particular struggled, really put a lot of pressure on the bowlers, including some of their experienced batsmen, so they'll be very happy to have John Campbell back, as this one is cutting him in half. Had some inward movement there, Ryan John, but no contact made with the batsman, so he remains there to fight and live for another day. As the over comes to an end, at the end of 21, Jamaica Scorpions, they are 67 for 2.
Yes, a very good end to the over there from Ryan John. A more consistent over, one of the better overs we've seen from him this morning, coming back for his second spell. So I'm thinking the captain will be looking forward to an improved effort from him, just to back up the effort done by Tyson earlier.
Yeah, I think in terms of his line, he struggled a bit with his line, and he was a bit too short as well for a bowler of his pace, John. He's not an out-and-out quick bowler. Does get the ball to move both ways. So that's an asset that he has. And I think really to maximize that asset, he needs to be a little bit more full in his length. As Demba comes in now to Campbell, he's sweeping, fine. Has time for one, should have time for two. And 2 runs there to Campbell with that fine paddle sweep.
There's quite a bit of a risky shot there from John Campbell against the off spinner. I'm sure Demba would not be too perturbed by that choice of shot. It'll be interesting to see how John Campbell goes against the spinner. We saw him against the Pacers using his feet. Not sure if he'll be quite as prepared to do so against Kenneth Demba. Doesn't give the ball a lot of air. Just use subtle variations in terms of his length and pace.
Again, he plays that paddle sweep, so this time there will be time for one. He comes back for the second. It's close, and it's a direct hit. Not out, says umpire Butler. That was a risky second. The fielder there looks like Solozano coming off the boundary. As we take a look at the replay. Released it quickly, flat throw. It was a close one. Umpire Butler judging that he was not out. It's a big risk to take, I think. He's now down on his haunches. Campbell had to put a lot into that effort to get into his crease. Maybe he has just pulled something up a little bit, maybe a little strain in the hamstring, or seemed to be clutching his thigh.
It's quite close, that replay. Based on the replay we are seeing here on our monitors, Alanson. We're just making it in the end, umpire Butler, and giving him the benefit of the doubt. But as you mentioned, it was a risky second. A direct hit always makes for interesting reading. But he lives to fight another John Campbell. It's been that sort of innings from him. He was actually given a life by Pascal in the previous over. And on that occasion, again, a very close call as it relates to run out. But he's there still. He's on 46 from 67. And from a Jamaican perspective, they'll be hoping that he can just build on his start, scoring at a reasonable rate as well. Blackwood just coming to the crease. An aggressive batsman by nature as well. Both of them will be looking to forge some sort of a partnership, being the perhaps the most experienced by way of matches in this Jamaican outfit.
Yeah, definitely there's a gulf in experience with Blackwood, Campbell, and the others in the side. Between them, they have played quite a lot of first-class games, as opposed to the other batsmen in the team. Demba comes in again, straight to delivery. He's going on to the back foot to play that one, causing some excitement among the Windward Islands Volcanoes fielders. Flighty delivery there from Demba. Played straight out to the man at short leg, Pascal.
At short leg position, Alanson, is it a case where the least experienced player is employed? See that on a couple of occasions.
This one is sweeping. This one, he should get 2 again, but I don't think he'll be trying for 2 runs this time. Actually, he does get the 2 runs, even with slight injury. So comfortably done in the end by Campbell. You mentioned the short leg. I think that is usually the case. But the least experienced player, especially the least experienced batsman, is usually trusted in there.
It's a slight change in the field. There's a man now at a leg gully position. We've seen the tendency for John Campbell to use that sweep shot. Quite fine. On this occasion, looking for that booming sweep shot in front of square, missing it completely. A bit of tone as well from Demba, the first we've seen from him.
Yeah, and that takes us up to lunch. It's 73 for 2 Jamaica Scorpions after 22 overs. John Campbell, he's on 48 of 71. And Jermaine Blackwood yet to score, has faced 6 deliveries. Kenneth Demba, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6 in his spell so far. And the Jamaica team, I think they'll be pleased in the end. They'll be disappointed because they had a very good start. But they'll be pleased that the captain is still out there on 48, looking quite aggressive. And they will be looking to nurse that injury that he seems to have sustained during the lunch interval. And they will be hoping that he will come back out and play a long innings for them in the company of Jermaine Blackwood. The Windward Islands, on the other hand, I think they'll be slightly disappointed with their early efforts today in terms of the lines and lengths that they bowl. I think they got a bit carried away, as my co-commentators mentioned, a little bit with the bounce that they extracted from the wicket at certain points. And the bowl a bit too short. Eventually, you saw Tyson taking the wicket off Brown, caught at second slip with a fuller delivery, and Demba dismissing Mackenzie just a few deliveries ago. As we wrap up, Osnet, any thoughts so far on the first session?
Well, you mentioned it was a session of 2 halves really for the Windward Islands. Not the best of starts by way of the opening bowlers. You mentioned the lengths, the variations in lengths really didn't lend itself to pose any significant threat to the opening batsmen of the Jamaica Scorpions. I thought both of the Jamaican openers played well. More so Campbell, he was a bit more positive. Took his chances, a bit risky at times, but he's still there, as you mentioned, and he'll be a key personnel for the Jamaican team in their quest in putting up a reasonable first innings total here this afternoon.
Yes, so that's the first session, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Arnesville playing field. The first round, the first day of the first round of the Windward Island, the West Indies, Cricket West Indies, for the championship. Jamaica Scorpions taking on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Jamaican Scorpions, they are 73 for 2 after being inserted by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And that is what we have so far. So you'll join us back in a few minutes, just about 12:40 p.m., when we will have the resumption of play for the second session.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second session of this 4-day West Indies Championship match between Jamaica Scorpions versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Just before lunch, Jamaica Scorpions, they had a wonderful partnership between the captain, John Campbell, and Carlos Brown, 63 runs. And the Jamaica Scorpions, just before lunch, they ended on 73 for 2. Sort of a fight back there by the Windward Islands. I'm joined by Alanson Cruikshank.
Yes, good afternoon, Stacey, and good afternoon to our viewers. Good day to those all around the world who are viewing this broadcast, including those in the diaspora. West Indian fans, we know, are everywhere.
Yes, indeed so. And off air, we usually have our little conversation off here, and the biggest talking point was the lengths that the Windward Islands bowlers bowled to these Jamaican batters this morning, and we all agreed they were a bit too short. Basically wasted the new ball. We did see when it was pitched up, Gillan Tyson was able to pick up that wicket of Carlos Brown, and Kenneth Demba, the second wicket taker, taking that wicket of Kirk Mackenzie. So it'll be interesting to see the line of attack from the Windward Islands bowlers in this second session. We see Darius Martin with the ball in hand. He was actually the best bowler without a wicket for the Windward Islands in terms of his line and length, his accuracy and consistency as well. So Darius Martin about to start to Jermaine Blackwood. It's a fuller delivery, but just a bit too straight. He tucks it off his pads, and they should pick up an easy 2-2 start proceedings after the lunch break.
Yeah, that one, as soon as you mentioned that he was the most consistent in terms of his line and length, he starts with one on the pads.
The old commentator's curse, Alanson.
Of course.
I apologize to you, Darius Martin. Yeah.
It will take him some time to get back into his groove after his lunch, which I'm sure you enjoyed as well, Stacey.
Much like yourself, Alanson. There you go, right away, spot on second delivery. And that's what you want to bowl to Blackwood. It's an area of concern for him, I believe. Just bowling it full and straighter at his pads. A number of deliveries, number of dismissals in that area for Jermaine Blackwood. As we mentioned last year, he didn't had a very lean tournament, scoring just 88 runs from 5 matches.
Yeah, he would feel like he owes his side some runs based on what happened in the last tournament. You mentioned that he's a candidate with that straightish delivery for the LBW.
That's been good from the Jamaicans. Looking for a single, looking for any chance to steal a single. The running has been exceptional from the Jamaicans this morning.
Yes, I would agree with you, and I think a big part of that has been the captain. What we will look out for in this session is if he's still nursing that strain that he seemed to have picked up while trying to make his ground when we had that direct hit from a short fine. So it will be interesting to see how mobile he is now.
It's a bit short of a good length, tucked off the pads there to pick up another single. And John Campbell is now on strike. So we'll get to see if he's still struggling a bit. Didn't need to really press on the accelerator for those runs that they got so far after the session.
Yeah, if you look at the field that the Windward Islands are employing now, there's 2 slips and a gully, so they have kept the attacking fielders in. 75 for 2 is the score. They realize that they have to pick up wickets.
Yes, we also see they have 2 men back for the pull out, the whole hook shot. Deep square and deep fine in action. Right away, he's short. Doesn't trouble him that much. A good stop on the boundary there by Gillan Tyson. So we see that the Windward Islands, they've decided to continue with that short ball bowling ploy, albeit Campbell was actually dropped in the slip cordon. So not quite sure why they're not trying to bowl fuller to him and possibly getting the slips into play.
I agree with you, but I think as well, the line of the short delivery has to be quite, it has to be pinpoint in terms of its accuracy. think if he is to be dismissed, he needs to cramp him for room. So he needs to focus more around that middle and leg stump, or maybe just an off stump. Don't give him the room to swing his arms through the delivery, because we have seen that he has pulled a couple away ferociously as well in his innings thus far.
Yeah, so 4 runs to start after that lunch break in that first over, and Jamaican Scorpions, they are 77 for 2.
Yeah, Martin in his first over has found a reasonable length. Has not gotten up to full pace just yet in his first over. So it will be interesting to see how he goes in this spell. He has been given a switch of ends. He operated from the backway end, or the what Keswick referred to this morning as a beach end. I don't know many people actually go to that beach, but that's for another discussion.
Yeah, so Kenneth Demba, vice captain of this Windward Islands Volcanoes outfit, picked up that wicket of Kirk Mackenzie just on the stroke of lunch. Reverse sweep attempted, and he gets it fine. Not where he intended it to go, but 4 runs, and that will be a much-deserved half-century for John Campbell. And half-century that was filled with a lot of shots. Allenson, very aggressive half-century, so congratulations to him for his half-century of this 4-day regional championship.
Yes, congratulations to him. I'm sure that he will say that fortune favors the brave. That was a fortuitous shot. You could see that the back of the bat almost dragged that delivery back onto the stumps as he was attempting that reverse sweep. But he will be quite adventurous in his batting as is customary.
Again, reverse sweeps this time once more. Not in control. It pops up just in front. We saw in the first over that he faced to Demba that he employed more of a traditional sweep shot to him. This time he's attempting the reverse sweep in this new spell of bowling from Kenneth Demba.
It's an interesting ploy, and I think he's aiming to get that just wide of the slip fielder for some runs, but the offside is actually quite packed.
This time plays it down the ground. Yeah, and the field setting as well. I guess that is why he's deciding to reverse sweep him. And the last delivery before lunch, actually, there was some turn away from him. So that shot actually is not a bad ploy to play the reverse sweep in that angle with the turn of the delivery. So it'll be up to the bowler to sort of outfox him on that occasion, looking to play it with the turn. So you have to be mindful of the one that straightens or holds its line. So Blackwood now on strike.
Yeah, I could see there that Demba just struggling a little bit to get back his line for the right-hander. Blackwood, as you know, that last delivery just went on the leg side. So a fairly quiet over, although we had that reverse sweep from the skipper, Campbell, which almost went back onto his stump, but in the end he was able to get 4 runs from it. So quiet over aside from that particular delivery.
So Martin to continue to Campbell. Short delivery, but not short enough. This time he pulls it to the right of square leg. Demba gets a run and keeps it to a single.
Yeah, I know that they have gotten Campbell into some strange positions and some discomfort on occasions with a short delivery. But I think the odds are in his favor when he's attacking the short delivery. And when you really think about it, so maybe better serve even if they're going short to try to go on off stump. Once the ball is around that leg stump line, then he's actually hitting with the angle with the ball.
Swans flashing outside the half stump. This will challenge the boundary. Wonderful piece of fielding there by Cyrus. Keeps it to 2.
Yeah, it wasn't a good piece of running there from Blackwood and Campbell, but I think that Campbell is still nursing that injury from what we saw before.
Yeah, we did say we were going to keep an eye on the running because they were running quite well between the wicket, the Jamaicans earlier. There you see that good bit of fielding. It just stops up a bit to help him on the boundary, but he did chase it quite well, Daryl Cyrus. Swan just straight down the leg side.
Not much bounce on that previous delivery. That is something that you will see as the ball gets a bit older. And traditionally here in St. Vincent, in the afternoon as well, you would see that more often than in the morning. Several theories, including the tide and different things like that, being as close to the sea as the ground is. I've heard these theories over the years, but I don't think any of them have been proven empirically or scientifically.
No ball this time, signaled by umpire Dighton Butler. He's trying to get something out of the surface, bending his back, Darius Martin, just overstriding on that occasion. One thing to note, though, from the Windward Islands bowlers, in this format of the game, typically you want your bowlers to be bowling in the good areas as regularly as possible. We haven't really seen that from the Windward Islands. They haven't been able to string together a decent amount of deliveries in that good area so far this morning and continuing so this afternoon. One helped off the pads and declined a single there on that occasion. Earlier they were running those, so interesting to see that they turned it down that time. It's also added to the point earlier I was making, not a lot of deliveries attacking the stumps as well. Short delivery. Good take above his head there, Benjamin. He's been getting quite the workout this morning from these Windward Islands fast bowlers.
Yes, and another wide delivery. Again, the short delivery. Of course, you as a fast bowler, you use it, but I think that they have just been too short on too many occasions. And for Jermaine Blackwood, who is not the tallest of batsmen, you have to be very careful with the length that you're bowling that short delivery. Hence, that one was called a wide because it went way over his head. So, has to be mindful of that, Darius Martin. Should be very comfortable with the conditions here. He is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So, he should know what to expect.
That's better there from Martin. And our stats guru, co-commentator Kesrick Williams has just informed me that Jermaine Blackwood brought up 8,000 first class runs, so congratulations to him. It's a lot of runs, 8,000 in the first class.
Yeah, if Kesrick was on, I would have asked him how many first class runs he has.
And he'll probably tell you he has more than Martin. That's a nice delivery. Some inward movement there on that occasion to Blackwood to end the over. 87 for 2 after 25 overs.
Yes, it seemed to be an off cutter, which is not a bad ploy to Blackwood because Blackwood likes the room to play through the offside. So that's not a bad delivery at all. It's something that he could think of and utilize periodically in a spell to Blackwood. Just cramping for room as he looks to open up the offside. Maybe he can induce maybe an inside edge onto the wicket or an inside edge to the wicket keeper.
So Demba to continue.
He's going for that reverse sweep again. And I will not be surprised if eventually it proves to be his downfall.
Yeah, and as the spin bowler, you wouldn't mind that too much, that he's decided to employ the sweep shots. Looks to go down the ground. Good connection on that occasion, and this time it will get to the boundary. So 4 runs there to John Campbell.
No, I'm just going to put on my batsman hat here and do some analysis because I'm thinking to myself, I'm wondering if Campbell is attempting these reverse sweeps so that he can get the half volley because, you know, as you sweep, the bowler will try to get fuller, right, to try to defeat that sweep shot. And there he was again. Demba was just a bit full and he was able to hit that one to extra cover off the front foot for 4.
Swan shorter this time and pulled marvelously to the square leg region for back-to-back boundaries here now by John Campbell. He's on the match.
Yeah, that was a different type of sweep shot. As you looked at that one, that was a full-blooded slug sweep, well in front of square, all on the ground, well and in the gap. No chance for any fielder to really cut that off. And that was well executed there from Campbell.
Yeah, those last 2 boundaries, as if he's predicting exactly what the bowler is going to do. You saw when he drove it that time, before he was ready on that occasion, just sitting comfortably and sweeping it. He sweeps again this time aerially. Don't think it will get to the boundary. Oh, yes, it just makes its way into the boundary. A diving attempt there by Solozano. Not successful. So 3 boundaries in a row now for John Campbell.
And you could see that tip out there from them, but he wasn't pleased with that fielding attempt there by Solozano. As we would say, Hans Akimbo. But another well executed shot there from Campbell. He was sweeping from high to low, so he was well over it in his execution.
And a defense. Anticlimactic end to the over, and well, one more delivery remaining. Also, he's also throwing out the theory of matchups. He's taking on Demba, and he's been quite successful in doing so.
Yeah, I don't really believe in this matchups thing. I think it is true to an extent, but
it's all about mindset at the end of the day. As the over is completed, 99 for 2, Jamaica after 26 overs.
Yeah, I was going to say that I don't really believe in this matchup things, this matchup theory. I think it is matchups are for, I think, average players. If you're a good player, it doesn't matter who you're facing, you should be able to do well. And so that is my theory. Whether you're a left-arm orthodox spinner, you bowl into a left-handed batsman, you should be able to curtail his run scoring or to dismiss him. And you should have that mindset that you're going to do that. If you're an off-spinner bowling to a right-hander, same thing. So I think matchups can be overplayed sometimes. And I think that is something that players have to be mindful of. Develop the skills that you're able to combat whatever is thrown at you. It's a professional sport.
One is tucked into the onside, and just to build on that, sometimes that matchup theory, it plays in your mind mentally so much. And as a youngster, you come into bat, you're a left-hander, an off-spinner come into the attack, and you start to think, oh boy, this is against me. But as you said, that's for mediocre players, players with who has a high caliber in terms of their playing ability, the dexterity as well, they would be able to conquer any sort of deliveries thrown at them. And we're seeing that on display here by John Campbell. Swan a Yorker, dug out quite well by Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, that was a good delivery there from Martin. Just changing his length, attempting to York Blackwood, but he was well alive to the situation, got his back down in time. Maybe if it were a yard faster, then it may have defeated him.
Swan attacking the stump, and it just goes to that vacant area, that one vacant area in the slip cordon, and Blackwood gets another boundary. It also takes Jamaica up to 100 runs, 103 now for 2. Fortune favors the brave.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery from Martin. Blackwood just stuck on the crease, looking to defend that one, played with an open face, edged aerially through the vacant third slip area. And I think for Blackwood, who has just started his innings, I think that the skipper would be disappointed there, because he really should have a third slip in for Blackwood at this stage of his innings.
Yeah.
Looking to take wickets. Wickets are premium now, especially after lunch. Both batsmen just resuming their innings.
Yes, I agree with you there, Alanson. Blackwood thought he was gone for all money, but he couldn't believe his luck when he looked up and saw that the area was vacant.
It should not dishearten Darius Martin, because as we have said before, although he hasn't gotten the wickets to show, he has been perhaps the most consistent of the seamers so far for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. There he was finding the edge. And that one carried well into the air there. It would have been in the lap of the third slip. So it was a good delivery. Followed it up with another one just on off stump again. So he's bowling a testing spell. If he can keep that general area, then he'll keep the batsman under pressure.
Bit too short on that occasion. Just need to continue to keep it a bit fuller.
Yeah, if that length and that line, I think that if you ask Blackwood, then he will take that from you every day. If you are Darius Martin and you ask Blackwood, what do you want me to bowl to you? Especially when you are 9 off 24 deliveries, then he will take that in a 4-day game.
Yeah, it's a better delivery there to finish the over by Darius Martin. 103 for 2 after 27, Jamaica.
It's Jamaica 100 coming up in that over. 103 for 2 with that edge that came off the bat of Blackwood. So they are scoring at a relatively quick rate, just under 4 runs and over. 27 overs having been bowled. They will be pleased that they have brought up this 100. As we mentioned, they lost 2 quick wickets before lunch, which they would be disappointed with after the very good start that they had this morning. But I think so far they would want to see more of the same, and they would expect a lot from this experienced pair at the wicket, while the Windward Islands will be looking to, or should be looking to, definitely get more wickets.
We see a change in field now for Kenneth Demba after John Campbell took a liking to him in his previous over, 12 runs off it. A man now there on the sweep.
Yeah, that one was flatter, fuller. It's probably what you may consider an anti-sweep ball, for sure. They didn't want him to sweep that one.
Looks to go down the ground, and a wonderful pickup shot there by John Campbell, and takes it all the way for 6.
Yeah, that one, it was just a step and hit. It didn't really advance down the wicket, but it was full enough. You just saw him there just opening up himself, extending through the shot, played through the line. That was a very good shot there from Campbell. So putting some pressure on on Demba. And I think that his length has changed just a little bit because of those sweep shots. So he's bowling a bit fuller. And Campbell is taking advantage of that, as I mentioned in the previous over.
Yeah, brings a change in the field as well. That man Descartes is now on the long off boundary. He's been very aggressive today, John Campbell, particularly against Kenneth Demba. Nicely played there. Walk to the left of Ryan John in slip to get a single.
Yeah, Demba, after his first 2 overs, he had 2 overs, 1 for 6. His first over was actually a maiden, so these last 2.4 overs, since he has come back from lunch, they have cost him all of 24 runs. So good going by Campbell to put some pressure on the main spinner for the Windwards.
Yeah, and what it also does too, Demba has been such a consistent player for the Windward Islands with ball in hand. You'll say that he's their best spinner, and to put pressure on him, it really begins to ask questions of the skipper out there in terms of who he turns to.
Yeah, and I think that because of this matchup theory that is very pervasive these days, I don't think that they will be willing to introduce Cyrus just yet, maybe until they see the back of Campbell. But I really don't think that should be a problem. I mean, if you have your spinners and they're bowling well, it doesn't really matter. The matchups don't matter. Once you bowl a good line and length, then you'll be difficult to take on no matter who's batting.
It's 110 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, and batsmen are also allowed to play good shots, sometimes from good deliveries. And if that happens, then you say hats off to them.
He's been really racing along, John Campbell. Has more than half of the runs scored for Jamaica. Really tells the story.
Yeah, you would think that Campbell in particular, the Windward Islands would really want to see the back of him. But Jamaica would want him to continue for as long as possible.
So fuller delivery that time. A bit too straight from Martin.
Well, Martin here, he's in the middle of a spell, having come back on after lunch. And we saw that edge that he got through the third slip area. The area still remains vacant. Not sure why. In fact, I'll even prefer to put the gully at third slip if you don't want to move somebody out of the cover region. I think Blackwood is still at a tentative stage of his innings, so it's well worth that gamble at this stage.
Swan is a bit too short and he cuts it uppishly over the slip cordon to pick up another boundary.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery there from Martin. In fact, when you think about Jermaine Blackwood, that's the type of delivery that he loves. We mentioned giving him room outside the off stump. That's where he loves to play. And if you continue to give him that room, especially if you're bowling short outside the off stump, it's an area that he can end up damaging your side quite quickly. In a very short period of time, he can accumulate a lot of runs. And we have seen that he wasn't very confident last season, but you don't want to start him off in this season by giving him basically what you would call probably his favorites.
Better that time, but he's able to work it into the onside. Don't think it will get to the boundary. It just does. So back-to-back boundaries here. The Jamaica Scorpions dealing in boundaries here at the Annisville playing field. It's very full. Digs it out, but it was a full delivery, but it was just erring in line on that occasion. And really a help me delivery there in the end for Blackwood, as it's a vacant area there on the onside.
Yeah, I think he was searching for that Yorker and it went awry. Didn't get it full enough, and also it was a bit too much on the leg side. So at the end of the day, it was meat and drink for Blackwood, who was able to get it into the mid-wicket gap for 4. Having a chat now with his skipper is Martin. See a slight change in the field. Just in the positioning that man at a shortish cover point. Just coming a bit more forward of square. Before that push off the back foot that Blackwood plays.
This one was full and wide, was there for the third boundary actually, but played just to that man Shadrach Descat.
And you could see now, after those two boundaries, you could see on that particular delivery that Blackwood's footwork, based on what you saw from him in the last over from Martin, has completely changed. Now his feet are moving, he's looking a bit more confident. And that is what you can do if you offer up some loose deliveries to batsmen, especially early in the innings. So he has to rectify that now, Martin, regain his off-stump line.
It's a much better delivery, but just as you mentioned, Blackwood's footwork is coming along quite nicely. Plays a proper forward defense on that occasion. The thing is now for the Windward Islands, I mean, the captain, after winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, you wouldn't really say that your bowlers have hit their straps early. They haven't really bowled in the areas that you want them to bowl in long enough. And that's why the Jamaicans are racing right now in terms of their scoring rate. So one short and wide again, played out to that fielder there, Demba, who had to be placed there on the boundary for protection. It's the end of the over, 10 runs coming off it. Jamaica 120 for 2.
Yes, and now they're scoring above 4 runs and over. So Blackwood now into his stride as well, joining his skipper Campbell, getting quite a few boundaries in that previous over from Martin. So worrying signs here so far after lunch for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. We'll see a change now in the bowling. Demba will be replaced by Ryan John from the southern end or the Beckway end. And field remains more or less the same. 2 slips and a gully. There is a man at short extra cover. There is a mid-off, a mid-on cover point. A man at the sweeper point boundary. And a mid-wicket. Well, yes, a straightish square leg and a man at mid-on. So there is no fine leg. So you'd expect that there will be, with the 7 to field, an offside line from the bowler, Ryan John.
So full delivery, an appeal by the lone fielder in the slip cordon. Well, the fielder in the slip cordon, Stefan Pascal. So back to John, one of his most experienced bowlers here, actually, experienced fast bowlers. When you look at Gillan Tyson and Darius Martin, pretty inexperienced still. They haven't played a lot of first-class cricket. So one's just helping it to the onside, but still inconsistent with the line, not where you want to be to these two batters.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, because I was saying that based on the field set that he has been asked to bowl maybe in that channel outside off stump, but his 2 deliveries have been on the pads of the right-hander. So again, we have seen what we may describe as some uncustomary searching in terms of line and length here from Ryan John. He usually is a bit more reliable in terms of his accuracy, but seems to be struggling with that a bit today.
Use of the feet there by John Campbell, but wayward delivery there by Ryan John. And we already mentioned how important this partnership is for the Jamaica Scorpios. John Campbell is captain, batting on 75 not out. Blackwood getting into the groove of things on 18 of 34. A partnership now of 55 runs between them. Oh, wonderfully executed there. Paddle sweeps it down to that vacant, deep, fine area and picks up another boundary. Batting looks easy here today for John Campbell.
Yes, treating Ryan John with some disdain there. Paddle sweeping him as if he's bowling off spin. So, going to be pleased with that, the medium pacer, but excellent shot there from Campbell. It seemed to have preempted the length and the line of that delivery and was done quite early. Just paddled it fine off the fine like fielder for 4.
This time, and he's taken. What a way to get dismissed after batting so well, John Campbell. So Ryan John picks up that much needed wicket for the Windward Islands. And John Campbell can't believe it. I don't think the viewers can believe what they've seen here from John Campbell.
Well, I've been given the unenviable task of having to be the colour commentator on that dismissal because I'm not too sure what to say about that. Campbell has been mobile in his crease all day. But do you think that when he goes so far across his crease, that having seen that ball has no threat to his stump, that he'll just leave it to go to the keeper? But I think, if I remember correctly, you see that shot that he played earlier in the over, that ram shot, it showed me that he, although it was well executed, it showed me that he had gotten to the place where he had lost respect for the bowling. And basically thinking that he could do as he pleased.
Yeah,
that is how he was dismissed, really.
I must say, a smart bit of bowling as well from Ryan John. He didn't really need to do much. He just followed the batter. You know, John Campbell made a lot of room, walked all the way across to the offside. It was almost to the other side of the pitch. It was almost on the other pitch, rather.
Yeah, he was at that white line at the edge of the pitch there.
And he got himself in a bit of a tangle in terms that I think the bunks defeated him on that occasion, and a simple grab in the end there for Shadrach Discard. And the man who was in such good form for Jamaica has been dismissed. It's 125 now for 3. The new batter looked to be Javel Glenn. And right away, he's off the mark. Off the middle of the bat on that occasion from Glenn. Seems to be in some good nick.
Yeah, he did get 100 in the Super 50 with Jamaica with their backs against the wall in that innings. And he was able to score 100 with the tail. So, should be coming in quite confident into this tournament. As I hand you over to Stacey and Keswick Williams.
Yeah, so 126 for 3. I mean, John Campbell, that dismissal there, Keswick, what can you make of that? He was batting so well. He looked as if there wasn't any sort of answer out there from a bowling perspective in terms of how to get rid of him. And in the end, just gifting his wickets away.
To be honest, Stacey, it's a bit disappointing when a batter is in like that and he loses his wicket in that way. He looks like he was fully in control. He was hitting each ball on its merit. Probably one of the batters in the Caribbean that plays a sort of shot that we want to see when batting spinners, sweeping the ball, using his feet as well. So he's a compact player. But when you see a player like that in such form, losing their wicket like that, it's a bit disappointing. But that's behind us now, Stacey. We have to look forward. Javel Glenn is at the crease now.
So Cyrus with the ball in hand starts quite wide. Glenn had to reach for it. It's a very wide delivery. Probably would have been called wide had he not gotten some bat to it.
Definitely would have been called wide, but I want to stick a pin a bit on Javel Glenn because I heard Alan make a comment earlier regarding him making 100 in Super 50 last year. Just punched out to mid-off, no run. And it's one of the best 100 I've seen last year in the Super 50 tournament. Being in the position that Jamaica was in. And I'm saying it because I looked at it, I was there. Him and Javel Royal played a very good innings. Javel Royal,
That
a bit
one
low.
kept a bit low there.
Javel Royal made in over 70 runs as well. So it was really a good sight to see two young men who have played with as well in CPL for St. Lucia. Confident young men as well. Really would like to see them back at the helm of cricket when it comes to CPL and doing well.
Yeah, we'll talk about that 100. Yeah, talk about that 100. That was in the 50-over format. Of course, he'd like to convert that to this red ball tournament.
That one pulled down by Cyrus. You can see him trying to bowl that quicker one. But that's something that I think he has had a problem with over the years in terms of bowling that slider. Sort of overcompensate. Appeal from Cyrus. Butler unmoved. End of a first Cyrus over. The score is 126 for 3.
Yeah, 126 for 3. It was a maiden over, but a lot of opportunities to put some deliveries away in that over, I must say. So I think Cyrus will think he got away with that first over, and he'll be looking to come back stronger in his follow-up over. You know, leg spinners, they're really that sort of bowler for their captain that can come and pick up an unexpected wicket out of nowhere. And sometimes they do get those loose deliveries, and especially when they know just start their bowling innings, but they're definitely a wicket-taking option.
Always, especially in T20 format. Cyrus just coming back as well from a spin bowling camp in Antigua. So I'm sure that there's a lot of things that he learned from that camp that he will bring here in this tournament. Him and Kenneth Demba, both bowlers have been pretty well for Windwards over the years. Kenneth Demba obviously is the vice captain now in this setup. Really a good step for him. Ryan John, known as Mr. Consistent. Usually that type of bowler that will come in and just try to hit his errors going on top of our off stump. Bowls a lot of that balls. So I'm guessing the skipper in Sunil Ambrose would really like that as he make a change into the field. I should say just a replacement, just bringing himself at short cover and taking Shadrach this car to mid-on.
Yeah, and that's what you expect with the type of pace that Ryan John is operating at. Not the quickest bowler in the team, not express. So that the captain just wants him to bowl away at one area, nag away at a specific line and length to the batters. And that top of off area, as you mentioned, wicket to wicket line is ideal for that type of bowler.
He's still looking for something here, Ryan John. I'm not sure if he's getting the feel that he wants, but he runs in now. Jiven uppishly. Good stop by skipper, short cover.
And you don't mind that. You don't mind the batter driving at you because chances are he'll drive at the wrong one. What we saw today, especially when John Campbell was operating, he had a lot of runs square of the wicket. So that tells you that the bowlers were a bit too short.
Ryan John, the type of bowler that moves the ball away from right-handers because of that action that he has. Slightly a lean away, going to the offside. But then that bowling arm, it doesn't come over. It comes somewhat at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, and the danger ball will then be the one coming back in. You saw it there just now, just coming back into Jermaine Blackwood.
So the thing with Ryan John, he's sort of an angle bowler. He usually just goes down in the middle of the crease to get that ball at shape in a way because of his action, leaning away and then using that 45-degree angle where he releases the ball from. When he wants that one to come back into the right-handed, he run a little bit wide of the crease. So he's sort of an angle bowler. What I would like for him to implement into his bowling is sort of using that same angle coming from wide and getting that ball to angle in and then shape away from the right-handers. That will be when he's even more dangerous. Something that I would like to see him implement into his game. He's not an out-and-out fast bowler, but the Windward Islands have been using him over the years to use the new ball because of how we see him around the ball early in the innings. We see that from a lot of teams around the world as well when Kyle Mays is on the team, using that new ball in the first couple of overs to try to bowl that big in swing that he usually bowl. But it's the end of another Ryan John over. The score is 127 for 3. Jamaica haven't won this tournament in over 10 years, Stacey. Actually, the last 10 years of this tournament, Guyana won it 7 times.
Almost plays that one back onto his stump there, Blackwood. So Darrell Cyrus getting into his walk now.
Barbados won it a few times as well. So Barbados and Guyana, both teams, have been doing pretty well at this format. But the question is for me, and the question that I've been asked, even in the Super 50 tournament, was why isn't Guyana making that transition into the white ball format? Because they have been doing so well at the red ball format, but we can't see it playing the white ball. So it was a question that was asked by a few commentators there, and would like to see them be better at List A. Fair enough, this is not the List A tournament, but we want to see an all-round development when it comes to West Indies cricket. And for that to happen, all teams have to put their hands up and show and play better cricket. Some of the Jamaican players there, probably some of the viewers might not know a lot of them, but I know a few. Pride myself as a little Jamaican as well. But it's the end of another Cyrus over. The score is 128 for 3. Carlos Brown there, relaxing with Kirk McKenzie. And also Brad Barnes sitting there in the dugout. Really a sad way to go for John Campbell. 79 of 91 deliveries. He was the mainstay. Oh, how much it would have meant to Jamaica for him to continue. Surely if he had but 2 sessions, he definitely would have gotten to 100. Jermaine Blackwood is there now on 20, chugging along nicely. just tugged onto the leg side. Vice Captain Denver giving chase. I had a conversation with Ryan John about bowling the new ball and bowling the old ball, and he's one of those bowlers that prefer to bowl the old ball because he always say it tests how good you are as a bowler. With the new ball, it would seem around, especially if you're on a surface that have a bit of grass on it. But when the ball is a bit older, it tests how good you are as a bowler, and that's where he stand tall.
That's very good to hear from Ryan John. It tells me that he's a bowler that's up for a challenge, and you're playing this level of cricket, you know you're going to be challenged, and it's how you get out of the hardships that come along the way. He was able to pick up that John Campbell wicket after being hit for 2 deliveries before. It's good to see that he relishes a challenge. So good to hear, rather. A quick single, looking to take a quick single there. Turned back by Blackwood. Good decision in the end.
And that wicket that he got of John Campbell, I heard that Allinson earlier made a comment stating that John Campbell will get himself in a position that he looks uncomfortable, and that is one of those positions. He looked pretty uncomfortable with that delivery, trying to turn it onto the leg side, just could have find the leading edge. I think it was Kenneth Denver who was at short cover who took the catch. But Ryan John will always be that bowler that will bring the ball back into the left-handers. But for that time, that one sort of shaped away. This one tugged into the leg side by Glenn. Really would like to see him continue that form that he had in the Super 50. His team also won the T10, Dream 11 T10 tournament in Jamaica a couple of days before they traveled to St. Vincent. So he's in a good bit of form. Would like to see him continue for the sake of the development of cricket in the Caribbean, because we want to see good cricket. We want to see our players play good cricket, get better. Jamaica was once known as the powerhouse in 4-day cricket. Obviously, that's in the days when you had the Langboat and the Andrew Richardson. Those guys who played for Jamaica, they used to rule cricket here in the Caribbean. Played 1 year against them in CCC. Nikita Miller. Dave Bernard Jr., just to name a few who played first-class cricket around that time.
Yeah, certainly Jamaica will be looking to get back to winning ways in this 4-day championship. Did mention that they finished 7th last year. Haven't really moved from the bottom half of the table in the last 3 years. So they'll be looking to really flex their muscle in this first round and show what they are capable of. So far, they have a decent start, much better than what transpired last year in the opening match between these two. I think they were bowled out for about 159 or so in the first innings. Looking to do much better on this occasion, 131 for 3.
Well, it's also a changing coach here for Jamaica. Robert Hayes now takes up that position. But it's the end of another over. The score is 131 for 3.
Yeah, what we've seen so far from Jamaica is the proactivity in scoring runs and trying to continue to score runs, find ways to score runs. And that's what I've seen from particularly John Campbell in his innings of 79 and the way they've run between the wickets earlier this morning. So it really shows that they are really looking to score as much as possible. Scoring is very important in any format of the game. And you can't do that if you sleep on opportunities to score. So they've pounced on the opportunities to score, and they've actually found ways to score off deliveries that other batters probably wouldn't score off of. So it's been good showing so far from Jamaica this morning.
Yeah, definitely, Stacey. And I will commend the coach as well in Robert Hayes. I could remember last year in the Super 50 tournament that was played in Trinidad, there was an interview that the coach did on the players.
Nicely fighted.
And the coach sat down and he spoke about every single player on that Super 50 team and what they are capable of with the ball, with the bat. And that is really good from a coach perspective. Knowing exactly his players in the team, what they are capable of doing. And the team showed exactly that throughout in the Super 50 tournament and got to the finals. Unfortunately, there was no finals being played. That's a different discussion for a different time.
Well, you would hope that the coaches, all coaches, know what each of their players are capable of. In the middle, Daryl Cyrus, in the middle of a good spell, has been flighting it quite well to the right-handed batter. Got one to turn and bounce away as well.
Well, you did mention that he didn't really start too well, but getting into his strides now for a leg spinner, you know how difficult it is. It's such a difficult art.
Yeah,
it's one of those bowling. It's one of those bowlers that always finds it hard and usually toss up a loose one. But at the end of the day, as a leg spinner, normally a wicket taker, but it's the end of another over. 131 for 3.
Yeah, traditionally leg spin bowlers, they are rhythm bowlers. You know, once they get into a certain rhythm, it's very hard to contain a good bowling spell from them. And so far, I noticed Daryl Cyrus has been getting in good rhythm. Particularly so, he has bowled the majority, well, all of his last 12 deliveries to the right-handed batter. So that helps as well. There's a good string of overs here, a good sequence of deliveries being bowled by the Windward Islands from both ends. So bowling in partnership now, Ryan John and Daryl Cyrus. They have deterred the scoring of the Jamaican batters, who seem to be a team that likes to be scoring freely. So now we're seeing some pressure being built from the Windward Islands for the first time today, actually.
And you will definitely see that, Stacey, because if you're bowling well and you're picking up wickets, this new batter have to come in and start well, especially if the bowling team is hitting those areas. Windward, they're doing that now. Ryan John is back on the ball, and so far, his areas has been really good.
Yeah, both bowlers have been operating in tandem, and the accuracy, I must say, should be applauded. This one edges, and has it been put down there by the keeper? He had a fairly good morning so far, but diving to his left, just bounces short of him. So a really good spell of bowling there from Ryan John. Just falling short of the keeper and the slip.
And that's how good of a bowler he is. Coming from around the wicket, angling the ball into the left-hander, and then he has that one that just goes on. And if he's hitting that line on top of off stump or just outside the line of off stump, you'll always find him putting batters in a position that they have to play at every delivery. Hence the reason he find the edge that time. He can't be too straight because he gets that ball to angle into the left-hander because of his action. So he can't be too straight. He has to be around that line of foot stump or just in front of the off stump. So for a batter, you'll find yourself playing at every delivery because he has that one that's coming in and that one that just goes on. So that's the kind of bowler that he is. And if he continues like that, he would bowl a long spell today for his skipper. And he can cause a bit of problems for Jamaica. They're still Shadrach Discard to bowl the ball, who's a medium pacer. That one just pitched up, struck down the ground, no damage done. Straight to Tyson, who's a Dominican.
Yeah, it was a wide delivery, but you saw the reaction from Ryan John because Blackwood was just reaching for it a bit. Probably expected it to come in some more, but it kept leaving him. And he was reaching for it, was able to get some bat into it and get it to that fielder Tyson at mid-off. So a good spell of bowling here by John, partnered by Darrell Cyrus at the other end.
Tell you what, Stacey, I used to hate bowling with spinners. They're overs done too fast.
You can't get a break.
As soon as you take a break, especially those spinners that just bowl from behind the umpire, as soon as you lift your head up on the boundary, the over is finished. You're getting ready to bowl again. I tell you one spinner I used to hate to bowl with. Lovely spinner. Ryan Austin. He's now assistant coach for the West Indies female team. Playing for CCC. As soon as you lift your head up, Ryan Austin is ready to hand the ball to the umpire. And you have to leave the fine leg boundary because that's where I used to feel most of the times. Even though I was a good cover fielder, Stacey. You never believe me.
Swan played nicely, soft hands into the cover. Didn't try to overhit it, just find the gap there on that occasion. To end the over, 4 runs coming from it. Jamaica 133 for 3. And with that, it'll also be a drinks break.
Yes, we're back here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium. Daryl Cyrus will continue from the airport end. Javel Glenn and Jermaine Blackwood is at the crease for Jamaica. For the viewers who just start to watch this wonderful regional for the championship here, we're in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. One of the most beautiful islands here in the Caribbean. Yes. That one just a little bit full. Blackwood just punching it down to long off. Just a single. I would like to say good afternoon to Mr. Cato. How are you doing, Mr. Cato, after lunch?
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Williams. Doing quite well. Quite pleased with the day's work so far. Quite even Stevens, I would say. Both teams trying to wrestle the initiative. Jamaica 135 for free. I'll be reasonably pleased with that. Maybe 1 or 2 wickets a bit too much for them. But they're hoping that they can put up a respectable total here in the first innings.
Definitely. Good pitch as well. For batting and bowling. Good bounce. That's one just punch out to mid-off. No run. But definitely a good pitch for batting and bowling. As you mentioned, even Stevens. Blackwood and Glenn have a job to do. Again, punch out to extra cover. Want to get to the boundary. Martin is running circles around it. Stopped it in the end. Just 2. What do you think that the Windies have to do here to really take things fully in control to actually try to win this second session?
Well, it doesn't seem to me to be the type of wickets where you can really blast good players out. You mentioned Jermaine Blackwood, a very experienced campaigner, and Glenn, you've seen quite a bit of him. You know his competence. So it's about being patient. Spinner in operation now. Cyrus, good action, gives the ball quite a bit of air. So it's about being patient and just stifling the scoring rate a bit. Don't think they've been able to wrestle that sort of control over the scoring of the Jamaicans throughout the day. Still scoring around close to 4 runs per over. The Jamaicans, this one is caught at slip. But just as I was saying, Cyrus was in the middle of a very good spell. Not the best of deliveries on that occasion. Perhaps that one just kidding on to Glenn, looking to cut. A bit too close to him. And a very good catch there by Ryan John on the second attempt. So very good breakthrough there for the Windward Islands just after the lunch interval. Jamaica Scorpions, they know 136 for the loss of 4.
Well, jubilation for Windwards. Javel Glenn is gone. Someone that you would really like to stay there in terms of how he has been playing. But he's no more. Celebration for the Windward Island Volcano and the walk again going back to the pavilion. Not the walk that you would want as a batter. Windwards will be definitely happy with this. The score now is 138 for 4, brings in Brad Barnes to the crease.
As we mentioned before, not the best of deliveries really. Just going away. A bit of a slider from Cyrus. And Glenn there perhaps give himself a bit too much room. Not really close to that delivery. Trying to force that one really off the back foot. Getting the outer portion of the bat. And as we said, a very good catch in the end from Ryan John in the slip cordon.
Well, an easy catch in the second attempt. Got him very quickly. Somewhat a surprise, it looks like. From here, that is. But very easy catch in the end. Definitely would be happy. I did mention that they have Shadrach Discard, who would bowl a few overs. And he's very useful with the ball. Picked up a few wickets in the Super 50 for the Volcanoes. Played for St. Lucia Kings as well in CPL. Saw him hit some towering 6s. So he's a strong lad. Probably one of the fittest guys in this setup.
I think that wicket as well, Keswick, would just have tilted the balance towards the Windward Islands. Having won the toss this morning, I'm sure they'll be quite pleased having taken 4 Jamaican wickets so far. The big wicket still remains Jermaine Blackwood. We know his competencies as a batsman. They really like to see the back of him sometime soon.
Well, for him, it's all going to be about patience, hey? Can't do anything rash. He has a good support in Brad Barnes. We've seen him played a few innings before, so he's very competent with the bat. Just needs to stay there with his senior talisman in Jermaine Blackwood, and you will say senior talisman. If you look at both batters at the crease, you'll wonder if Brad Barnes is the senior. Jermaine Blackwood still looking very youthful.
Barnes well built. Reminds me quite a bit of Brian Barnes. I think he captained the West Indies, the Jamaican under 19 team that toured here last year. I'm not sure if there's any sort of relation.
Definitely. I think they're brothers.
Okay.
Bowls a bit of off spin as well. Brad Barnes. Obviously, Kato would know a lot of the under 19 players that we have here in the Caribbean. Under 19 tournament was played here about 4 years on a trot here at the Arnisvale Cricket Stadium in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So definitely we'll know a few of these under 19 players.
Well, definitely. And we had a conversation earlier in terms of the transitioning of these under 19 players into the senior setup. So just hoping to see more and more of these youngsters given the opportunity. I know you're also a fan of Michael Clark. He's another of those Jamaican all-rounders you spoke quite highly of. I'm sure you've seen quite a bit of him recently as well. As this one is walked nicely by Blackwood behind square for another single. So just doing it in singles at this time. Blackwood, 25 actually from 54 deliveries. Not the usual strike rate we used to.
Definitely one of those players that understand how to build an innings. Played a lot of Test cricket for West Indies. Also was vice captain for West Indies at one point. It's not far-fetched. It's definitely in his mind to get back into the West Indies Test team, and that's the reason why these guys are playing first-class cricket. So he understands how to build an innings, so a lot of the players will listen to him in terms of how to build an innings. This one is too straight. Too straight from this card. Just a tickle down to fine leg brings up a boundary for Barnes.
Yes, well played there by Barnes. Just the type of delivery you would want as a batter coming in. Delivery on the line of the leg stump, and I'm sure even you, Kesrick, would have just tickled that fine for 4.
That's food for me there. Very easy, Kato. Too easy. But it is something that I've been looking at when it comes to Descartes and his bowling. You probably see it again. Probably fall away a bit too much, so most of his deliveries are always going down the leg side. There you see it again, falling away to the offside. So most of his deliveries, he's pushing it down to the leg side and him going to the offside. A common problem that we find with some fast bowlers in the Caribbean. But it's the end of the over. Dot to finish. The score is 143 for 4.
Yes, 143 for 4 Jamaica. Scorpions, having been inserted earlier, Windward Islands will be hoping that they can continue to make inroads into this Jamaican batting lineup. We mentioned the experienced Jermaine Blackwood at the crease. He will be looking to just hold the middle order together and try and just forge some partnerships all the way down. Windward Islands, they will have other thoughts. Cyrus, buoyed by that wicket in the last over, will be looking to continue along that vein. I think he will perhaps want to bowl a bit more to the new batsman in the form of Barnes, as this one is driven out to a man at a deepish cover, Kotoy. Yes, he will definitely like to have the opportunity to test the skills of Barnes, especially earlier on in his innings. This one is short of a length. Not getting the type of connection there, Blackwood, but should be able to get 2 runs as Pascal cleans up. So 2 more added to the total. 145 for the loss of 4. As we see the sun coming out in all its glory. We had a bit of drizzle earlier, but there's no immediate threat of rain at the moment. We're not to be hoping that that remains the same as they look to make further inroads into this batting lineup. I'm just asking you to put on your captaincy cap here now, Kesrick. From the other end, would you continue with Descartes, or is it a case where you want to be a bit more aggressive and perhaps bring back one of your premier fast bowlers, especially if Barnes is on strike?
I support that. I would probably lean a little bit more to one of my aggressive fast bowlers. Another full toss. Not really getting the right connection that he need. Katoy been placed out to deep point now. But I like the way you're thinking. And as a skipper, yes, I would have brought back one of my main strike bowler, probably Tyson. Brad Barnes is at the crease. He's new. With that extra pace, yes, you would want to test him. Just a single to finish the over. The score is 145 for 4.
Yes, 145 for 4. Another steady over there from Cyrus. After the initial difficulties he was having, he's really worked himself into a good spell. And from a captaincy perspective, he'll be pleased with that Sonny Lambris. I don't think we're going to get our wish, Kesrick, as we see Descartes, number 57, sporting on his back, making his way back to the bowling crease. But it was just food for thought. I mean, there's always little kinks you can make into your decision making as a captain. As we mentioned, the fact that Barnes is pretty new at the crease, it lends itself to that opportunity.
Probably just thinking, give him a 2 overs, 3 overs burst. With Barnes on strike.
Having said that as well, I think the seamers bowled relatively long spells this morning as well. All of the seamers really tried tirelessly at times, utilizing different ends. So maybe the skipper is thinking to himself, just giving them a bit of a rest, a bit of a breather, in order to make a final push in the last session.
That last session is very important as well. Playing this cricket it gets very tough in that last session. After tea, sometimes guys, get a little bit tired. And it shows your strength, that grit that you have as a player to really push to the end of the day. So I definitely do understand that, but
this one is punched powerfully down the ground. 2 bounces and into the fence. Typical Jermaine Blackwood on that occasion. A delivery a bit too full there from Descartes. His eyes are lit up there, Jermaine, and he punched that one powerfully back over the bowler's head into the boundary for 4. So it's now 150 up for the Jamaica Scorpions, 150 for the loss of 4.
Aggressively down the ground. How he scored most of his runs throughout his first-class career aerially. So you can't get too full to Jermaine Blackwood, especially at that pace. Definitely punish you. Down the ground with some authority and some finesse now. Just guided down to the third man boundary. Direct hit. Dayton Butler. Well, I want to say on move because he's moving to the stump now. Easy too for Blackwood. He was running to the danger end. I'm probably one of the faster runners in that team. Good work by Salazar. Good show. I think it's the second time he's hitting the stump today. I think he's the only one in this team with a bullseye.
I was just about to mention that. He has really been spot on in terms of his throwing. Thankfully, from the Jamaican perspective, the batsmen seem to have that extra yard of pace. Earlier, we saw John Campbell just making it in, and on that occasion, again, Jermaine Blackwood. But definitely would want to keep an eye on Solazano. Seems to have a powerful arm as well.
Again, cut behind point this time. Solazano giving up chase, 4 runs for Jermaine Blackwood. Really good shot.
Well, they've kept him quite busy out there on that deep point boundary. He's quite square, and that delivery there, just allowing it to come to him there, Jermaine Blackwood. Short outside the off stump. Not looking to hit it too hard. Just placed it, timed it, and in the end, really beating Solazano to his left. And another good boundary there from Jermaine Blackwood. He's definitely into the groove now. Moves on to 38, and the Jamaica total moves on to 156 for the loss of 4.
Tell you what, Kato. Now that we're speaking of Solazano, I'll say something about Solazano in the next over. But it's the end of the over, a dot to finish. Good over for Jamaica. The score is 156 for 4.
Yes, 10 runs coming from that over from Descartes. It really hasn't brought what the captain was looking for to the table in his 2 overs so far. He's been quite predictable. His pace, as we mentioned, not his greatest strength, but hasn't really been able to wrestle any sort of control in terms of limiting scoring opportunities. And the Jamaican team, more so Jermaine Blackwood, has really taken full toll of the loose deliveries on offer. So 2 overs for 15, not what the captain really wanted at that point in time. We were just mentioning the options available to Captain Sunil Ambrose as it relates to his seamers. And if it is a case where he could have brought on one of the seamers in place of Descartes, I think those 2 overs may have made his decision a bit easier.
Rightly so. I fully understand that you need to give your fast bowlers rest to come back and do what you ask them to do in terms of perform, hit those right areas with good pace. But this is the highest level of cricket in the Caribbean before you go into the international level. And therefore, if you need your bowlers to come back to just give you a 2 overs burst, they must be in the position to say, yes, skipper, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to do that. But I make mention that I want to say something about Windwards. Last year in the Super 50 tournament, they were the only team to pick up a fielding point in Super 50. So far, Solazano hit the stump twice. And he was one of those players that effected a run out to get them that fielding point. So well done to Windwards on their feeling. Skipper Ambrose just making a little bit of a change, replacing players.
Cyrus continues. 5 overs so far. 1 for 8. 1 for 8. 5.1 over. 1 for 8. It's been quite economical and at times threatening as well. So Blackwood being a bit more watchful against him.
I like the fact that you made that comment a couple of deliveries ago in regards to the bowling change and what could have been. The fact that this guy bowled that second over, not really giving the skipper what they're looking for. That just sort of eased the squeeze off Jamaica. Blackwood just punching that one down too long on. Easy single in the end. But you would want to keep that squeeze because I could remember that you mentioned that the game is going back into the Windward Islands half. But now we are seeing a shift in momentum again. And that only take 2 or so overs. So they want to maintain that squeezed Windward Island because you don't want to let Blackwood get too comfortable because he understands how to build an inning. He understands how to score, and at this level it will be a bit easier for him. He wants to perform because he wants to get his name back into that cap. where international cricket is concerned so that he can be selected again. But it's the end of the over. A dot to finish. The score is 158 for 4.
Yes, just to follow up on your point as well, Kesrick. I think if you've looked at the proceedings since Barnes has arrived at the crease, he's only faced 4 deliveries. So I think Blackwood has shown a bit of match awareness, his experience, all of his experience coming to the forefront in terms of actually facing most of these deliveries in his difficult period, having lost that wicket a couple of overs ago. So he has not really exposed the new batsman to the proceedings as much. And I think that have worked in favour of the Jamaican team. As we see the groundsmen, a bit of activity there from the groundsmen. Nothing too alarming at this point in time. As we look to our right from the commentary box where the rain normally comes from, we've seen a bit of a dark cloud. So that's something that we have to keep our eyes on. I'm sure umpire Butler, with his local knowledge, would definitely be keeping an eye on that as well. As we see Kenneth Dempa back into the attack. So just as we predicted, Kesrick, Descartes experiment cut short by Captain Sonny Lambris.
Rightly so. Kenneth Demba bowling that first over that picked up a wicket. After that, he haven't really, kept that pressure. He's back with a second spell now.
I think it was very good cricket from John Campbell. Played him very well. He was really proactive against Kenneth Demba. Maybe he assessed that he was one of the better options for the Windward Islands at that particular point in time. So he really did an intentional attack on him from earlier on in his spell. As you can look at his figures now, 5.2 overs, 1 for 30. So going just around 6 runs per over. And that is not normally the case with Kenneth Demba.
That is so true. Blackwood is one of those type of players as well that likes to go aerial. So immediately long on his back. A deep mid wicket as well. Darius Martin out there. Descartes is on the long on boundary. But John Campbell played him pretty well. One of those players in the Caribbean that uses his feet well, sweeps the ball well. He have this full-blooded sweep and then the dink sweep. And he has a reverse sweep as well. So as a spinner, your length has to be very important to a John Campbell. Also your line, but punched out to cover. Jermaine Blackwood looking good. 4 runs.
Yes, a very good shot there from Jermaine Blackwood. Just giving a bit of room outside the off stump, Kenneth Demba, on that last delivery. He'll be very disappointed with that end to that particular over. But not to take anything away from Jermaine Blackwood. Just going back onto his back foot, using the depth of the crease on that occasion and just stroking it really. And the outfield seemed to have quickened up a bit in this afternoon session. So another boundary to Blackwood and the Jamaicans. They are now up to 162 for the loss of 4. A partnership brewing here for the Jamaican team.
Blackwood being the man behind this partnership. Expected as well. He has been there for a while. He's on 43 now. Brad Barnes just need to support and get his eyes in. We have seen a lot of shift in momentum, and it's only the second session in the first day.
Agreed, and just to say, Kesrick, and looking at the field currently to Brad Barnes, we mentioned that he has not really faced a lot of deliveries before. And I'm thinking perhaps you need quite a bit more players in the circle, or somebody even at a silly mid-off position, just to put a bit more pressure on him. Hasn't had the opportunity so far to bowl a lot of deliveries to Brad Barnes. Even that man at long off, I'm of the opinion that he should be at mid-off. Perhaps inviting Brad Barnes to go over the top. There's a man there out at deep extra cover as well. So a bit of an in-out feel. I think this is actually a very good feel to Jermaine Blackwood, but just given the fact that Barnes hasn't really settled into the wicket as yet, I'm just thinking to myself, maybe a few more players around the bat will put a bit more pressure on Brad Barnes. Because once again, we are seeing more movement now from the ground staff. So clearly, the arrival of rain is imminent.
I'm a bit surprised that there's a deep square leg for Brad Barnes. He's not really a sweeper of the ball. It's kind of surprising. You would have that feel for someone like a John Campbell. Probably a feel on the 45 for him. Maybe because more often than not, you will find someone like a Daryl Cyrus trying to bowl that slider, and it just slides down the leg side to right-handers. Just a tickle would be enough to get it down to the boundary for 4. But it's the end of the over. A dot to finish. The score is 163 for 4. Well, 164 that is for 4.
Yes. Yes, another economical over there from Cyrus. And as we mentioned before, bit of a dark cloud to our right. Groundsmen just waiting on the signal from umpire Butler to make their way onto the field. Having played here at the Annisvale playing field, Keswick, I'm sure your expertise in the weather should be ready.
I'll tell you what, they should bring the covers on because it would come. It wouldn't come that heavy. But as you mentioned, with my expertise playing here for a number of years, I would understand what is going on. The grey cloud covering over the playing field shows, and it's saying that I will fall. But then from where I'm looking far right of the ground, as long as it's a bit dark there, you will definitely need to bring the covers on. But there's a little bit of a blue cloud here, as you can look on the screen here. Just over those 2 floodlights on the right-hand side of the ground. Just a little bit of hint of blue cloud. So as soon as that dark cloud goes a bit far left, we should be fine.
So it's a small break in play here at the Annisvale Sporting Complex. Jamaica Scorpions, after being insulted by the Windward Islands this morning, they are 163 for the loss of 4. So we're going to take a short break here in the commentary box, and we'll be returning with live action for you whenever that becomes available. Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Annisville playing field. Action here in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship between Windward Island Volcanoes and the Jamaica Scorpions. This morning, if you're now joining us, the Windward Islands, they won the toss and elected to field first. Jamaica has steady going so far, 163 for 4. Just had a short rain break just before the tea interval. I think they would have taken all the tea as well. So we have a rather long session here this afternoon, but hopefully it will present an opportunity for some intriguing cricket here as we see Tyson, the man at the top of his mark, coming back into the attack, bowling to Barnes, and I must say good afternoon to Alan Sukrukshank.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Osnet, and good afternoon to our viewers this afternoon.
Tyson once again, a rather stiff start. We saw that earlier. First delivery, jitters maybe.
Well, he's a big guy, and maybe it takes him a little bit longer to warm those muscles up. Does look a bit stiff at the beginning of each spell, but then once he gets going, tends to let them fly.
So the captain Ambrose hasn't been resistant to changing around his bowlers, not only in terms of combinations, but in terms of the ends from which they have bowled. We've seen all of the seamers operating from both ends so far this afternoon. Tyson with figures 8 overs, 1 for 24. Getting that key wicket of the opener Brown. Yes. Earlier. Looking at the field, 2 slips, a gully, man at cover. And there seemed to be that man out at deep point all day. Man at mid-off, mid-on. A short mid-wicket and a long leg.
Not to show I let have a deep point to Bad Barnes with 6 of 11 deliveries at the beginning of his innings. Perhaps to Blackwood, who is very strong, square of the wicket on the offside, but I don't agree with that deep point to Bad Barnes at this stage of his innings.
It's a position we've seen Captain Ambrose employed all day, so it definitely seems some sort of planning would have gone into that. We saw it earlier as well with the left-handed Campbell at the wicket. And it's another position we are seeing now employed with Tyson just after the tea interval. So it will be interesting to see to what extent that position becomes either a run-saving position or an attacking position.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's an attacking position based on what we have seen so far from the pitch. We have seen some deliveries lift, yes, but it's not a quick pitch. And usually for you to have a catch going out to that man on that square boundary, who by the way is about 70 yards away from the batsman, it has to be a quick delivery, unless you're looking for a shot that is quite out of the ordinary in this type of format.
Into over number 44. So by all calculations, I think we need another 36 overs for the day's play to constitute a day's play. I'm not sure about the revised conditions. We'll get that to you as soon as we get it. Having lost a bit of time earlier due to that rain break.
Yeah, well, it did take an early tea, but the break itself was longer than the usual 20-minute duration for that tea break. So you may expect an over to be lost along the way.
This one is full, but perhaps heading down the leg side. Umpire agreeing on that occasion. Umpire Tuckett agreeing on that occasion as the first over after the break is completed. Jamaica Scorpions, they are 163 for the loss of 4.
Yes, 163 for 4 Jamaica Scorpions. Looking to pile on some runs here in their first innings. Lost 4 wickets. They would be disappointed to have lost their captain, who was looking quite ominous at the wicket, but probably in the end being a victim of his own overconfidence at that point. But Blackwood, who, as we mentioned earlier in our broadcast, had some miserly returns last year for the Jamaica Scorpions in the 4-day competition, has started off this year so far with a nice looking 40. He has battled hard, looking very determined at the wicket, and the Scorpions would want him to stay out there for as long as possible. But I'm sure Daryl Cyrus and the Windward Islands team would want to see the back of him.
Yes, Daryl Cyrus into his 8th over, 1 for 10, 2 maidens as well. So he has been quite miserly in his approach this afternoon. Came in at a very important junction as well. Seamers would have completed their spells, and the captain was looking for somebody to really put their hand up and be counted. Perhaps not the quantity of wickets that he himself or the captain was looking forward to, but he has exerted a degree of control, especially from that end.
Yes, I was actually surprised that he came on so late in the day, because I think the way that I'll get back to it after this delivery.
This one punched out to point region for a single. One more added to the total, 164 for 4.
Yes, I think that he's an attacking option for the Windward Islands team, and some earlier wickets in the piece would have been very useful for them.
This one hits straight to the man, that extra cover. A rather soft dismissal there from Barnes. And we just mentioned a while ago that he's an attacking spinner, Cyrus. Gave the ball a bit of air outside the off stump and perhaps turning away a bit. Barnes not totally to the pitch of that delivery, and a well-taken catch there in the cover region. So they lose another wicket just after the break here at Jamaica Scorpions, as the Windward Islands continue to chip away at this batting lineup. It's now 165 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, that one was a naughty shot there from Barnes. Actually, a dismissal that we have seen from his younger brother in the under-19 competition as well. Not really getting fully over the drive. A bit of away spin there from the leg spinner. Maybe he would have been better served actually just going with that and hitting it over the man over extra cover. But he tried to, he essayed playing that one on the ground, and was beaten by the spin and the bounce that Cyrus, who has a very bustling action, he's very energetic at the bowling mark, and seems to be getting that nice bounce off the pitch. Jamaica would not be too disheartened to see that, because they have the young leg spinner Tamari Redwood in their ranks. Young under-19 spinner has been very prolific in his youth career, so they would be pleased to see some nice bounce and turn on the surface.
Yes, a very timely breakthrough there for the Windward Island team. It's always good to get a breakthrough just after a break in play. As the batting team, you really need to be more focused, especially at the start of a new session. We didn't see that there from the Jamaican team, and they perished as we see Daniel Beckford comes to the wicket. The wicket keeper as well.
I saw Beckford in some games previously. It's quite pugnacious type of batsman, as most wicket keepers are.
Cyrus with his tail up. This one a bit flatter. Jamaica Scorpions 164 for the loss of 5. Another successful over there for Cyrus.
Yeah, very good bowling from Cyrus. He wasn't afraid to give that one flight that dismissed Barnes. Barnes kind of indeterminate in terms of what he should do with that delivery. As we mentioned, may have been better served just extending the arms right through the shot and trying to go over that man at cover, that man at extra cover, with that inside-out shot. But I think in the end, the turn and the bounce defeated him, because he was looking to drive a bit straighter than that and along the ground, which is also something that can be fraught with a bit of danger against the leg spinner when you're a right-hander.
Something that we spoke about earlier, our fellow commentator Kesrick Williams and I, is the fact that even though Barnes have been there a while, he hasn't really faced a lot of deliveries. I think Blackwood intentionally would have taken a bit more of the initiative to face most of those deliveries. So he was never really settled at the crease, and that showed, especially after a break as well. He really needed to get used to the pace and tone that the wicket was offering. So it must be said, it's good bowling from Cyrus as well, just hanging it out there and seeing if Barnes was prepared to take the chance with that delivery. And in the end, he succumbed to his efforts. As we see Tyson again operating from the backway end. really will be a testament of his fitness as a tall, fast bowler. The last session of the day really tests your muscle, as they would say. If it is, you can maintain the same pace that you had earlier in the day. It's an older ball as well. Now into its 46th over, as a no ball is signaled there by umpire Tuckett. So perhaps striving for a bit more pace, a bit more carry there, Tyson, just overstepping the front crease.
Yeah, you'll be disappointed with that no ball. Of course, there's no free hit in the longer version of the game, but still it adds to the opposition team's total, and you also run the risk of getting a dismissal off a no ball as well. So very important to keep that front leg behind the line.
In terms of the Jamaican team, Alanson, how important is Jermaine Blackwood to their efforts from now on? Get back to that after this delivery. A short delivery and well played in the end by Beckford.
I think it's immensely important. I think seeing that they're 166 for 5, I would venture to say that what they get from here would largely be dependent on what they get from him in terms of the input of runs and also shepherding the middle to lower order. I think also for them, since it's the first game of the tournament and he's such a pivotal member of the side, that having him with being confident and in some form will also augur well for them for the remainder of the tournament.
Well, we mentioned the batting frailties of the Jamaican team really led to their position last year in the tournament. So they would have been looking to start on a good note in this first encounter. Had a good start, but has lost wickets consistently along the way. Still maintaining a relatively comfortable scoring rate, 3.65. Not bad for a first-class game. Although it must be said, scoring rates have increased drastically over the years.
Yes, definitely so. I think what we have seen, as you mentioned, is that the teams in the recent decades that have dominated the longer version of the game have scored relatively quickly, starting from the West Indies in the 70s and the 80s, and then the Australia in the late 90s, 2000s. You know, people scoring 3 initially, which was seen as quick then, and then going at 4 and 5 runs and over. So definitely an effort to have the game moving forward at a quicker pace, and it has resulted in less drawn encounters.
Yes, and as you mentioned, the teams that are at the upper echelon of world cricket, you will see their scoring rates are relatively quick. They tend to know when to take the initiative in some of these games. I think that's where a lot of our players are lagging. I know it's not easy for you to adapt to such a style of play, but it's really a template to follow if you're really to effect, and as you mentioned, win more games or win more test matches, as they would say, as this one is hit uppishly over deep square leg into the fence for a boundary. So this first boundary there from Beckford, a delivery on the line of the leg stump and just walked it nicely in the end. So 4 more added to the total, 170 for the loss of 5, sorry.
Yeah, that seemed to come out of nowhere from Beckford, but it's a very good shot from him. Just had some slight inward movement there from Tyson, and he went with it. The feeler at square leg was within the circle, or the imaginary circle, seeing that it's a long format of the game and not the limited overs versions. But it was a safe shot in the end. Just a couple of bounces over the square leg boundary for 4.
So it's the end of another over, 46 overs completed. 170 for 5 as Daryl Cyrus continues from the old airport end. Once again on target. I think that's been a feature of his bowling so far. His consistency, his control, and of course he has been able to penetrate the batting order with 2 wickets. This one is short and he's punching it out to the man there at deep point position again being employed. Which I think is a good position for the leg spinner. From time to time, the leg spinner might just lose his bearings a bit. So at least it offers a bit of protection for him.
Yes, I would agree for the leg spinner that you should have the deep point. I'm more comfortable with that than against the quick bowler.
This one is hit straight back to Cyrus there. Somewhat of a spectator's catch for a moment there. But as you mentioned, Beckford seemed to be the type of player who would want to get his scoring going, like to feel the bat on ball. And as I said that, he shoulders arms.
Yes, that anticlimactic commentary result as we tend to see.
This one is sweeping straight to the man there and a short fine leg position. Descart. Yes, Beckford. I think we had a Beckford in the under 19 for a couple of years as well. Justin Beckford. And even in the approach, there's some similarities.
It'd be interesting to find out and do some research to see if there is any relation. Some of these players we know are from cricketing families, so there are several siblings who are playing cricket or have played cricket. Ambrose, the Windward Islands captain, the younger brother of Romel Currency, who played for the Windward Islands and the CC. Brad Barnes, we know he has a younger brother who captained Jamaica under 19 in those last 2 or 3 tournaments. So it'll be interesting to find out if there's any relationship between Daniel and Justin.
Another over completed. Cyrus rushing through his overs here this afternoon. And score remains 171 for the loss of 5, the Jamaica Scorpions. As Tyson continues, trying to work his way back into another spell. Maybe his last of the day. This one is up and he's punching this one down the ground. Once again, Jermaine Blackwood. A typical Blackwood shot. It was full. And he just punched it nicely and raises his bat at his teammates as he brings up another 50 in his first-class career. So 175 for 5. Blackwood moves up to 50.
Yeah, that's an area of strength for Blackwood. Very strong down the ground of the front foot and square of the wicket off front and back foot on the offside. So that's an area of strength for him. And when you see him coming forward and driving on the up as he did there, because that was not a half volley, then you know he's gaining a lot of confidence. And maybe we will be in for some royal entertainment here this afternoon. Who knows?
Let's see how Tyson responds. A short delivery. Quick delivery as well, but well played in the end from Blackwood. Not a tall man. Was able to sway out of the way of that delivery.
Yeah, we have spoken about the short bowling of the Windward Islands today, but that was a very good short delivery. I mean, if you're going to go short, then the batsman needs to have to move out of the way or wear it. And that was the case there with Blackwood, and he was nimble enough to get himself out of the way of that one. So Tyson just reminded him that he's here. He's still around. And you don't just prod onto the front foot and drive me down the ground.
This one again is punching nicely to the right of the man there, deep point for a single. So looking more and more confident, Blackwood. He has managed to negate the good deliveries, and whenever the scoring opportunities have presented themselves, we have seen him being able to take full advantage of those opportunities. 7 boundaries in this 50.
Yeah, that actually been a very good 50 from him initially in his innings, and that's something that is not strange, but you saw him, he was looking very tentative. But there was a particular over from Darius Martin in which he got a few boundaries away, and from that, I think he has never looked back since those boundaries.
As we see the left-handed Beckford into strike, facing up to Tyson. I think there's a good opportunity for the Windward Islands to attack a bit more. And Beckford having now arrived at the crease. Still only 2 slips, a gully, a man at point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's interestingly a man out at deep square leg and a man at deep fine leg. So it tells me perhaps at one point in time, Tyson definitely going to test the middle of the wicket. So said, so done. But this delivery well played by Beckford. .176 for 5. Get some updated scores for you in a while in the other encounters going on at the moment. First day of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. So both of these teams will have their eyes on getting maximum points in this game. Windward Islands, as we mentioned before, last couple of tournaments, as this one is edging just short of the man there at second slip, diving across and into the fence for 4. So a bit fortuitous there from Beckford, but in the end, he would say that it was intentional as he played it with relatively soft hands. And another boundary to the Jamaican team. They're now up to 180 for the loss of 5. Beckford moves on to 8. As we see Cyrus to continue proceedings from the airport end. Last delivery of that previous over. The type of line and length that we were speaking about all day, causing a bit of problems there for Beckford. Cyrus again driving is Blackwood down to the man there long off for a single. So just trying to build somewhat of a partnership here, Blackwood. We mentioned earlier the importance of his wicket in the overall context of the game. He's someone who can really take the Jamaican total to somewhat of a satisfactory level. But he will need the support of the lower order, starting with Beckford on this occasion. Cyrus again right on the money with his deliveries as promised in the game. Barbados Pride 182 for 5 versus the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions. Leeward Islands, they're 177 for 4. He's beaten outside the off stump. Loud appeal. Umpire Butler unmoved. It's a good delivery there from Cyrus. Once again, causing some problems for the Jamaican batsmen. Yes, Leeward Islands, they're 177 for 4, playing against the West Indies Academy. And the TNT Red Force, they are 58 without loss versus the CCC. So those are other matches being played simultaneously at this point in time. But we are here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in this encounter between the Windward Islands and Jamaica. Once again, a good delivery, well-flighted delivery there from Cyrus. Another over, completing his over very quickly. And at the end of it, 181 for 5. The Jamaica Scorpions, after being insulted by the Windward Islands Volcanoes earlier this morning. So changing bowling here from the backward end, we're going to see the vice captain in the form of Kenneth Demba getting back into the bowling attack. Hasn't had the best of days, Kenneth Demba. Was punished severely by John Campbell earlier. 6 overs, 1 for 34. Got that crucial wicket of Kirk Mackenzie. But by and large, hasn't really held himself to the highest standards that we know. This one is punched nicely past the man there at mid-off. Should get close to the boundary, well fielded there by Solozano. was done quite a bit of work in the field. 2 runs to Blackwood, 2 runs added to the Jamaican total, 183 for the loss of 5.
You mentioned there that Dembo was treated a bit harshly by Campbell. So he'll be glad to see the back of him. We were having a discussion at that time about matchups. And that Campbell really kind of dispelled that matchup theory during his innings. It's a theory that I do not wholly agree with, but we won't speak about that at this time.
I think the manner in which Campbell went about his operations, Alan, so really distorted the levels in terms of consistency levels of the Windward Islands bowlers, in terms of his use of the crease, his unorthodox nature at times, that really just caused a bit of disequilibrium really in terms of their approach.
Yes, I do agree with you. I'm concur with that verbosity. That did cause some disequilibrium. I mean, he was essentially the Windward's bowlers are known, at least this crop of Windward's bowlers are known for consistency and discipline. And I think that the fact that he used the crease quite often in terms of the depth of the crease and also the width of the crease disrupted their lines and lengths. It eventually led to his downfall, but I think he profited a lot from it. So he will argue that it was worth it in the end.
Also, I don't think that job chance by Stefan Pascal when he was on 41, I think, helped. 48 helped. I think it really propelled him further because he realized that perhaps it was just his day. But in the end, that's in the past now. The Windward Islands, they'll be pleased that they've seen the back of him as another over completed. And the Jamaica Scorpions, they're 184 for the loss of 5, 50 overs bowled.
Yes, not bad going here at all from the Jamaica team. They'll be thinking probably at the end of the day that they would want to be probably closer to just the 250 mark or beyond and still have wickets in hand. It would mean that they would post a formidable enough first inning score here that would put some pressure on the Windward Islands Volcanoes when they come to bat.
Spin of Cyrus to continue to Blackwood. He's playing it nonchalantly out to the man there at cover, Captain Ambrose. Was really had to work hard today in terms of his thinking cap, field changes, his bowling changes. As we mentioned earlier, it's not the type of wicket where you blast batsmen out. Really have to work and plan and execute.
Yeah, it's definitely not that type of wicket where you blast batsmen out. And based on what we have seen so far from this wicket, I actually think that this is the version of the game that suits the pitch in its current condition. Because it's also not the easiest wicket to blast your way as a batsman either. So maybe in the shortened form, it might prove a bit difficult to do that. But once you put your head down, you will get runs. And as a bowler, if you're disciplined, you will also reap the rewards.
I think the key word is discipline from a bowling perspective. And I think it's safe to say that so far, at least, some of the Windward Island bowling efforts have lacked a bit of discipline, a bit of consistency, a bit of control. I'm sure the bowling coach at some point this afternoon would have that sort of discussion with his bowlers.
Yes, I'm in accordance with you on that one. I think Cyrus has been an exception to that. He has been very disciplined with his line and his length to both the right and left-handers, and he has made the adjustment quickly when he's bowling to right and left-handers. So when there's a change in strike, he has made that adjustment to his line as needed. So he must be commended for that. So far he has bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. So excellent work so far from the leg spinner.
So it's the end of another over. It does get through his overs quite quickly as well, Cyrus. That would definitely help the over rate. We've seen quite a few seamers in operation today. We know the Islands with 3 frontline seamers as well as Descartes bowling a couple of overs. Seeing Demba now into his 8th over Cyrus having bowled 11 overs. So 18 overs between the two spinners. I'm sure this will be the mode of operation for a lot of this final session as Blackwood uses his feet, punches it back to Demba, who feeds off his own bowling. This one is walked nicely down to long on for an easy single. So Blackwood doing it quite easily here. All of his experience coming to the forefront.
Yeah, I was about to say that the long on is in place on the deep mid wicket. So even though he walked on the pitch, what you saw is that he tried to stay inside the line because he was aiming to go maybe over the offside when he attempted that chassé down the pitch.
This one is taking the inner portion of the bat from Beckford. Goes down to a short fine leg position where Pascal cleans up. Can't prevent a single though. So one more added to the total. 187 for the loss of 5. Mentioned Kenneth Demba not having the best of days, but he'll be looking to finish on a high note in this spell. Being the vice captain as well, I'm sure he'll be willing to put his hand up and be counted. As another over is completed, so both spinners getting through their overs quite quickly. And at the end of the 52nd over, Jamaica Scorpions, they're 187 for 5.
Yes, good going here from Jamaica, as we mentioned before, but in the last maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so, you're seeing that the two spinners, they have started to just put a break on the scoring and starting to build that pressure. There's always a theory that if you could bowl 2 or 3 maidens, then you could have a wicket in the next over. They haven't bowled maidens, but they've kept the scoring rate quite becalmed. And let's see if something would happen.
This one is punched nicely off the back foot there from Beckford. Should be able to get a second. He does. Just coming using the depth of the crease. Playing it with a straight bat. And the total moves on to 189 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, that one was just a little bit too short from Cyrus, so you look to get that a bit fuller.
Fuller this time, but plays it back to Cyrus, who does the feeding of his own bowling. Windward Islands, as we said, looking to get a bit more control on this in this final session. That run rate coming down to 3.61, sorry. Hovering around 3.8, 3.9 all day. So as you mentioned, a degree of control has been wrestled, but I'm sure they'll prefer to have some wickets.
Well, not if Beckford has anything to say about it. He's forward to that one in the approved manner, just playing it back to the man at extra cover. Bat and pad close together again. So he's looking the part. He's Beckford. Saying, well, get through that if you can.
Current partnership 25 from 50 deliveries. This one is played nicely. A quicker delivery there from Cyrus. This one is getting close to the boundary. And once again, Solizano does good work. Limits the batsman to 2 runs. So 2 runs to end that over. At the end of it, the Jamaica Scorpions, they're 191 for the loss of 5. Beckford, he's there on 13. And Blackwood on 57.
Yes, that occasion was a bit too short, that previous delivery from Cyrus, giving Beckford the room. Before that, he had compensated for a few short deliveries before then and had flighted a few just around the off stump where Beckford just came forward to pat them back down the pitch. But on that occasion, just pitching a bit back of a length and giving him enough time to just ease back into the crease and riding it down to third man for 2. As I'm joined in the commentary box by Stacey and Adams. Good afternoon, Stacey Ann.
Good afternoon to you, Alanson. Good afternoon to all the viewers.
It's a flighted delivery, just played back down the pitch. This one is driving nicely, is Blackwood, but straight to the man at mid-off. So there's a long on. There's a deep mid-wicket. There's a straightish mid-wicket in the circle. There's a man at a silly mid-on. A square leg, there's a slip. So it's flighted again. Beats the man at the short mid-on position, a silly mid-on position as he dived there. It's Pascal. Blackwood has time for a single.
Yeah, it must be very pleasing to see Blackwood fans and Jamaican fans, West Indian fans as well. Just the way Blackwood has gone about that, his inning so far.
That one had a lot of turn on it. Prodigious turn on that one. Caused some excitement behind the wicket as we look at that one. It pitches and grips, and that's wicked delivery. More of the same, but left alone this time by Beckford. He has to be watchful with that line. I think that Denver may attempt the arm ball. So said, so done. I think that one was the arm delivery, but getting it off the inside edge, no harm done. After 54 overs, the Jamaica Scorpions are 192 for 5. Beckford, he's on 13 of 32, and Jermaine Blackwood, he's on 58 of 108.
And we're just going back to Blackwood. Last year we mentioned he scored just 88 from his 5 innings. And on this occasion, he's out there fighting hard for his team. Apart from that one chance that went in that vacant third slip area, he has been pretty astute in his defense and the deliveries he has chosen to attack against as well.
This one is shorter. He has enough time to get inside that one and just walk it to the man and long on for a single off the back foot. Changes to the field as the left-handed Beckford comes on to strike. Field switches over. He's in now. Cyrus, this one, he's turning it to the man at short leg. Pascal, who does the fielding. Throws it back to his Dominican wicket keeper, Benjamin. And Benjamin he has kept well today. Stacey Ann. This one is short, and that's a bad delivery there from Cyrus. And that's 4 runs to Beckford as he just punched it through that cover region for 4.
Yeah, looks a pretty confident young man, Daniel Beckford. Short delivery and just a similar delivery actually to what got Brian Barnes when he was batting. And this time latching onto it and sending it to that vacant cover area. Now we see that man, Salozano, push back on the boundary. It's a rare bad delivery from Daryl Cyrus.
This one is a full delivery. That's a loud appeal. We are judged by umpire Butler to be going down the leg side as he was attempting to sweep that one. Quite full for the sweep though. It's another flatter, quicker delivery outside the off stump. Left alone there by Beckford. Was moved nicely on to 17, 197 for 5 in the 55th over. Jamaica Scorpions.
Just a correction, I said Brian Barnes, Brad Barnes.
That's true. Don't want to get the siblings mixed up. That's the end of the over. At the end of over number 55, it's 197 for 5.
So encouraging signs in that previous over by Demba. Got one to pitch and leave the left-handed batter. Now has the right-handed batter in his sights, Demba.
Yes, Demba will be continuing to Blackwood. Bit of a seminal innings here from him, pivotal considering the tournament ahead for the Jamaica team and his prominence in their batting lineup. So there's a flighty delivery on the pads. Easy single taken there by Blackwood out to the mid-wicket area. It's a flatter delivery. Played it off the back foot, does Beckford. No run added to the total, 198 for 5. What we're seeing from Beckford is that he is picking the length quite early. He's going back when needed and forward when needed. So far hasn't been caught in that in-between position. And that is a very good thing against the spinners. He has either been fully forward or fully on his back foot.
Yeah, pretty decisive in his movement back or forward. So must commend him so far, Daniel Beckford. And he's been leaving alone quite well also. Well watched on that occasion into the glove of Benjamin.
So there's a flatter delivery again, but forward is Beckford, covers it up on the off stump. High right elbow as a left-handed batsman. Swan is left alone outside the off stump. Brings the over to an end. At the end of over number 56, Jamaica Scorpions here at Arnesville, they are 198 for 5.
Yeah, the spinners are racing through the overs. Just one run coming off that one on that occasion. It's 198 for 5.
So we're seeing a little conference there between the skipper and his leg spinner, Cyrus. Let's see if there will be any change to the field. The skipper is in that short extra cover region, maybe looking for an up-pitch drive. Driven past him down to the man at long off for a single by Blackwood. So that may be a plan that they're working with to Blackwood to try to get him to drive aerially in that extra cover region. A mode of dismissal that we have seen from him in the past against both spin and pace.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of aerial shots from him so far in this innings. No, one diving effort there by Pascal, but can't prevent the single. I know I've seen him, he's actually smoked one down the ground off the bowling of Tyson, but that was hit with some power. But apart from that, I haven't really seen him try to go aerially, particularly against the spinners. So 200 up as well for Jamaica, 200 for 5.
This one is down the leg side. We wait for the signal from the umpire. It's time for 2 runs. So 2 leg byes. Yes, the signal comes there from umpire Butler. 2 leg byes there to the score. Cyrus just airing in his line there, maybe tiring after a long spell. Has been bowling for quite some time now. I think this is his, aside from the rain break, I think it would be 14th over in succession. It's an appeal there, but stifled in the end. He's playing back off the back foot to the bowler. Going flighted one. Forward again is Blackwood. Loud appeal, but not supported there by umpire Butler. And that brings over number 57 to an end. The score remains on 202 for 5, the Jamaica Scorpions. And Stacey, and where do you see Jamaica looking to end today, given the overs that we have in hand, just about 30 or so overs left today? What type of score do you foresee them trying to aim for?
Well, firstly, I think they'll be happy with getting to 200, and just so the viewers know, as looking at the live, the score is actually 202 for 5, an error in the scoring previously, in the previous over. So 202 for 5. I think they'll be extremely happy with where they are right now, getting to that 200 mark. And I think at the end of the day, if you can get to 300, if they have 30 overs remaining, the way they've been batting, they've been about 3 runs per over. So if they can get to around 280, 300, I think they'll be extremely happy with that. Especially if they're able to keep it to at least 6 wickets down for the day. It will mean that it was Jamaica's day.
So Demba, he continues to Beckford, who turns it on the onside for a single. Yes, you do mention that the Jamaican team, they would want to just keep a lot of wickets in hand and maybe even try to come back tomorrow by batting out today. I think, of course, the Windward's Volcanoes will want to dismiss them before today ends. Because if they don't, I think the Jamaica team will be in a fairly good position.
Yes, certainly, as this one is played on the back foot, just for a single by Blackwood. Especially if they don't get rid of that man, Blackwood, we know that he has some firepower. He has an aggressive mode in him. So far, he's played attritional cricket, soaked up a lot of pressure, got to his half century, and still playing sensibly, playing the situation of the game. So that's very important.
This one is flighted and driven to extra cover. Should have time for a couple.
Yeah, so you'll see right now, these two are doing what is required for the Jamaican team after losing that wicket just after tea, I believe. So these two just keep knocking it around until they get to some sort of total that they probably had in mind before this match started.
It's another one that Beckford is fully forward. Keeps his hands over the delivery, so no threat of being caught in that short position at short leg, as he's now being switched over to silly point. Pascal, the fielder, who's being moved. Again, fully forward is Beckford. So, as we mentioned before, he's very decisive in his choice of going forward or backward. And that, of course, is a good trait to have for any batsman.
Yes, certainly so. As that over came to an end, the score 206 for 5. Forces a change as well. A long spell, as we mentioned, for Daryl Cyrus. Looks as if it's going to be Ryan John.
Yes, Ryan has bowled 2 spells today. And I don't think he will be satisfied with either. He has taken a wicket, but I think that especially his first spell, he would be thinking that he owes the team a very good spell here now to probably see if he could bring things into parity. I think Jamaica are probably slightly ahead if you're thinking of which of the two teams will be more pleased with the current situation. But a wicket or two here will definitely put the Windward Islands Volcanoes noses in front. This one is outside the off stump and left alone by Blackwood. There is a slip. And I don't know, I don't think I could call him a gully, so I would say there's a first slip and maybe a third slip, a wideish third slip. I don't think he's fine, square enough to be a gully. Then we have a man at backward point on the boundary, a cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. Fuller delivery again, driving his Blackwood into the gap, should challenge the boundary. Gets there now, that's 4 runs. It was a lovely shot.
Yeah, overpitched on that occasion by Ryan John. Splendid gap finding there by Jermaine Blackwood. Gets it in between those two fielders in the cover area. So he's found his timing and some placement to match as well. So wonderful batting continues here at the Andersville playing field by Jermaine Blackwood.
He's showing his class at the moment, Blackwood. It's a bad delivery and it deserved to go to the boundary, and so it did. Again, he's driving. A very good piece of fielding there by the skipper, Ambrose. Getting a right hand on that, or it may have beaten the man at mid-off once more. Looks like Eugene, the substitute, is on there. Beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery from John. That's where he needs to be to the left-handed back foot.
Yeah, really good delivery there from Ryan John. Just pitching and leaving the left-handed batter. Certainly where he'll want to continue to be for the rest of this over to Beckford.
There is a slip and that same wideish, maybe a fine gully, we can call him. So a similar feel to both batsmen. As John is in again, forward nicely is Beckford. Seems to be very well equipped technically, Daniel Beckford.
Yeah, saw the delivery before. This one slightly wider, and we see the correction there from Beckford. Just coming forward and getting the full face of the bat into the gap.
So Blackwood again facing up to John. This one is on the pads. It's turned down to the man at fine leg. Blackwood think of 2, but excellent feeling there by Solzano. Gets to the ball quickly. Good strong return into Benjamin. And there is only time for a single. So at the end of over 59, the Jamaica Scorpions, they are 213 for 5. Daniel Beckford is on 22. And Jermaine Blackwood is on 68. So it will be Demba to continue. He'll be bowling his 12th over. He's bowling to Blackwood. There's a long on, and a deep mid wicket in place. So when he comes forward and just pushes it back to the bowler. Punches it off the back foot, but cannot beat the field at extra cover. Eugene, substitute. It's flighted, but fielded by Pascal there at short mid on. No run is added to the total. Remains at 213 for 5. Played again just out to Pascal. So fairly sedate over so far. As the game is just meandering for the moment.
Yeah, importantly, we're coming up on a drinks break, so Jermaine Blackwood probably aware of that. Not trying to take on Demba too much. Just see him off and get to that drinks break.
This one is punching straight. Oh, and it's misfielded by Solozano. They have time for one. They think of two, but I don't think it would be wise to take on Descartes, who has proven to be a fine fielder so far in his career. As we now have our drinks break. And after 60 overs, the score is now 214 for 5, the Jamaica Scorpions, after being inserted to bat here at the Arnersville playing field.
Yes, so we are back here after a short drinks break. Ryan John is with ball in hand. Jamaica Scorpion 214 for 5. Daniel Bedford is at the crease and Jermaine Blackwood on 69. Bedford on 22. Here with me, Stacey and King.
Adams, thank you.
I think she came in too early for the introduction, because what I want to say, Stacey and King is here with me. Also a selector for Windwards. And also an ex-player for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Very good fast bowler in her day. And I'm sure she will have a thing or two to say about Ryan John and his fast bowling and what she has seen so far. Oh, you, Stacey.
Well, good afternoon to you, Kesrick. And just to let the viewers know, my name is Stacey Ann Adams as Ryan John runs into bowl. Looking for a quick single sent back. Could have been some trouble there for Beckford. A really good partnership between these two, 50 runs to be exact as well. And that's actually been the impressive thing about Jamaica in this batting inning so far, is the way they've been able to string together partnerships along the way. First partnership of 63, they had another one of 50 plus between Blackwood and the skipper. And now here again, Beckford and Blackwood able to score another 50 plus partnership. So really impressive stuff here from Jamaica.
That one just guided down to the third man bound the Katoy doing chase. Probably the quickest out the lot on this Windward setup. Good to see him back in Windward's colours as well. Missed out a couple of years, and also from the one-day tournament, which is a 50-over tournament last year. But it's good to see him back in the Windward's uniform. Haven't seen him with the ball as yet, but I'm pretty sure he have a thing or two to say with the bat. Last few years in first-class cricket, he was known as the batting all-rounder. He was named Youth Cricketer of the Year a couple of years ago at under 19 level. So we know he's capable with the bat and with ball in hand. And with his feeling, he was known as one of the best feelers around Caribbean cricket for a number of years. Name was up there with people like the Fabian Allen, also the Blackwood and stuff like that. So he's such a compact player, all-round player. So it's good for him to be back in the Windward's colours. Another lifting delivery from Ryan John. Not really causing any problems, but the consistency in bounce in this pitch is definitely something that any cricketer, any spectator, or any player would be happy about. Good consistency in bounce. We saw that as well in the game against West Indies and Bangladesh. So the fast bowlers from Bangladesh doing a fine job. The fast bowlers doing a fine job with the ball.
Not a quick single taken. Blackwood, such an energetic person in the wicket. The way he runs, he's faced 131 deliveries and he's still sprinting up the other end. The over is completed, 217 for 5. So question to you, Kesrick. I know you like to ask a lot of questions of your co-commentators, but Blackwood, he's 71 of 172 rather, of 132 deliveries. Not very slow, but slow compared to his captain, John Campbell, who scored 79 of 91 deliveries. Just the way cricket is being played right now, the longer format, where do you see cricket in the next few years in terms of traditional batters, who take their time to get in their innings in comparison to batters who really get out of the blocks quickly? Where do you see as Demba runs into bowl? Yeah, do you think in the next few years you'll have room for the traditional type batters in the longer format?
Tell you what, Stacey, Test cricket will never change. And the energy and the level in which you need to play Test cricket, but that's a really good shot. Punched out to extra cover. Want to get to the boundary, just two, safely. But what I will say is that cricket is changing, yes. We have these shorter formats being introduced. We have the T20 now, the T10. So what would happen is that batters would realize the amount of scoring opportunities that they have now in this game. For example, you see guys like the Giroud will dink and sweep in Test cricket. So guys will realize now we can score faster in Test cricket. But yes, there's still place for the batters who wants to settle, the batters who really get a slow start. Because Test cricket will never change. What happened, the players and the situations may change because of all these formats that's coming up around the world.
Certainly, I agree with you. And I'll also add that adaptability and adjustment, as Temba, I'll continue after this delivery, is so important. Because, for example, that pitch in Pakistan, Multan, you cannot really see a lot of batters scoring at a strike rate of over 100 on such a surface. Not that easily. So you have to adapt to the surface, the conditions at play. If you get a wicket that's a road, you expect your batters to be able to go out and up the scoring tempo as they overcome to an end 219 for 5.
Well, it's all about understanding and playing to the situation. I could remember having a conversation with a batter in terms of how he prepare for playing on pitches that spin from the first delivery.
I must say, Kesrick, you do have a lot of conversations.
And it's all about learning. That's exactly how you learn, Stacey.
Indeed.
When you meet players who have achieved a lot in their playing career, and even players that are playing now, that's the way that you learn. So you have a lot of conversations. So you will understand how players play, and especially for a fast bowler like myself who play T20 cricket, understanding how a batter play, understanding how to get into a batter's head. It's very important.
You never call the names of these players that you have these conversations with.
These players don't want to have their name being
okay, so anonymous conversations. No problem. As Ryan John continues, so you were saying about that player you had a conversation with.
He's a Pakistani as well. Normally, he mentioned that whenever he's getting ready to play on surface that spins a lot, bounce a lot, he used all balls. Even raggedy balls that burst as well. Because those balls may hit a crack. Or those balls may hit the side that is burst and it might spin more than is expected. Some may keep low, some may bounce more. And also he set down a piece of carpet. So whenever the ball hit that piece of carpet, it doesn't spin, it just slides on. So those are for the sliders. So there are different ways batters prepare for bowlers.
Yeah, and that's the key term, prepare. Preparation is key. I mean, you're not just going to practice batting on a road. You meet different conditions. You'll have to adapt. And if you've never faced them before, then it'll be very hard for you to adjust to the situation because you're playing in the unknown.
I could remember.
So preparation is very important. Indeed.
Playing with another player from Pakistan in BPL, and I asked him how he go about, bowling this sort of consistent pace for a long period of time, and with his age. And he told me he practiced with old balls, and he running as hard as possible with an old ball. So if he can put all that effort into an old ball and get that sort of pace, with a newer ball and a good surface, it will definitely come off quicker. And that is the sort of mentality that these Pakistanis have. Also, these Pakistanis play with a lot of tennis balls. So their arm speed is a lot faster. So with a quick arm speed, with a tennis ball, bowling these cricket balls now that we use now in cricket, these Duke balls, with a quick arm speed, it will come out a lot faster. So it's just different ways players around the world get ready for cricket. And as you mentioned, the preparation with the Australians believe in the front foot block to get that pace. So there's just different ways, different methods that guys use to get themselves ready for cricket. Also, for a batter in Australia, it's all about whenever you go to the nets, what you work on. Usually they have a tactical day, a technique day, and they have a U day. So those days you go into the nets and you do your tactical stuff. Another day you go and you work on your technique, and another day it's all about you and how you want to bat to get ready for games. So there's just different ways different people prepare. That one just finding the edge of Bedford. It would run away to the boundary. 4 runs for Bedford.
Yeah, Pascal not having the best day out in the field. He dropped one earlier, and this time not able to get hands to that one to stop it from going to the boundary. So another 4 off the bat of Beckford. He was kept quiet for a few overs, 2 overs or so, not able to get an edge. So awkward bounce in the end there to Pascal, or where he was standing, unable to get hands to it. Another quick single taken. Good communication shown between these two. So bring that over to an end as well. 5 runs coming from it. Jamaica 224 for 5. My co-commentator asked me earlier, where do I see Jamaica ending up at the end of the day's play? And they are comfortably placed to get to close to, if not 300 runs on day 1. And that will be formidable for any side on the first day of a 4-day championship. Fast bowlers have done a lot of work as well. Ryan John bowled 13 overs so far.
You mentioned earlier about Blackwood in terms of his strike rate and how he played throughout the innings. And I think it's a really good, it's a well-poised innings, knowing that batters was falling around him. He's on 74 now.
Yeah.
This is 53rd half century in first-class cricket.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't a dig at Jermaine Blackwood. It was just for comparison's sake. And think, as I mentioned, he's playing the situation quite well for Jamaica. A very responsible knock from him. And looks poised to cash in at the back end when his team need him to really press on the accelerator. 74 from 138 deliveries. You could easily see him getting a strike rate of 100 or more. He's such a dangerous customer if he continues to bat for a very long period of time.
There's a lot to like about Bedford as well. So far, he's playing the spin well, negotiating the bounce of the pitch well, getting forward and backward, ever so positive. Supported Blackwood well.
Yeah, he's come in and he's been quite productive, forming up his partnership with Jermaine Blackwood. Very good support from the other end in Beckford. And what I like about him is how intense he looks with even his defense and the way he leaves alone. There's intensity there from Beckford. It shows that he's up for a challenge. He knows his game. He's comfortable with his game. And he's prepared to show all his skills here today as they steal another single there from the onside. To end the over as well, the score moves to 226 for 5.
And I think that's key, Stacey, understanding your game. It is something that I think most batters need to adapt. Jermaine Blackwood, in this case, fully understand his game, especially at this level. Over 7 first-class hundreds. This first-class 50 today will be his 53rd.
Yeah, and that's why you must commend him from a West Indian perspective. Even if you're not from Jamaica, you know Jermaine Blackwood, you know the way he plays. He's a bit of a dasher when he's in the wicket, but the way he has decided to just, as I mentioned, I keep mentioning it, play in the situation, just, he was losing wickets around him. He decided to take on that responsible role and just bat. That's all he needed to do. He's batting well. Not a lot of risk as well in his 75.
And it's also good when you have players in the Caribbean that can give the selector some headache. And that's what you want. Selectors' minds should be going at 1,000 whenever they're selecting teams. Don't make it easy for them. This is what Blackwood is doing. He needs to score runs and score heavily. Quick single. I don't think that Jamaica team should have a run-out case, knowing that probably they are the best sprinters in the Caribbean.
And Jermaine Blackwood is certainly showing that they are the best sprinting team in the tournament.
Definitely. I'm wondering, what about you, Stacey?
In
Do you have
terms
any
of
sprint in you?
I don't think so, Kesrick. What about you?
I used to be quick in the back in the day.
Certainly cannot run with the likes of Jermaine Blackwood. He gets
I
up
beat him
and
a couple
down quite
times, Stacey.
quickly.
Come on.
You've beaten him?
A couple of times.
I cannot see that, Kesrick.
Well, you weren't there, so you won't see.
We'll have to test that at the end of the day, and I'm
At
pretty
the end of the
sure-
match, with those tired legs now, at the end of the match, we'll do something. Short and wide. Just cut out to point.
At the end of the day, if Jermaine Blackwood has faced, let's say, 190 deliveries not out, I'm pretty sure he's still going to beat you in a race. I think right after batting as well, I think he would still beat you in a race, Kesrick.
Looks like you like to lose money, Stacey.
No betting here, but just from what I've seen with Blackwood, full of energy from ball one and still 143 deliveries, batting as if he's just arrived at the crease.
What is he
And
doing,
running
Sunil Ambris?
as well.
Changing the bills again. This is the second time we're seeing a Windward player change the bills. And there we go, Jermaine Blackwood changing it again.
At the other end this time, haven't seen it work for
What
them
is going
so far.
on?
It's just to get into the batter's head.
It's the first time I'm seeing this in Caribbean cricket, Stacey.
No, actually, in the under-19 tournament, a few of the players did that, and we saw Demba did it earlier in the innings, in the match as well.
I've never done it, Stacey. Have you ever done it?
No, well, Stuart Broad started it, as far as I know, and I don't think we were playing cricket around that time. And I don't think it's something that I would think to do. I'm not a very superstitious person. I try to get the wickets with the ball in hand.
What are you going to do as a bowler if you switch it and then get thumped for 3-4s?
Probably switch it back.
That one just guided down to third man easily by Blackwood. Easy too, that is. I think you should change it back. Blackwood look pretty comfortable.
Well, he's looked pretty comfortable all day. Maybe we need to take off the bails entirely.
I think we need to remove a stump,
That
Stacey.
might be the next thing.
And this is the point of any 40 game where you would see energy being dropped in the field. Tired legs. This is the point where a lot of fielders will say, let this day finish, hurry up. But you know what? The Windows have the most fit players in the franchise system, so I'm guessing it wouldn't be a problem for the Volcanoes being out there.
Well, I think the problem would come from winning the toss and electing to field first. I certainly think they will be thinking, hey, maybe we should have been batting by now.
Definitely, any team that decides to bowl on a pitch like this would definitely think at this point in time they would be batting. Jamaica did lose 5 wickets, but 230 still pretty good.
Yeah,
And
but
you have a senior talisman at the crease in Jermaine Blackwood. Beckford is not looking too bad. He's on 29. So the score is 230 for 5 at the end of another over. I asked a question this morning about the shortest player ever to play first class cricket, Stacey, and I think the Windwards, it's confirmed that Windward steal that with ease because of Benjamin.
How did you confirm this, Keswick? You went through the history,
I went through the
entire history,
I made some calls.
and you had your measuring tape out
I
as well?
made some calls. So the Windwards presently have 2 of the shortest players ever in first class cricket. One in being an assistant coach and the other as a player. At the same time, Stacey. So Carlton Ball, who is now the assistant coach for the Windward Island Volcanoes, is the shortest assistant coach ever. And then Benjamin is the shortest Windward Island player ever. I did my research. But they're all fine players. And guess what? Both are keepers. The Carlton Boy is a keeper as well. But really fine players. Carlton Boy played most of his cricket for Jamaica. Played for West Indies as well. Such a good person to have around your setup. He's doing a fine job with Windwards now.
It's a loud appeal, but I believe the impact may have been outside the off stump. Getting fully forward there in his stride on that occasion, Beckford. Yeah, certainly impact outside the off stump there as Demba continues. Getting even further on that occasion and leaving it alone, Beckford.
A lot of things to like about this young man, Daniel Beckford. Gets pretty low at the crease, so I don't think he will have any problems with the deliveries that probably keep low on this surface, or if any do keep low, or wherever he plays. I'm hoping that he don't have any problem with his knees in the future. But that's the end of the over, end of another Kenneth Demba over. The score is 230 for 5.
Yeah, maiden over, a rare maiden over there from the Windward Islands in this session. 66 overs bowled. Look at that extras column as well. 19 extras, a few wides bowled this morning by the Windward Islands outfit. It's something that they'll certainly keep their eye on, especially when they get back to bowling in the second innings. That extras column. So Martin to replace Ryan John on the administrative center end. Driving this one, but straight to that fielder, and they managed to pinch a single off a slight misfield there from Kenneth Demba.
Yeah, just driving uppishly there, Blackwood. Any big damage done. Managed to get a single. Kenneth Demba, the vice captain of the Windward Island Volcano, hails from St. Vincent. Also fast bowler Darius from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Good to see Martin families in the stand as well. Always gets his support from his family. That's where his energy comes from. The family support. Always in the stand as long as he's playing cricket here at the stadium. Still good energy from Darius Martin though. Getting into the crease nicely. Really good strong action. Just think that he don't put enough energy into his length balls or the deliveries that's a lot fuller. Most of his energy goes into his short pitch deliveries. If he could have that same energy, that same momentum into every single ball that he bowls, he will be even a better bowler. I would just like to say that I probably would have liked to see the fast bowlers for Windward's Volcanoes probably bowl a little bit fuller earlier this morning. I think there was more on the shorter side.
Yes, that's something that the entire commentary box agreed on. That session before lunch, they were very short, particularly to Campbell. Not utilizing that new ball properly, one would say. Not pitching it up enough just to see what the surface has to offer. Few deliveries that were pitched up, we saw batters flashing outside the off stump and missing, but they weren't consistent enough in those areas, the Windward Islands. And the result, 232 for 5. It's a short pitch delivery. Got out of the way of that one, Blackwood. And talking about the bowling spells, bowlers, Brian John, 13 overs, Darius Martin, into his 12th. And they'll be even more tired because they've actually bowled a lot of short pitch deliveries, a lot of bouncers. We know it takes a lot out of you to hit the deck hit the deck like that often.
Brings me back to that conversation with Kato. Fast bowlers getting carried away with the surface, especially when they're seeing good consistent bounce. Carry to the keeper. Bowlers sort of tend to forget what they're supposed to do consistently. But it's the end of another over. The score is 232 for 5.
It's 232 for 5. Windward Islands searching for a wicket, searching for a breakthrough. These two batters are putting up a fight, a wonderful partnership between these two. It's look unscathed for the most part of this partnership. No sort of worry by these two batters. Nothing alarming.
Again, back on the back foot, punching that one just out of short cover. Is Beckford. Still would like to see Demba. Just think that he's a bit too flat. Probably should use the pitch a little bit more, also a little bit too full. And then various pace as well. Something that has been mentioned to him a few times. It's the pace in which he bowls with. Being able to control that pace. That one, more of a wrong arm action. You can see it from here. That is something that he's trying, something new that he's trying. Sort of bowl it a wrong arm, more from a 45-degree angle. But it's the end of another over. The score is 232 for 5.
Yeah, a good spot there, Kesrick. A good variation, but just needed to get it a bit straighter. On that occasion, we saw that it pitched and left the batter quite quickly. So if you want to create that deception in flight and dip, had to get it a bit closer. It was a comfortable leave in the end by Beckford.
It's Martin again. Another quick bumper. And it's not too long ago I was talking about Benjamin. It's 4 byes. Over the keeper. And I mentioned about the effort delivery, which is the bumper. Always a lot more effort into that bumper. Jermaine Blackwood usually to those deliveries get under it and play that sort of uppercut shot. But at that point, he got a bit too low. Benjamin a bit too short as well. Over the top. Just barely hitting the top of his glove. But he's such a fine keeper when he's up to the stump. Good glove work. Really good on the eyes. Yeah, been around the circuit for a while. Now getting his full opportunity. In the Volcanoes uniform.
Seeing Demba go back at that deep third area. Have a man out at deep point. So they're going to continue to test him with that short pitch deliveries. Those short pitch deliveries rather. Just to see if he'll take it on. So far, he's been willing to just duck out of the way of those deliveries and just leave it to go through to the keeper.
Probably one of his favorite shots. Blackwood. Usually get under it and sort of play that uppercut shot. Hence the reason why Demba is sort of floating, I would say. So floating fine leg. Not really right back on the boundary. Hoping that Blackwood pulls into that shot.
Yeah,
plays it, but well controlled from him.
Yeah, he went for it on that occasion. That fielder is perfectly placed on the deep point area, but didn't hit it with a lot of power, so just hit it enough to get it over that slip cordon, and it bounced twice in front of him. So you did mention it's a favorite shot of his, but it tells a lot of his mindset when he's looking to just survive, not looking to take on the bowlers with that shot, given the position that Jamaica is in. They're well in control of the game, and he knows that a wicket now could potentially give Windward Islands some sort of sniff and get them back into the game. So he's not going to allow that to happen. Moves on to 80.
Another quick delivery from Martin. This one angling into Beckford. Did well to get out the way there.
Yeah, that was a well-directed short pitch delivery at the body of the batters. And generally, that's where I like to see the fast bowlers. If you're going to bowl short, get it in line with the body of the batter, just over his head, just managing to get out of the way.
Looking at the replay here, Stacey, I was jumping out my seat because it was a good directed bumper. He did well to get out of the way.
Yeah, that's where you create some uncertainty of whether to play or leave that area right there.
And that is what I'm talking about. Use that same energy when you're bowling those fuller length deliveries. That one just punched out to sweep boundary, just two. But you want to see that sort of energy into those fuller deliveries, those deliveries that's going to hit the top of off stump. Give me that same sort of energy that you put into those bumpers in those deliveries. And that's not what we're seeing much from Martin. Those bumpers are good, quick deliveries. But the deliveries that's a bit fuller, just a little bit light. I want it to be the same energy. Beckford just punching that one out to seal him it off. Picks up another single. Really good going here from Jamaica. Chugging along nicely. It's the end of another over. Takes the score up to 240 for 5. After being sent into bat. You would like to think that they would feel like they're in a really good position, which they're in. They just need to continue from there. Finish the day nicely. There's just really a process into winning 4-day games or even test matches. It's all about winning that first hour, then that first session, and then going into that second session. So it's all about winning sessions and winning days. So far, so good for Jamaica. It's Demba. It's with ball in hand. Not doing bad ever since he's been reintroduced, but just want to welcome Mr. Kato back with me to continue.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Kesrick. Good afternoon to all our viewers. We're into our final session here in this first encounter at the Arnesville playing field in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. As you mentioned before, Jamaica Scorpions sitting quite comfortable at the moment. 240 for 5. Led by Jermaine Blackwood with 80 from 154. Ably supported by Beckford, who's really played a good hand. That supportive role that we were calling for earlier.
He's not doing a bad job. He's actually doing a fine job with his senior talisman in Blackwood. Something that I guess Blackwood have been asking for from the other batters.
Well, I think just about an hour or so ago, we spoke about the fact that it's going to be very important for Blackwood to be there and to shepherd the rest of the batting order. And shepherding is something that he has done quite admirably in this particular innings. The job is not over yet, though. We want to be there at the end of the day's play and hopefully bat into tomorrow. By doing that, I think Jamaica will have a sizable total in the first innings as another over is completed. 70 gone, 240 for 5.
Really not a bad returns here from Jamaica Scorpion. Jermaine Blackwood on 80. John went for 79. Bedford now is on 33. So they will be very comfortable in the position that they're in now. If they can finish the day without losing a wicket and take the score up to about 280. This will definitely put them in a strong position to finish the day. As you see Kieran Katoy having a conversation with skipper Sunil Lambrisis with ball in hand. Was known as a leg spinner in his youth career, developed into a fine batter. He's more now a batter who bowls leg spin. Have hundreds for St. Vincent and for Windward Island. So he's definitely someone who Windward is going to count on with the bat in the middle order. But he's with ball in hand and he has to do something.
Yes, I think Captain Ambrose just trying to explore all possible options. Miss Seamers have worked tirelessly all day. Not being as successful as he would have liked. Cyrus, the other leg spinner, he had a long spell earlier. So I think Captain Ambrose here just looking for a bit of inspiration at the end of the day. It's been a difficult day in the field for the bowlers, but they will be looking to end on a high. As you mentioned, this one is down the leg side. Should get a couple of runs here as we see Demba making his way around to his left, limiting the batsman to 2 runs. So delivery on the line of the leg stump. Beckford went for the sweep, missed it completely. By signal by umpire Butler. Score moves on to 243 for the loss of 5. Windward Island Volcanoes looking a bit flat in the field.
And it's always like that, Kato, especially this time of day, when the sun is going down, being in the field all day. Especially if you decide to bowl, you probably expect better returns from your bowlers. 243 for 5 in this position for Jamaica is not bad at all. The curtains is going down for the day. We can see the shadows of the floodlights being extended across the ground, so we know what that means here at Arnisville Cricket Stadium. This one a bit too short, but just punch out to the man at cover. Young Pascal, he would have a job to do with the bat.
I think they need some inspiration from somewhere, Kesrick. Some sort of brilliance in the field. Some sort of brilliant delivery. Just some sort of inspiration just to get themselves back into the game. At one point, we were saying the momentum was tilted towards the Windward Islands. But in the last hour or so, it's safe to say that Jamaica Scorpions, they have really wrestled that sort of initiative. And they are now in the driver's seat.
Well, it's about being aware of the situation and understanding what is needed at the time, Kato. The momentum shift for me was the point when we mentioned when Shadrach Discard came to bowl. Not saying that he's the exact reason why the momentum shift, but at that point, Jermaine Blackwood got a bit comfortable. Hit about 3 boundaries on a trot. So it released the pressure, and then from there, he kicked on. Yes, they picked up a couple of wickets, but Jermaine Blackwood was still there, knocking around the single, and now Beckford came and he's supporting well. So it's about understanding what is needed. We did mention at that point in time, those 2 overs could have been used by probably one of your premier fast bowlers. Because at that time, Barnes had just came to the crease. So probably that 2 overs could have been given to one of your premier fast bowler to test the technique of Barnes. Barnes didn't stay too long. But at the end of the day, that little point, that lapse in concentration, being aware of what really was needed, was sort of lacking at that point. But so far, so good. They have picked up 5 wickets. I'm pretty sure that they were looking for more. But this position, JS has put themselves in a really good position to end the day.
So like you say, it's all about momentum. And as you mentioned at that particular point, the momentum was with the Windward Island Volcanoes. But at this point in time, there's been a shift in momentum. Largely thanks to Jermaine Blackwood, who's played admirably. He's been supported well by Beckford as another over comes to an end. At the end of it, Jamaica Scorpions, they are 244 for the loss of 5. So it's that time of the day, as you mentioned, Kesrick. Persons leaving work at this time. Just want to let you know that we still have cricket down here at the Arnesville playing field. Expected to have 90 overs in the day's play. So that's a further 18 overs or so. So for those of you leaving work at this time, you can come down. Some local boys on display, the likes of Kieran Kotoy, taking up proceedings now. It's a full toss, punched out to the man there at point. There's no run. As we see that long line of traffic, Keswick, something we've gotten used to. Coming out of Kingston.
That's for you, Alan. So I usually take a shortcut. Have you ever heard of shortcuts? I want to tell you my shortcut. I'm not giving myself away.
As that one is punched down to long on again by Blackwood. I think he's been prepared to do that as well in terms of just working the ball into gaps. And I think that would have frustrated the Windward Island captain and by extension the fielders as well. The ease at which he's been able to get off strike as this one is punched through the cover region. Should get to the boundary. It does. A very good shot there from Beckford. Just praising him a while ago in terms of his temperament, and now he shows that he also has a bit of power as well, just using the depth of the crease on that occasion. A short delivery there from Kotoy, not the best of deliveries, but well put away by Beckford. He moves on to 38, sorry, and the total is now 249 for the loss of 5.
It was a good shot. Really well played. Picked the gap nicely as well. What I like about him, he usually get on top of the bounce nicely. And for a lot of batters, when they cut the ball, they pull away from the ball. He gets into the ball to cut it. So it's good so far from what we're seeing.
I think what we've seen so far from Beckford as well is that he's prepared to play these deliveries with a straight bat. Two of the left-handers throughout the day, earlier in the day, in the form of Mackenzie and Glenn, we saw them trying to play that cut shot, but perhaps trying to hit it a bit too square and really succumb to those deliveries. But Beckford, on the other hand, we are seeing him playing these deliveries in front of square with a straight bat, and he has been successful so far as another over comes to an end. Kotoy completes his second. It's now 250 up for the Jamaica Scorpions after being inserted for the loss of 5 wickets. So Demba it is, the vice captain, number 29 on his back. Captain Ambrose really looking to his talisman in the form of his off spinner to make a breakthrough for him, as this one is punched again out to a deepish cover. Fielded there by Tyson. So again, looking for some inspiration here, the Windward Islands. Both Jamaican batsmen looking quite secure. Just looking to make it towards the end of the day's play. Demba a bit flat on that occasion. I know you mentioned that earlier, Keswick, in terms of the trajectory that Demba normally bowls at. Just seem to rush at times. Perhaps need to give the ball a little bit more air.
For me, when it comes to Demba, is the pace in which he bowls with. Just needs to control that. And that is only thing so far that I would like to see him improve on.
I think also he plays a lot of limited overs cricket, Keswick. So perhaps that type of bowling creeping into the 4-day championship. And as we say earlier, it's all about adaptability to the different formats of the game as we see a short drinks break here for the players, a chance to regroup for the Windward Islands, a chance to assess for both Jamaican players. So what we'll do, we'll take a short break and we'll have a live action for you in about 5 minutes' time.
Yes, we're back at the Annisville playing field. Jamaica Scorpions 250 for 5. Kieran Cotois with ball in hand. Jermaine Blackwood is at the crease on 82 with Daniel Beckford. And we have been talking about Daniel Beckford ever since he get to the crease. Played for West Indies on the 19. Was also in that West Indies select team that played against Bangladesh. Scored 19 in that game. Elevated by Hassan Mahmood. So he played against The Australia under 19, Scotland under 19, Canada under 19, and Sri Lanka under 19. Those were the four games that he played. Katoy picking up a wicket for his skipper. Well done. The set, Beckford is gone.
Well, I was just about to say, Kesrick, that the Windward Islands really need to pick themselves up in this last session. And once again, just after a break, how often have we seen that? Just after a drinks break, just after a lunch break, and Windwards have really benefited from that throughout the day. Just 2 deliveries after that drinks break. Katoy getting the breakthrough, a very good wicket to have at this point in time. Beckford goes for 39, and Jamaica Scorpions, they are now 251 for the loss of 6.
Well. I really don't want to say a commentator's curse, but as soon as we decide to give a little bit of information on Beckford, a little feature on Beckford, a little props on Bedford, we can go on all day, Kato. Katoy produced that magical delivery, finding the edge. Beckford is gone. That long walk back to the pavilion, not one of the walk that you would want as a batter, as I mentioned earlier. But guess what? The big man is in. Odin Smith walked to the crease. And we know he's not a flop with the bat. I'm wondering if he'll play the innings of a T20 guy today. And if he does that, oh my God. Look at that robust structure. We know how dangerous he can be at the crease. Kieran Cutter, I have to watch his line and length. Immediately, Sunil Ambris, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square leg immediately, and the sweep boundary. T20 style feel for Odin Smith, but it doesn't matter as long as he connects. Kato, it will travel a distance.
Yes, definitely has that sort of reputation. Captain Ambrose here spreading his field far and wide. This one is punched out to the man there at a deepish cover, no run. But you were speaking earlier, Kesrick, about the credentials of Kieran Katoy as a leg spinner, and that sort of competency really coming to the forefront with that dismissal.
Immediately, he's showing his intent and exactly what he can do. I would say Kieran Katoy is a bit lucky. Do you think we might see some flair in this later period of the game from Odin Smith?
Well, if they continue to serve up those sort of deliveries, then I have no doubt that we'll see that sort of flair. On that occasion, as you mentioned, a juicy full toss, but got away with it, just managed to get it out to the man there at long on Region Smith for 2 runs. I'm sure he'll be quite disappointed that he was not able to deposit that somewhere in the vicinity of the oncoming traffic we could see to our left.
Well, I'm buckled up. I'm strapped in my seat because I'm ready for any sort of excitement that I'll get from this last hour of play or so. Darius Martin not looking too comfortable on the long on boundary, signaling to the physio with a straight leg. This is not looking too good for the Volcanoes. The fast bowler in Darius Martin doing chase that last delivery. I'm not sure what happened. Swatted by Odin Smith. Down to the long on boundary. Was doing chase. Let's take a closer look here, Kato. Was a good effort.
I think he landed quite awkwardly after saving that delivery. So his right leg seemed to be the cause of concern.
Not sure what happened.
Hopefully from a Windward's perspective, it's just a a matter of him just getting a bit of attention there from the physio.
Well, guess what? They don't make them like they used to, Kato. But it's the end of the over. The score is 253 for 6.
Yes, the end of a successful over there from Kieran Kotoy. I mentioned that despite the fact that he's more into the mode of a batting all-rounder these days, he can still effect breakthroughs for his captain. So his captain putting a bit of faith in him on that occasion and delivering 3 overs, 1 for 11. A very good wicket. That partnership was getting very worrying for the Windward Island team. So they'll be happy to see the back of Beckford. But that man, Jermaine Blackwood, is still there on 83. That's a wicket they will definitely like to have. Obviously, the other leg spinner in this outfit being introduced, reintroduced that is, Darius Cyrus. Had quite a long spell earlier. Got a much needed break. His captain will be hoping that a change of ends would actually lead to more helpful returns for him. Figures of 2 for 25 so far.
So both leg spinners operating now. Daryl Cyrus and Kieran Kotoy. How fitting it is, 2 right-handers at the crease. One of those right-handers usually score a strike with over 100. Easily. Maybe about 130 in T20 cricket.
It will be interesting to see how he goes about his operation though, Kesrick. We have a set batsman at the other end in the form of Blackwood. And as you mentioned, Odin Smith, quite attacking by nature. Is it a case where he plays his natural game here, Kesrick, or try to form somewhat of a partnership once again with Blackwood?
Well, I'm all strapped in for whatever it is, Kato. I myself like a little bit of excitement. So I'm all strapped in. The glass in front of us is 10 inches. So we're fine. But to be honest, when you look at the situation and understanding what Jamaica wants, it would be really nice if we can stay there with Blackwood, finish the day well, because we know what he can do. And tomorrow, he can come back and then give him the license. I haven't seen Odin Smith go forward this far ever in my life. So this is a good sign, Kato.
Perhaps it's just a matter of him
long
getting
forward.
used. Yes. I think it's critical that he gets used to the pace of the wicket. Too often as this one, a bit of bounce there for Cyrus, a bit of tone as well.
Oh, Odin. This is looking good for us. I think we're safe. I think I should take my seatbelts off. Don't think I'll get any sort of excitement this evening. Maybe tomorrow. But this is something that we haven't seen from Odin Smith. Getting long forward. And this is good. End of the over. A dot to finish. No destruction from Odin. The score is 254 for 6.
I think it's a very good thing, Kesrick, that we have players like Odin Smith in this longer format of the game. I think we're at this stage of, in terms of West Indies cricket, where a lot of our cricketers, in terms of the limited overs cricketers that we have, they don't really have the experience of building an innings. They don't know how to go about that sort of situation. They're so used to coming into the shorter formats of the game and hitting it from ball one. And as you mentioned, you have not seen Odin Smith with these forward defensive strokes. So it's refreshing from a West Indies fan perspective to see this type of exposure for players like Odin Smith. Hopefully others will follow suit and make themselves available for our 4-day championship.
I tell you what, just saw Sunil Lambris and Ryan John very close to Odin Smith chirping. And I know what that conversation was about. From here, I can tell you what it was about. It's all about, it can't be the big T20 batter Odin Smith. It's at the crease, coming so far forward, and a leg spinner is showing it up. And they're saying to themselves, come on, Odin, you need to do better than that. And this is what Sunil Lambris and a guy like Ryan John will do. Try to get a Odin Smith to go helter-skelter and maybe miss time one. But I tell you what, if he times one, you don't have to look for it again. We know where that is going. The field is spread immediately as soon as he's on strike. Full toss again, and Odin Smith is not going to wait. A big 6 over mid-wicket, easily done by Odin.
Easily done, as you said. Another juicy full toss there from Kieran Katoy. Just losing his bearings a bit on that occasion, but Odin Smith finding his bearings on this occasion. Previous over, finding the man there at long on, but on this occasion, none of those fielders on the leg side had a chance really, as that one went over into the Mike Phillips pavilion for his first 6.
Probably might see a few more. I took my seatbelt off, but I gotta put it back on. I have to put it back on. Odin Smith is getting in to get another 6. And Sunil Ambris and Ryan John maybe spoke a bit too soon. And it's another 6 by the mammoth, Odin Smith.
Well, I was just about to mention, you spoke about the nature of the conversation between Ryan John and Odin Smith earlier. I'm hoping that from the point of view of Katoy, this is not a case of Freddie Flintoff versus Yuvraj Singh in that World Cup game.
I'm going to put my seatbelt back on, because I think it's all about safety here now, because it's a huge hit. And I did mention it wouldn't take long for someone like Odin Smith to get in. It was good to see from the last over that him coming forward, but that one just outside the line of our stump, something that Odin Smith is accustomed to, especially in the T10, T20 leagues around the world. Played for a lot of teams. So at this level, he's well mature. He's well seasoned. Jamaica is known for their spice and good cooking. So he's showing that he's well cooked. Odin Smith.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kesrick, you spoke about those forward defensive shots, and if you look at his strike rate, is over 100. So even though we have seen about 3 or 4 uncharacteristic shots from him in terms of those forward defensive, we have also seen a couple of big 6s, and he'll be hoping for more of the same. Jamaica will be hoping for more of the same.
Well, I'll tell you what, Odin Smith, well, Air Odin, I should say, because he likes to go in the air, and whenever he does, it goes far. I took my seatbelt off for a little while, and he said, nope, put it back on, because I might give you a little bit of a turbulence this evening. And he's showing just that. The ball isn't back as yet. Vice Captain Kenneth Demba, Kieran Katoy, the youngster Pascal, and the shortest ever to play the game is having a discussion in the middle. Wondering what that discussion is about. Skipper Sunil Ambris is coming into picture there. I think the ball is back. Not sure as yet. But it was a delivery just outside the line of the 4th stump. And the big slug sweep, the big turn bat from Odin Smith. I'm trying to look for the ball, but I'm not seeing it. It's not back as yet. Umpire Tuckett out of Sinkits and Dino Butler from St. Vincent, and the Grenadines is standing there waiting patiently. I'm guessing when that ball comes back, it will be very hot.
Well,
because I'm pretty sure there's a vis on it.
Well, this gives the fielding team an opportunity to assess what exactly they're trying to do here as it relates to limiting the scoring opportunities of Odin Smith, or by extension, dismissing him.
It's a very ticklish situation when a batter like that is at the crease, because he's more destructive against pacers. So bringing back your pacers now might open up his eyes a little bit more, especially on a surface like this that is coming onto the bat nicely. So the spinners have to try to work him out, hit those lines and length more often than not. Because if they don't, exactly what we just saw happen a while ago would happen again. Umpire Butler and Tuckett having a conversation with the third umpire, Mr. Byam out of St. Vincent, Afrin Byam that is. Probably one of the better umpires here in St. Vincent and Grenadines locally. Shout out to him. But it's a change of ball.
I think it's a case where if Odin continues in his vein, doesn't have to go too far, That break really would have been unwelcome from Odean Smith's perspective.
Do you think that that Afram Bayam should stay close with the balls?
Exactly what I'm saying at this point in time.
Well, let's see what would happen. I'll put my seatbelt back on because we can have a little bit of a ride this evening from Odean Smith. But as long as he goes about it smartly, and I would respect his style of play, because a batter like that can go over the boundary easily, if he have a little bit of finesse to his game at this level, where he's well seasoned, where he understands his game, he can be very destructive. Maybe you see Odean Smith playing a bit of test cricket. What do you think?
Well, it's a conversation that I've had in the last couple of weeks as just wait on this particular delivery. He's cutting this one out powerfully to the man there at deep point. So well adjusted there by Kieran Kotoy. Yes, it's a conversation we could have as well in terms of, if you look at some of the better teams in the world, the likes of Australia, you have the likes of Mitchell Marsh, Travis Head, these sort of players coming in the middle order. Even India, we have the likes of Rishabh Pant. So there's nothing to say that Odean Smith cannot play test cricket, but as you mentioned before, he has to be more consistent, more selective in terms of his approach. Because at times, when you look at the West Indies team, I think we need a sort of momentum. We need a sort of destruction in the middle order. And a player of Odean Smith's ability can actually do that. But as we mentioned, he has to perform on a consistent basis. So it's good to see that he has a good start in this particular innings. Hopefully he'll put his hand up and be counted. As another over comes to an end, it's 269 for the loss of 6. As we welcome back the big hitting Alonso Cruikshank into the commentary box.
Yes, good evening, Osnet, and good evening to all of viewers. I don't know if I'm any Odean Smith, but that one went a long way, that last 6 over mid-wicket. Seems to come down with a bit of frost on it.
I think what we have all been pleased with from Odean Smith is that he's a very good timer off the cricket ball. And I think he's one of those players who can play all around the ground as well. He's very good over extra cover. Seen him play some wonderful shots over extra cover in the past. So it's just a matter of him being selective and being smart about his operation. Not only here today, but in terms of his career. He has been around for quite a while. So he needs to show the sort of mindset that he's willing to learn and willing to improve. And hopefully you see better output from him in years to come.
Definitely cannot disagree with that. I also think that, based on what we're seeing internationally, that you cannot really pigeonhole players, whether it is from the administrative level or the players themselves and those around them, pigeonholing them to a particular format. You have seen that there is value in aggressive batting, regardless of the format. Just, as you mentioned, being selective enough and having that nose to know when to attack, how to attack, who to attack.
As we see Tyson in the middle of another spell. Delivery there just taking the leading edge. But thankfully for Blackwood, just evading the man there at short cover. A similar dismissal earlier in terms of John Campbell.
Yeah, that one just bouncing more than Blackwood anticipated. He has been facing bowlers of lesser pace in recent times. So that first delivery from Tyson just surprising him a little bit with the lift that he generated. I think they may be going towards the head of Smith. That might be the plan of Tyson. Maybe some heels, toes, and head.
Be interesting to see how he goes against the pace. So on his shot, and he's putting it in front of square out to the man there on the deep square leg boundary for a single. This is a key stage of the game, Alan. The Windward Islands, they would have been buoyed by that last wicket just after the drinks break, but this partnership has the potential to really take the game completely away from them if Odean Smith is able to bat for any extended period of time. Still have about 12 or so overs left in the day's play, so still enough time for Smith to make a name for himself.
I definitely agree with you, and I think that if these two are still batting at the close of play, then the Jamaica definitely would close it down in the ascendancy. And I don't think Odin Smith will be defending too many between now and the close of play.
From a Windward Islands perspective, though, the captain here just have to be mindful that a wicket or two will definitely cause a dent in the progress of this Jamaican effort. So he still has to look for wickets at some point in time, but he has to be mindful of also that the game itself can race away from him. Blackwood again just going about his business, punching this one out to Mandy at D point for another single. He's been quite prepared to do that throughout the innings.
Yeah, well, I think that the way Blackwood is thinking right now, he's thinking about tomorrow. And he's really thinking about 12 singles to get his way to a century.
Moves on to 88, 170 deliveries. So it's been the sort of innings where he has dug in, he has taken advantage of any loose deliveries. And he's really put his team in a reasonable position, having been inserted this morning from the Windward Islands. As we see a good delivery outside the off stump, that's the type of line and length that I was speaking about. More of that was needed throughout the day.
Yeah, that's an excellent delivery there from Tyson. Pitching just around the off stump, leaving Smith. He was caught in a bit of a no man's land position, neither backward nor forward. Groping the outside the off stump and beaten.
That particular line, though, is a very good line to Odin Smith. He's one of those players, once again, beating him outside the off stump, a bit of movement again. He's one of those players who want to feed ball and bat. As we mentioned, they're not used to building an innings, grinding out an innings, knowing where your off stump is. So it's a good line from Tyson, but unfortunately from him, just evading the outside edge on the last two deliveries. So at the end of the over, 78 gone. 272 for the loss of 6.
It's 272 for the loss of 6 after 70 overs. As we mentioned, the Jamaica Scorpions, after being inserted, they will be cock-a-hoop with this position, really, after being inserted to bat here at Arnersville. The Windward Islands, most likely today, after the skipper sent in the Jamaica Scorpions, he would have been looking for some early wickets, and that did not happen. We saw a very good opening partnership from the Jamaican captain, Campbell, and also his opening partner Brown, and that really built a good and a firm foundation for them, on which they have added a few different layers of scaffolding.
Looks to be Descartes being reintroduced into the attack. Bowled 2 overs so far for 15. Came in at a difficult point earlier on, and Blackwood really took a liking to him in one of those overs, taking him for 10, a couple of boundaries included.
Do you think that the carrot is probably being dangled here by the skipper?
Yes, to some extent. And I would still perhaps wanted to see the leg spinner, though. I think the leg spinner will always have a chance, especially against Odin Smith. He was plummeted for a huge 6 in the last over, but I still think the ball going away always presents an opportunity. Just has to be smart in terms of the piece and the line that you bowled.
That one was driven to the man there at extra cover, Cyrus, who does the feeling. Very full delivery there from Descartes.
Mentioned the frontline seamers. They've really toiled away today. Bowled some relatively long spells. Good to see Martin back onto the field, as this one is hit over that man at point. But there's a man there back on the boundary. Demba limits the batsman to 1.
Well, it's also the 79th over, so the new ball, the second new ball is due after 80 overs. I don't know if he has that in mind to really bring back maybe one of his opening bowlers. John is still on the field. We saw Martin picked up an injury earlier, but I think he's back on the field now. So there are options here for the skipper.
This one again, a good delivery outside the off stump. Left alone, surprisingly, there by Odin Smith. I'm not sure if that's a shot that we'll see quite often from Smith.
I tell you what, Smith will enjoy this innings. probably even more so than some of the innings that we have accustomed to see him playing. It will give him great satisfaction if he's able to get to the end of play today, especially after having shown a great deal of restraint.
Another delivery on the line of the off stump, bit of movement away. I've seen that movement throughout the day. Just that the bowlers, the seamers really haven't been able to exploit those conditions as well as they would have liked. This one is a straight delivery, is given out. So Descartes is the man for the Windward Islands here. We were mentioning the fact that the change at that end to replace Katoy was not what we were expecting, but he got the big wicket here of Odin Smith, LBW. So 7 wickets is down. 7 wickets down at this time. Jamaica Scorpions 273 for the loss of 7.
Yes, a straight-ish delivery there, striking him on the pad as he was looking to turn it on the onside. It would be interesting to see the replay, just to see the line of that delivery. Where we are commentating from, we are just a little bit off center, and so we're not able to judge the line as accurately as in some other cases. But straight-ish delivery, looking to play it rather square on the onside, and dismissed LBW as he's replaced by Javor Royal.
Well, I think it was actually a bit of good bowling as well, Alanson. Those two previous deliveries went away from Odin Smith, and that one seemed to have come back into the right-hander. So very good bowling on that occasion. Umpire Butler judging that one to be LBW. So disappointment from Odin Smith, but joy from the Windward Islands perspective as they continue to chip away at the Jamaica batting. 7 wickets down, 273 for 7. And as you mentioned, the left-arm spin of Javon Royal. Not sure about his batting capabilities coming in at number 9. But from a Jamaican perspective, they'll be hoping that he can stay there and forge a partnership with Jimmy Blackwood, who's still there on 89.
Well, the Windward Islands should not underestimate him at all. He had a very belligerent innings in partnership with Glenn, when Glenn made 100 in the Super 50 tournament. In fact, before he was dismissed, he was outscoring Glenn. It was very belligerent innings at a strike rate in excess of 150.
So good over there from Descartes, a successful one as well. And at the end of it, Jamaica Scorpions, after being inserted this morning, they are 273 for the loss of 7. Blackwood, he's still there holding his innings together on 89. And Javor Royal, he just got to the crease. He's yet to trouble scorers.
Yes, so very important dismissal there for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Seeing the back of the dangerous Smith, who seemed to be looking prepared to play a long innings, but deceived there by Shadrach Descartes. Got a few deliveries to leave him, dragging him across the crease just a little bit. And that one was a straighter line and a judge LBW by umpire Dighton Butler.
Tyson it is to continue operations from the Beckwith end. He'll be hoping he can rival Descartes in terms of getting a wicket. This one is shot down the leg side. Well taken there once again by Benjamin. He has had a very difficult day in the field, given the pace and bounce at times on this particular wicket. But I think he has equipped himself very well. Done no harm to his reputation.
Yeah, he has very good glove work. Obviously, keeping to the Pacers would be a challenge and a bouncier wicket. But he's very nimble, very agile, has good footwork and technique and glove work. So, solid keeper, definitely.
This one is outside the off stump, and Blackwood there, perhaps using a bit of concentration. Hasn't had much of the strike in the last couple of overs. It was all about Odin Smith and his exploits. So it's just a matter of him settling down once again. I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that shot.
Yes, I do agree with you. And we were speaking about Benjamin, and that last delivery, he actually took that just around where the first slip is, and he was not diving. He was actually skipping across. So I was speaking about his footwork. So that's good footwork from him there.
Change in the field. We are seeing that man from second slip going back to somewhat of a fly slip. for Blackwood. Interesting decision there. This one is full and he's driving it and straight to that man on the ground. Gets a single. Moves on to 90.
I think that's what you'll be thinking about, just 10 runs. You'll be thinking that I can come back tomorrow and make them, but if I have the opportunity, I'll try to get them today. Tomorrow is a different day, and I have to start over as if I'm coming out to bat for the first time. So one never knows with that. I've seen many a batsman get out very early the next morning after playing remarkably well on the previous day.
Agreed. I mentioned a total of 88 runs in last year's tournament, Jermaine Blackwood. So he has surpassed that total now in this one inning. Royal it is on strike. This one is short and well directed as well. Ever so often we have seen from the Windward Island bowler that whenever they get the short ball right, it has posed some problems for the Jamaican batsmen. Just a matter of being overused at times.
Yeah, but that was excellently played and expertly played there by Glenn. He rocked out of the way, out of the line, and also kept his hands quite low so that delivery didn't kiss the gloves on the way to the keeper.
The big man, Royal, managed to get out of the way of that delivery quite efficiently. This one is full delivery again, a bit of movement. I'm wondering if it's a bit of reverse swing creeping in late here. Quite a lush outfield here. But still, just a bit of movement you're seeing from Tyson in the last couple of overs, away from the right-handers.
It's possible that it could be some reverse swing. We are quite a ways away. So we're not able to determine which side is a shiny side from up here.
Into over number 80. So after this delivery, actually we'll get a change of ball. Well, the new ball will be available, that is, and once again beating him outside the off stump. So Tyson in the middle of a very good spell this time around. Looks a bit more threatening coming from this end as another over is completed. 80 overs gone, so the new ball is actually due, and it's 274 for 7, the Jamaica Scorpions, after being insulted by the Windward Island Volcanoes this morning.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they have taken it. But Royal looked very apprehensive in terms of his footwork in that over after receiving that quick short delivery from Tyson. Was very reluctant to come forward to the next few deliveries. And so
a big decision there from Sunil Ambrose in terms of whether to take this new ball or not. You know for sure that new ball can present opportunities for wickets, but at the same time comes on to the bat quite easier, especially for a settled batsman like Jermaine Blackwood. Discard it is to continue from that old airport end. This one is outside the off stump and driven out to Martin on that long off boundary. Bit laboured there from Martin, and in the end getting an extra run. Jermaine Blackwood, he welcomed that very much as he nears this landmark, moves on to 92, and the total moves on to 276 for 7.
Yeah, that was a bit sloppy from the Windward Islands there in the field. Martin, the guilty party on that occasion. Just needed to get a fairly reasonable throw into this cut. The batsmen had already settled for one, but were able to get an overthrow due to the errant return.
This one again, he's squeezing it out to that man at deep. Extra cover. Deep point, sorry. Demba it is. Not a single to Blackwood. So doing it in singles, as you mentioned, Alanson.
Yes, it's unlikely for me to see him taking a risk unless he gets something that is a long half volley or something like that before the close of play. But I still think he has in mind that he wants to make the runs because the field is quite spread. There are more than enough spaces for him to get singles and doubles. By doubles, I do not mean the Trinidadian pastry.
Royal, Jivor Royal. So last year, 2 games for him. 85 runs, a high score 46. So he has shown some ability with the bat, as you mentioned. They'll be hoping that that ability can come to the forefront in this particular innings as the Jamaicans look to pile on and get a decent 4 innings total. This one is guiding this one past Pascal there at Gully for another single.
Yes, you do mention that he has some batting ability. He hits the ball very hard, Royal, when he's attacking. So that's something that the Windward Islands have to bear in mind. Although they have taken 7 wickets, doesn't mean that they're into 9-10 jack, really. These low order batsmen can still play. And so they need to still keep picking up wickets. So Blackwood will have other ideas. And again, he takes an easy single. He's now 1 shot away from 100. Although I highly doubt that he would take the risk of trying to hit a 6 at any point in the near future.
Nervous 90s, as they would say. Not too sure how many times in your short professional career and so you got into the 90s. I don't think we can pose that question to Mr. Williams in the back. But at the end of the 81st over, it's 279 for 7, the Jamaica Scorpions.
So as you said, nervous 90s. Some players deal with it a bit differently than others. We know that there have been players in the past like Michael Slater, who will always try to get through the 90s with boundaries. Ended up on 99 a few times as a result. Richie Richardson also had a few 99 scores in test matches. Players like Hooper as well would usually go through the 90s with boundaries. But then you'd have a player like Chris Gale, who will get to 90 with probably 18 fours and a 6. And then when he gets to 90, he'll want to take 10 singles.
Agreed. I think the late Shane Warne as well. His high score being 99.
99, yes.
So he definitely was one nervous in the 90s. Blackwood will be hoping that he can replicate his fellow countryman in the form of Christopher Henry Gale, as you just mentioned, and just maneuver his way through these 90s. 6 more needed for that milestone. It would be definitely a good 100 here from Blackwood, just showing his credentials, showing his experience at this particular level.
Yeah, there was only one time I saw Chris Gale going through the 90s very quickly. Other than that Australian innings when he made 100 off about 70 deliveries. It was against England at Kensington. Well, at Kingston, sorry. So there's another single to Blackwood. He was on a 90 actually, and he hit 2 sixes off left arm spinner from England, Panasa. That was the quickest I've ever seen Gale move from 90 to 100. But I think it may have been because he was at home. So that was his first test century in Jamaica. That was in 2009 against England. Sarwan also made 100 in that innings. That was a game in which Jerome Taylor bowled England down for 51. Can't forget it.
Yes, a memorable performance there from Jerome Taylor. Tyson here from a Windward Islands perspective will be hoping to replicate that sort of destruction, albeit it's the end of the day and into his 3rd bowling spell. 14 overs. 14th over actually, 1 for 44 so far. Just that final column really not doing justice to him. He's bowled some good deliveries, good pace at times. Just hasn't been able to string a set of consistent deliveries together. This one once again down the leg side, epitomizing what exactly I just mentioned in terms of his inconsistencies.
Yeah, I think he's a type of bowler that if he can become more consistent, he'll be very dangerous because he has good attributes as a bowler. He's relatively pacey, relatively sharp, and he does move the ball around. So that's something that, you know, if he is able to gain a bit more control with time, then he can be a very good prospect, not just for the Windward Islands, but maybe even at the high level.
This one is well played once again from Royal, showing his flexibility. No ball signal there by umpire Tuckett. So just striving for a bit more pace there, Tyson. Just overstepping that front crease.
Yeah, you could see him taking the deep breaths there as he walks back to his mark. Coming towards the end of the day. He has bowled, it's only his 14th over. We have seen quick bowlers bowl more than 20 overs in a day. But I think we also have to bear in mind is also the fielding effort throughout the 90 overs also.
That's actually an interesting take there, Alans, in terms of modern day fast bowlers. We don't see those long spells as much as we would have seen in the past. The likes of Courtney Walsh and these men bowling non-stop.
Yeah, Walsh would bowl for a whole session.
Yes.
Walsh was a one-of-a-kind bowler, I would say, in terms of the stamina.
I think the closest we have in terms of modern day fast bowlers would be Rabada. I think he's one of those bowlers who give you long spells. South African pacer. But by and large, seamers are treated as this one once again, just shaving that off stump. Well left in the end. Javon Royal will tell you that's a good leave. It's the end of another over from Tyson. At the end of it, Jamaica Scorpions, they are 281 for 7. Blackwood, he's there on 95. Royal just came to the wicket, he's on 1.
Yes, I'm just going to pick you up on that conversation about modern seam bowlers and how they're wrapped up in cotton wool. The great Michael Hoolin always said that for fast bowlers to be successful, they have to do a lot of running. And what we saw, what you would see from somebody from like Courtney Walsh, if you observe them, is that they will just keep running in as the day went on. They just keep running and running in. It might not seem as if they're bowling quickly, and sometimes it wasn't the case, especially to the latter part of his career. But the effort was there, and the fitness was there to keep going. And maybe it's an argument that probably some old school persons would have within your generation in terms of how much time spent in the gym and so on, as opposed to just bowling and running.
I think the fitness is a key aspect of what you just mentioned. But given the improvements in technology in terms of nutrition and fitness personnel that we have in the background of these teams, you would like to think that they should be in a position where they should be able to bowl longer spells. It's just not happening, as we see a change in the bowling from the old April 10. Ryan John comes back into the bowling attack. He's bowled 13 overs so far, 1 for 44.
Well, one of the fittest bowlers we have seen in recent times will be Makai Ntini. And it was reported among his teammates and so on that he would always run back to the hotel after every day's play. So he was fit because he ran a lot.
Agreed, but you mentioned recent times, Alan, so I think he's retired from the sport about 10 years or so now.
That is recent. But more than 10 years, I think. But that is recent in my mind.
This one is guided down to third man, wants to come back for a second there, Blackwood.
I don't know what you're trying to say, Osnet.
So Javon Royal not responding there in the affirmative. So just a single. Moves on to 96. Blackwood. 282 for 7. Jamaicans. As the shadows make their way across to the square. It's always an indication that we're getting close to the end of the day's play. Another 7.4 overs remaining.
We have been blessed with fairly good weather today. Very short rain interruptions so far. But it seems as if we'll get very close to completing the full quota of overs. Light permitting.
This one is outside the off stump again. Royal trying to punch that one through the offside. Really not in a position to play that particular shot. A bit of bounce as well from Ryan John at the end of the day. Thankfully, from Jamaican perspective, missed it completely.
Yeah, so far from Royal, he hasn't shown much footwork. And so he's been stagnant at the crease. And that has been his issue so far at the wicket.
This one is played left alone outside the off stump. Bit of carry again from Ryan John. So just bending his back a bit at the end of the day's play. Good to see. Just as we were speaking about the issue of fitness of the fast bowlers, more than the fast bowlers, that is. Just looking around the ground, not the biggest of crowds today. Hopefully, we'll have a better showing tomorrow. If we can look back to those T20s in December, this is just a minute percentage of what we had here.
I would say less than 1% of the numbers that we had then. And maybe even less than the 0.01 percentile of that number.
I think
you use the word crowd very loosely a while ago.
I think it's a challenge we have in the Caribbean in terms of support for regional cricket. If you listen to those persons who may have played the game many years ago, they would say to you that the crowd support at regional games was just as impressive as international games. So we've really gone to the left, if I can say that, as it relates to that sort of support. This one is hit uppishly, just over the man there. This cart at square leg should be able to come back for a second. Yes, they do so comfortably in the end. So 2 more runs added to the total. Royal moves on to 3. 84 for the loss of 7.
Yes, 284 for 7 at the end of the over. And Blackwood is on 96, as you mentioned. Royal on 3. And one of the remaining points of interest this afternoon is to see if Jamaica will get to that 300 mark, and also if Jermaine Blackwood will get to a century before the close of play today. The Windward Islands Volcanoes would want to prevent both of those things from happening, and to attempt to do so now will be Gillan Tyson, who will be continuing from the Beckway end.
Yeah, so both opening bowlers back in operation for Captain Ambrose and the Windward Islands. He'll be hoping for just that last push, that one last push really, from both of these bowlers. 3 wickets left. We'll be quite pleased if they can dismiss these 3 batters before the end of the day's play. From a Jamaican perspective, a good day would be 100 for Jermaine Blackwood and being able to come back tomorrow without any further loss of wickets.
But I think they would already be silently pleased with what has happened so far, considering that they were inserted to bat.
This one is punching it down the ground, and that would be his 100, Jermaine Blackwood. A wonderful shot, powerful shot, typical of Jermaine Blackwood. We've seen a couple of those in these innings. Delivery, not quite full, but played on the up, an on drive, and he goes to 100, and well played there to Jermaine Blackwood.
Yes, we must commend Blackwood for this innings, and you could see how much it means to him. You have not seen him being so subdued and probably emotional about 100 in quite some time. And I think, in reflection, upon reflection of what it transpired last year, only getting 88 runs, and also losing his place in the West Indies team, losing his place as a West Indies vice captain in the test matches and so on in the last few months or so. Those things, I think, those things may have added to the emotions felt now, the points that he probably wants to prove going forward in the remainder of this tournament. So congrats to him on this century.
Yes, well played there by Blackwood, coming in under a bit of pressure, as you mentioned, not having the best of tournaments last year. Coming in at number 4 today, the loss of his vice-captain, Kirk Mackenzie, before him. And he has really weathered the storm and showed a bit of temperament, real selective in his approach.
You mentioned Kirk, and I dare say that the approach to this innings is a template that probably somebody like Kirk could adapt and learn from in some of his future innings in terms of how to go about it.
So 100 from 184 deliveries. So he has spent quite a bit of time at the crease. It's been one of the constants as it relates to the partnerships that they've been able to forge all the way down.
Yes, and he hasn't played many foul shots. I remember that edge that Darius Martin was able to induce earlier in the morning when he was on about 9, I think. Other than that, he has been very assured in his stroke play. Hasn't really played any shot in anger and has looked in control of his execution.
Yes, and he has played that type of delivery very well throughout the day. Can't recall seeing a pull shot or a hook shot from him. What he has done is just evaded these short deliveries. He's a relatively short man as well. So it has been really difficult for the the Windward Island seamers to really get a measure of how short they should be bowling. Most of these deliveries comfortably evading Blackwood and on some occasions as well, evading the wicketkeeper.
You do make a good point there about the short delivery. It's not something historically that he takes on through the onside. He would more tend to sway and to ramp it over the third man era over the slips. During his test career, you did not see him pulling and hooking too often.
I think that's the reason why we are seeing in terms of the field placement here from Sunil Ambrose. There's a man there at fly slip. We mentioned before, there's a man also at deep point for that type of shot, as you mentioned. This one is striking him on the pad, heading down the leg side now. And it's the end of another over, an over which we saw the milestone being attained there by Jermaine Blackwood, 100 from 188 deliveries. And Jamaica Scorpions, after losing the toss this morning, they are 288 for the loss of 7.
It's 288 for 7. 6 overs remaining in the day on paper. But it's just a matter of whether the light will permit us to have those 6 overs. But we are also 5 minutes away from 5:30. So left to be seen whether you'll have any more overs after this one from Ryan John, which would mean that 5 will be 5 overs short of what was needed in the day. A lot of overs from the seam bowlers throughout the day, having contributed to what we could probably describe as a slow over rate than normal, wasn't it?
Indeed so. We haven't seen a lot of the spinners. No. Normally in these regional games, we'll see the spinners dominating in terms of overs bowled. But I think Sonny Lambris has been prepared to use his seamers quite a bit today. All 3 seamers, frontline seamers, as well as Descartes being given the opportunity. So that has really slowed down the over rate to some extent. We also had that short break, rain break, just before the tea interval. So all of those would have been contributing factors. As we mentioned, there's 5 overs remaining in the day's play after this. I doubt we'll be able to get those in. But Ryan John here hoping to get another wicket just to finish on a high and try and get back some momentum into the bowling effort of the Windward Island team. They've been relatively flat at times, understandably so. Some partnerships really dented their progress. And that man Blackwood still there at the wicket. Royal just working this one out to mid-wicket region for a single. In total, marches on to 289 for 7. That run rate at Lancet, it's been reasonably consistent throughout the day. Just hovering around 3.5, maximum around 3.9 at one point in time. So they've been able to score at a relatively good pace, comparatively speaking. Yes,
and they have kept that up, which means that they are really on course to end the day just around 300 runs, which is a formidable total on our first day, especially in regional cricket.
Blackwood there still looking motivated, still looking to concentrate. Want to be there tomorrow morning for that first delivery. I'm sure his management team will be looking forward to that as well. Shadows now are completely over the square. This one is taking the inside edge and just evading that leg stump. So quite fortuitous on that occasion from Blackwood. Not something we've seen a lot of throughout this innings.
Yes, maybe with having attained the 100, just probably that release of emotion just tiring a little bit now, mentally and physically. And that one was perilously close to the leg stump of the inside edge. So he will be thankful that he's still there to battle another day.
So Royal comes back into strike. Last delivery of the 85th over. This one is short of a length and well played there by Royal. And it's the end of the over. 85 overs completed. And at the end of it, 290 for the loss of 7.
Yes, 290 for 7. As we said, it is likely that they will still continue for a few overs. Seems as if the skipper is going to make a change. He's going to be bowling Cyrus, who has just marked out his run from the Beckway end. So just wants to get through maybe another over or two. See if Cyrus can outwit the two batsmen with his variations. I think though if one person is dismissed, maybe about now that they may come off.
Well, the Windwards would definitely be hoping that that is the case. They'll be hoping that person is Jermaine Blackwood. Has really been a thorn in their side all day. He's been able to resist whatever they threw at him. He'll be hoping that he can finish on a high. Cyrus again, the leg spinner. Into his 16th over. Has bowled well. Perhaps the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, I agree. He has been the pick of the bowlers today in terms of his control. And he has picked up 2 wickets for that.
Figures of 2 for 26. Cyrus. Giving the ball quite generous air. And on occasions that has worked to his benefit. So there was a man here long off, long on. Deep mid wicket as well. Quite surprising at the end of the day's play. Don't you think, Alanson? There's also a man at deep extra cover. So a lot of boundary riders at the back end of this day's play.
Yeah, maybe you could have dared Blackwood to go over the top. I don't think he'll be trying to go over the top with the long on and the long off in place at this stage of the game. So I do agree with you that you could have brought some of the feelers up just to tempt him into something injudicious.
Haven't seen him use his feet as well throughout the day getting down to the spinners. He is more prepared to play from the crease. A couple of lovely drives through the offside as well as cuts. It's quite interesting in terms of that field setting. Another over completed, is it? Yes. So getting through his overs quickly as usual, Daryl Cyrus. At the end of the 86 is 290 for the loss of 7 Jamaica Scorpions.
Yes, and you mentioned that he goes through his over quite quickly, and you mentioned that Blackwood hasn't really come out of his crease. I think if you follow Jermaine Blackwood's batting, that he generally tends to advance to off spinners, and those who turn the ball away from him, that he tends to remain in his crease. So the leg spinners and the left arm spinners, he will remain in his crease to those. I think we have seen him come down the wicket maybe a couple of times earlier today against Kenneth Demba, the off spinner, and that's something that he has done in his career as well. So sticking to character. This one is a Yorker delivery there from Ryan John. Well dug out by Javor Royal. It's a very good delivery.
Yes, Ryan John continuing from that old airport end. Still has 2 slips there. To his credit, Sonny Lambris, he has had those slips employed all day. There's a man at gully, backward point. cover, mid off, mid on. There's a man at long leg and a man there at deep square leg. Not sure if that's for a short delivery at some point in this over to Royal. This one is short of a length and well played again from Royal. Has shown good technique so far. 4 from 22 deliveries. I think he's realized that his role in his partnership is just to be there, at least at the end of the day. Can assess and see the direction in which they want to operate in the morning. But for now, both of these players just looking to see out the rest of the day's play. Another 3.4 overs remaining. Light is fading. Not quickly, but this one is short of a length. Not posing any sort of problems there for Royal. Just gets under it.
Yeah, just about 3 weeks ago, at this time it would have been dark. So timing of the tournament has been pinpoint. You say that around the end of December or early January, that about this time when they did that, it would have been a lot darker.
This one is walking it out to the man that discard at a mid-on region for another single. So 291 for 7. At the start of the day, Alan, so we had some concerns. We were not quite sure how this wicket would have played. In your assessment, how has the wicket played?
It has played well. We have seen spin, we have seen bounce. Not anything extravagant for day one. We have seen the pacers when they bend their back get something out of the wicket. And we've seen a good 100 from Jermaine Blackwood. So there's something in it for everyone. So a good wicket here.
I think that was general opinion. At least my opinion, based on what we have seen, albeit in a different format of the game. Having seen some 2020 games recently and before that the World Cup games, I think it has offered both assistance for the seamers if you're willing to really bend your back, some spin, but at the same time, if you're a good batsman, you are able to score some runs as well. And Jermaine Blackwood definitely showed today the grit and determination needed to succeed on a surface like this.
Yeah, I would say it has the right balance for this type of cricket. I think that in the white ball cricket, it probably would have to lean a bit more to the batsman. I think generally that's the consensus across the board that people will have. That you'd want to see probably a bit more free-flowing type of run scoring during the white ball game. But I think it's ideal for this type of cricket.
Yes, and the evidence is there to support your claim. We have seen quite a bit of low scores, especially in the World Cup. But as we mentioned to our viewers before, these are relatively new wickets, newly relayed. They're still trying to settle down, trying to find the right combination in terms of moisture and grass to use for these wickets. So hopefully over a period of time, we'll have a better cricket wicket, as they would say, as it's definitely the end of the day's play. So 3 overs short here at the Arnesville playing field. An action-packed day in this Cricket West Indies for the championship. A game being played between the Windward Island Volcanoes and the Jamaica Scorpions. Earlier, the Windward Island Volcanoes, they won the toss, elected to bowl first Captain Sunil Ambrose. And the Jamaica Scorpions, they finished the day's play on 291 for the loss of 7, thanks to a brilliant 100 from Jermaine Blackwood, ably supported by Captain John Campbell. And earlier made 79. So Jamaica basically ending the day in a driving seat and on 291 for 7, as we mentioned before. The win was they toiled away, but just was not able to take wickets consistently throughout the day. And that is the end of the day's play. So thank you for joining us on behalf of the commentary team and ITFX. Just want to say thanks for coming out and viewing this wonderful coverage. And we'll join you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for the start of day 2.